35-yard field goal Lutz. Flaboni the snap, Riley the hold, Lutz the kick to win it. Oh! Blocked! The Chiefs have won! The Chiefs have won!
Throw it up in the air, and by the time it comes down, the Chargers have the victory. That's it. So the Chargers, who were down at one point 24-10, and then in the second half, they outscored Denver 21-6.
First and goal at the 3. And Burrow with the ball. First and goal. End zone. Caught. Higgins. Touchdown. Bengals win. And they are alive in the playoff race.
What are you doing to us, Nelly? Why'd you play all the lowlights from last year?
Because I read what you want to talk about at the top of the show. I read your notes. Those were all games where the Broncos were within 7 points of winning, and they lost. Is that something to be concerned about?
Fair.
This is what you wanted to talk about, brother.
Well, it's like the opening to the NFL season, and then I'm hit over the face with a whole bunch of yuck. Now, it is something I would like to discuss. But I feel like I just got punched in the nuts. Kicked. I love today. Like, it's literally, I've told you guys, well, that makes me a lot happier now. Yes. I've said this over and over again. I literally think it's my favorite day on the calendar. I don't. If my wife was listening, she'd know I'm telling the truth here. This is not about our anniversary can suck it compared to this day. My daughter's birthday, who cares? Do you know how cool the opening of the NFL season is? Especially that opening.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
And that's why. It's like the greatest weekend of my life. And look, we're a couple of days away from the weekend of this, but this is marking the opening. And we're going to have NFL games and college games like every day for the next however many months that we have left. It's just the best. I love this. Now, understanding the context a little bit more of why Nelly opened up with that. He was trying to tee me up. But I was so excited for the season opening up tonight. I wasn't ready to discuss the bad, but you know what? We're here now. And I actually think this is going to be a good thing. Everything that you heard from that, is there anything like the sound of a blocked kick? That like immediate 2 hammer sounds? I'll explain why I think that is it's a good thing in a second. But yesterday, Bill Barnwell had an article. Bill Barnwell laid out his case for why he thinks the Broncos make the playoffs. And it has to do with a little bit of like statistical mumbo jumbo and advanced stats and the variance in which the Broncos defense played last year. He said it wasn't trustworthy. Now, I don't know if I believe that, but he talks about how there would be weeks in which the Broncos have elite defensive play, and the next week they don't. I think that was more injury-laden, especially with Riley Moss going down for a bit. But an example he brings up is, they hold Atlanta to 6 points. The following week, they hold Vegas to 19. Then they give up 32 to Cleveland. Then they hold Indianapolis to 13. Then they give up 34 to the Chargers. Like, he thought it was very up and down. And I would say towards the end of the year, it's because they were dealing with some injuries on that side of the football. And it made it a lot more difficult. But the record of games within one score, 7 points. The record was 1-6. The games that they lost like that: Cincinnati in overtime, Chargers by 7, the Chiefs loss, the Chargers again early in the season by 7, Pittsburgh by 7, Seattle by 6. Some of those totals a little bit screwy. They looked closer than the game actually was. A late score might have made it look closer. But the point is, those are good teams that they played that they lost by within a touchdown. I'm actually encouraged by this. Because sort of the theme to last year, when we got towards the end of the season, was this. You're a good football team. You're not a great one. And when you're not a great football team, that's when games against the opponents that I mentioned can get a little bit out of hand. That can change this year with another year of experience for Bo Nix. That can change with increasing the talent level at the skill positions that you didn't have on offense. That can change by getting your defense in a much better position. Now, I know you guys have had a long-awaited offseason for me to get to my power rankings with tiers. That will happen in about 15 minutes. But when it comes to the Broncos and what they face against the better competition in the NFL, that's the stuff that's going to change. They will be better in games decided by a touchdown or less, and they will be better against the better opponents they face. How much? I don't know. That's where you see the variance in when people talk about the Broncos of them being a 10-win football team a year to like a 12 to 13-win team. If you think they're a lot better, then you would jump up 12-13 and you would say that they would win the AFC West. If you don't think they're quite there yet, then you could see them being around the same spot they were last year. They took care of the bad teams, but they couldn't take care of the good. And that's the separation between the two. I think you get at least a couple of those. In games that you play tough opponents, like I think that I know they beat Kansas City once last year, but it was against their JV squad. Like you play Cincy again this year, I think you should be competitive. Cincinnati's defense is not good. Yours is very good. Like if you just look at what is the strength of your team, Cincinnati has elite level offense. Well, you have elite level defense. They have a really bad defense, and your offense is at least okay. Like that, I think, is an advantage to go your way. I think you can get one against the Chargers this year. The question I have now is, the teams that you're supposed to beat, do you continue to take care of that part? And that's why I think this opening weekend is so important. You're playing Tennessee. You are a heavy, heavy favorite. And you should be. But can you take care of those teams the way you did last year? Those games were never in question for the most part. There was a couple where, again, when I said that the games were within one score that you lost, some of them were worse than the final score indicated. The same applies to your wins. You had a 9-point win against Cleveland. It didn't feel that way. Indianapolis, you won 31-13. That was like Indy had a lead late in that game and then made a couple of huge mistakes that you took advantage of, which credit to you. But can you continue to do that part? Take care of the small stuff, and then when you get to the bigger stuff, go from there. I'll tell you one thing that has me concerned. You know, I was concerned last week about Marvin Mims' groin. I guess there's no reason to be, because Marvin Mims is practicing fully. Dre Greenlaw is freaking me out. I really feel like he is sort of a glue that holds this team together. Dre Greenlaw is going to be so important to that defense because you have elite level play at virtually every single position. You have a bunch of it on the defensive line. You have it with Bonito. You have it with Zach Allen. I don't know if it's elite level, but at least it's really, really good with guys like JFM and DJ Jones and Jonathan Cooper and everybody else. You have in the secondary, obviously PS2. If Hufanga's healthy, he's another elite level player. And then really solid everywhere else in that secondary. And who knows what Jahdae Barron's going to be. Linebacker's the only one where you're just okay. And typically, that's what most teams have. Because they do not expend their resources at the linebacker position. But when you get to the luxury stage of building a team, then you can focus and hone in on it. And that's what the Broncos have done. So I am concerned about Greenlaw because he is your only real game-changing type player at the linebacker spot. And Sean Payton talked about that injury yesterday. Here's what he said.
At this point forward, and I appreciate the question, at this point forward, I'm not going to talk one thing about player injuries. We'll report what we're required to report, but you'll never hear me talk about how I feel it's going or any of that. And then really there's no advantage for me to discuss it.
Perfect.
That's it means.
I should have guessed as much with Sean Payton and that being the answer.
That's it. Did you hear me?
I understand this is what coaches do, most of them anyway. They're super secretive, who's going to play and who's not. But I don't think there's a big question here. It is 100% Dre Greenlaw could be an absolute difference maker on that defense in a way that the defense was already good. Can you make them even better? And I think they can. By the way, they announced their captains yesterday. I have one thought on the captains. Too much. Way too much. I don't know when this trend started of 12 guys get named captains on teams. But to me, you have a captain that's on your offense, and a captain that's your defense, and a captain that's on your special teams. Well, what the Broncos did was, on offense, they have Nix, Sutton, and Miners. On defense, they have Surtain, Hufanga, DJ Jones, and Alex Singleton. And on special teams, they have Will Lutz. That's 8. I'm sorry, 7. No, it is 8. 8 different guys are captains. Can you call me, is this, am I being too old school here, Nelly? I mean, if you were to, make a team and we're picking out in an old football field somewhere and we're just picking teams, you don't have 8 guys that are captains. You have a captain.
Well, and Brett, this may be a dumb question, and I know it's not 1:45 p.m. with PhD, so we can't actually ask dumb questions, but what do captains actually do aside from shake hands and be out there for the coin toss?
Shake hands and do the coin toss.
You know what I mean? And I don't mean this with just football. I also mean this with hockey and other sports where they name team captains. I mean, hell, the Avalanche had a team captain that couldn't even play hockey for 3 years. So, what does a captain really do?
They're just kind of in hockey, he's the point guy who goes and talks to the refs when they have some sort of issue with what's going on the ice. Captains are they're your team leaders, and you got the C on there just to denote that. 8 is too much. You pick one. If you like your quarterback's the captain of the offense. The captain of the defense is whoever you feel like is the leader is. Same thing with special teams, but it's a lot. So anyway, the long-awaited annual power ranking with tiers. I will go 1 through 32. I also will give you each tier that these teams are in the NFL next.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Yes. Because it's the opening game of the NFL season tonight. We have a little tradition around here. Some people do tiers. Some people do power rankings. I do both. Why? Because I care. That's why. And I put in the work. Here is your power rankings with tiers for the 2025-2026 NFL season. And we start at the ass end of the list. With tier 8, we stand no chance and we know it. The number 32 ranked team in the NFL is the New Orleans Saints. No quarterback trust, no hope anywhere else. It's a pretty amazing fall from grace where they don't play in a tough division. They should be competitive, and I don't see it at all. They drafted a guy in the second round in Tyler Shuck, had him compete with Spencer Rattler in training camp and said, you know what? I think Rattler's still the best option. The talent in the rookie contract age for them is pretty non-existent, and hinging your hopes on Spencer Rattler is not going to give anybody any justified hope. They stink. I think they're the worst team in the league. They're number 32. At number 31 is the Tennessee Titans. The only reason they're above the Saints is because Cam Ward might actually be something. And I don't know if Cam Ward could ever get to a level good enough like Jaden Daniels to where that team becomes actually competitive. He just doesn't have a lot around him.
I just think we're very mid right now.
They've become the fun day before the euthanasia for your dog group. It's let's get Tyler Lockett and see if there's anything left. Let's get Quandre Diggs. Let's get all these different guys who've been in the league for 11, 12, 13, 14 years.
They're all orphan dogs.
These guys are just collecting paychecks before they leave. And they have almost no talent, but I'm going to give Cam at least a chance at number 31. And that is the sole two teams in Tier 8. In Tier 7, we have our quarterback isn't good enough, and we know it. At number 30, it's the Browns. There's an old saying, if you have two quarterbacks, you don't have one. Well, if you have 12, then you're the Browns, I guess, because I don't even know if there's a saying for how many people that they tried out in camp. But they don't have a direction right now. They're starting Joe Flacco. For what purpose? What does this serve you? Is Joe Flacco winning you a Super Bowl? The answer is no. Then why not see what you got in two young quarterbacks on your roster? They don't know. I don't know. You know, there's people in Cleveland that think that Joe Flacco might start all 17 games, which sounds like the stupidest thing on earth. Not to mention they play in an incredibly tough division and have a really tough schedule, especially out of the gates. They feel like they're heading right towards where they were before they got Baker Mayfield. Now, I'm not saying it's one win in 2 seasons type of bad, but it's not going to be good. They're at number 30. At number 29 is the Colts. They're starting Daniel Jones over Anthony Richardson. It's an admission that you're screwed. Wasting the good talent they have with guys like Pittman and Quentin Nelson on that roster, Jonathan Taylor. There's just no chance that they're competitive with Daniel Jones. I don't see it. I don't see him being Sam Darnold. And so they're in another spot similar to what the Saints are, which is it's a team that feels like they have no chance, and yet their division's terrible. So what does that say about you as a team? It says you're the 29th best team in the league. At number 28, the Jets. I know some people have higher hopes for them. I don't. I don't understand what they're doing at quarterback. It feels a lot like with Aaron Glenn taking over. He was there for when Detroit started their turnaround. The only way that Detroit did that was by gutting the entire roster and being very bad for an entire year. They started the year, I believe, 0-11. I think that that's the direction he wants to take it. They have some talent on that team, don't get me wrong. But again, Justin Fields is a placeholder. They're going to try and find a new quarterback next year. I think Aaron Glenn's going to start this from scratch, And he learned that from his time in Detroit. That ends Tier 7. In Tier 6, I'm trusting the quarterback that I shouldn't. And that at number 27 overall is the Panthers. There's still some hope for Bryce Young. I still like Bryce Young. I think there's a chance that guy can bounce back and have a decent career. But the team around him isn't good. They traded Thielen, and now they don't have much talent around him on offense. Hubbard can help in the backfield, but it's like, what weapons do you have to throw to? They've tried with Xavier Leggett. They're hoping that Ted McMillan is going to be a guy that helps them out in the passing game. It's just asking a lot to gel in a hurry. And there's always that shot that Bryce Young is broken beyond repair with what they did to him the first couple of years. So they're at number 27. At number 26 is the Giants. Naming Russ the starter before the season started, I think, was a giant mistake. Their best hope is that Russell Wilson either plays so poorly for the first couple of weeks or somehow gets an injury that has him miss a couple of weeks where Jackson Dart can come in and do what he kind of did in the preseason. As soon as possible, you get him on the field, and then you can have people buy into some hope because hope buys time. They have some talent on offense, I think more than what Carolina has from a couple of years ago, but there's no way that Russ is managing a team to like 9-10 wins in the NFC East with what they have in front of them on the roster. At number 25 is the Raiders. Geno's okay. Jacoby Myers is requesting a trade, though. And it's the same common theme of what's happened in Vegas through multiple coaching staffs. It's all I need to know. Jacoby Myers doesn't think this team's going to be good. No one seems to want to play there. The Seahawks gave up on Geno, but he feels like, much like Russell Wilson and some other quarterbacks we've already mentioned, a big stopgap. And playing in the NFC East with the Commanders and the Philadelphia Eagles is just not ideal. So the Raiders are at 25. At 26 is the Seahawks. The Vikings decided to trust the unknown commodity of J.J. McCarthy over a quarterback that led them to a 14-win season. What does that translate to? I love their running game. I like Kenneth Walker. I think their defense is fine, but I just don't trust Darnold to replicate what he did last season. So that's the end of Tier 6. And Tier 5, new coach, little hope. It's the Jags at number 23 overall. It's a make-or-break year for Trevor Lawrence. He can't wait for Travis Hunter. They don't have the horses yet. They don't have a real answer at running back between Etienne and Bigsby. Lawrence is going to be the deciding factor whether they matter or not, and he just hasn't so far in his career. He's at 23. At number 22 is the Bears. It's a sexy pick for some, but I don't see it this year. Ben Johnson was a great offensive coordinator. He could be a really good head coach. He should help Caleb Williams. But they play in arguably the toughest division in football. They'll be dealt losses by Detroit, Green Bay, and Minnesota throughout the year. If Williams makes a jump in year 2, I think things can change. But that's a lot of unknowns with a brand new head coach to expect all that to gel in a hurry. At number 21 is the Patriots. Vrabel is a proven head coach. Drake May, he has a lot of promise. But again, to turn it around in the first year when you play in the same division as Josh Allen is just, to me, unfeasible. I think Vrabel makes him respectable again, but I think this is going to take a little bit more time than a one-year microwave. So they're at 21. At number 20 is the Cowboys. And this one's kind of like new coach, same Cowboys. I just don't think they'll be as bad as most think with a healthy Dak, but also not having Micah Parsons hurts. They have a similar situation to what we were just talking about with the Giants. You're playing in a division that has Washington and Philly. They are a huge underdog tonight, and I think that's probably correct. I don't think the Cowboys are like a 4-win team, okay? I think they're better than that. But still, they aren't near good enough to be competitive with anybody else in that division or the elites of the NFC. Now to Tier 4, the can you be trusted category. I have at 19 the Falcons. Penix is going to take over as the starter. I think that he's got a lot of talent. They have Bijan. They have Drake London. They have Darnell Mooney. They have Kyle Pitts. They have a lot of weapons on offense. They should be fun to watch offensively. Have a lot of questions about their defense. It still feels like they're about a year out from possibly being competitive and perhaps a coaching change away. There's a lot of pressure on Raheem Morris this year. Penix can change all of that with his arm talent in a bad division, but I don't see it for him yet. And number 18 is the Vikings. They were awesome last year, but making the switch from Darnold to trusting what is essentially a rookie quarterback in a division with the Lions and the Packers, two teams who seem poised to be going head-to-head for that division win, it's tough. I think they might drop out of the playoffs, but it's all dependent on McCarthy and what Kevin O'Connell can do with him, because Kevin O'Connell is a wizard. If anybody can do it, it's Kevin O'Connell. I just think it's a giant risk to take when you won 14 games last year to say, brand new quarterback, please. Number 17, Dolphins. Can Tua stay healthy? I mean, that's it. If he can stay healthy, then the Dolphins should be really competitive. Guess what? I don't trust Tua to stay healthy. He's just got too many issues and problems going on upstairs, where if he takes a hit, he might be out for 2 months. You never know. If he is healthy, then I'd rank him higher than 17th. If not, then they would be way lower. But I feel like 17's a happy medium with this. At number 16's the Cardinals, a team I'm starting to like more and more. They feel poised to make a jump. I like the way they've built their team under is it Jonathan Gannon? Jonathan Gannon. I don't know if I can trust Kyler Murray, though. Kyler Murray has been this every single year. Through week 8, he's like a top 5 MVP candidate.
Good.
Anything beyond that, he falls off the map. And it's too difficult to predict with him. That's why I have him right at the middle. They're number 16 in the league. At number 15 is the Steelers. And again, this is the can you be trusted tier. It's about Aaron Rodgers. Like, they haven't had a quarterback since Roethlisberger. They've been trying to, pick their way through with Mason Rudolphs and Duck Hodges and all these different things, and none of it's working. Rodgers is, at least by name, the best that they've had in years. But can he do that? Can he, at 41, 42 years old? Couple years removed from the injury, be back to a healthier version of Aaron Rodgers that looks better? If so, maybe they do stay in the postseason. If not, then Mike Tomlin might have his first losing season ever. Who knows? So now we go to tier 3, the if things go right category. At number 14 is the Niners. They lost a lot. They put a lot of eggs in the basket of Purdy, paid him a lot of money that made them lose a lot of talent. If Purdy can do it, they'll be fine. You know my feelings on Brock Purdy. I don't trust him. I think that he's somebody who is really good when he has really good talent around him, but when he's asked to carry a team, it becomes a lot more difficult. I think they're still really competitive, but I think there's a hard cap to how good that team can be. And number 13 is the Texans. Their division keeps them contenders. Stroud is really good despite a down year 2. They're going to be healthier at the wide receiver spot, and they're going to win their division. But anything beyond that is the kind of if things go right for them. They got to catch lightning in a bottle in the postseason, and I don't think that they have the talent to keep up with the likes of the Bills and the Ravens and everybody else. At number 12, it's the Rams. Very similar to what I feel about the Dolphins. If Stafford's back can stay healthy, then the Rams are really, really good and competitive. If not, then I don't see it. It's very simple. Rams, I think, could be competing for a Super Bowl if Stafford's healthy. But backs don't just get better. And I think it's going to be an issue with them. They're at 12. At number 11 is the Bucs. They're super talented. They're in a bad division. They're going to make the playoffs, but how much farther can they go? Baker's going to have to do some heavy lifting. Still a ton of talent. They'll get in the postseason. But can they compete with the Eagles? Can they compete with the Packers? Can they compete with Detroit? I don't think they're quite that level. At number 10 is the Denver Broncos. Stellar defense, improved offense. Bo Nix needs to be like Herbert-level quarterback in this division, and then you could have some real conversations for how far they can go. He won't need to be Mahomes if their defense is as advertised. But the Broncos have one thing that's gone for them the last couple of years that most teams don't. They've been really healthy. Can that stay? They're at number 10. Number 9 is the Chargers. I have them just one spot above the Broncos. Harbaugh is an expert at the basics of football. He'll find a way to run it. He'll play great defense. And I think he's going to take off some handcuffs a little bit for his year 2 with Herbert. I think they have the chance to be special. They're going to be competing to win this division. I think they're neck and neck with the Broncos, as is the number 8 team in this category. Oh, by the way, this second tier, I almost missed it. This is sniffing the Super Bowl. At number 8 is the Chiefs. Yeah, the 3 teams in the AFC West, I have them 10, 9, 8. They're the favorite, barely, in this division. The best parts of their team are getting older in Travis Kelce and Chris Jones. Their defense is still great, and they have Mahomes, but for the first time, I think they're going to be legitimately challenged by teams within their own division. So they're at 8. Number 7 is the Commanders. Tough to do the NFC Championship game back-to-back. Jaden may have a tough time in year 2 with a target on his back. Playing the Eagles twice doesn't help, but the team's good. They're talented. I think they could get back to the NFC Championship game. At number 6 is the Bengals. Without slow starts, they're Super Bowl contenders every year. And I think this year that changes. I think by the time the Broncos face them in week 4, they're going to be undefeated at 3-0 and make for a really, really big week 4 game. They have a softer early schedule, and I think they need no more motivation to get things going early in the year. So I have them at 6. And then finally at 5 is the Green Bay Packers. Micah changes a lot. Getting Parsons, having 2 great edge rushers, great young talent. The issue to look out for them, the thing that could hold them back, I think that Jordan Love turns the ball over too much. If he can cut down on those this year, they're absolutely in that Super Bowl mix and can be a team at the top. And then finally, I have tier 1. This is called one of these teams will win. At number 4, I think it's Detroit. A lot of people saying their windows are closed. I disagree. Losing coordinators matters, but they didn't lose much talent. They lost a couple offensive linemen, did their best to replace them. I don't know how that's going to look, but they still have Jahmyr Gibbs, and they still have St. Brown, they still have Laporta, and they still have Goff, and they still have Montgomery, and they have a defense that's not going to have 22 guys on IR last year. I think they're still going to be really good. Not 15-win good, but good enough to win the NFC North. At number 3 is Baltimore. They're great, but they have a playoff problem. Too many times they've missed their opportunity. That's another question. Has the window closed? I think it's still open for them, but they got to do something this year. At number 2 is Buffalo. Similar to Baltimore. A lot of opportunities in the postseason that they haven't capitalized on. But I do think their window is a little more open than Baltimore's is. Josh Allen is he's a really rare talent, as is Lamar Jackson. You can put those 2 teams interchangeable to me. I wouldn't argue with you. But in some order, I think those teams are 2 and 3, and then number 1 is Philly again. I just think top to bottom, most talented team in the league. They really don't have a weakness. They have insane depth on both offense and defense. So when guys even go down, they have dudes to replace them. They're, to me, the number 1 team in the league. And that is NFL Power Rankings with tiers. An annual tradition. Back after this. A lot of criticisms on where I had teams, and that's fine. Totally fine. That's the point of the power rankings with tiers. It's a choose-your-own-adventure book. You can do whatever you want. Here's one thing I'm here for. Game 1 of the NFL season tonight. And I absolutely cannot wait. I think it's going to be an incredibly boring game. That's what's going to suck. I think this game is going to be terrible. I don't know why the NFL has done this. They've done this game really well forever, which is pick the most interesting matchup you can try and conjure up and let it fly. A lot of times it has to do with previous playoff matchups or something like that from the year before. Eagles-Cowboys is boring to me. Now, if the Cowboys were good, then I think it's totally fair, but they aren't. They weren't going to be good even with Micah. I mean, the spread in this game is pretty crazy. If you look across the NFL weekend, there's 2 games that stand out as the highest spreads with nothing else particularly close around them. The only games that have point spreads above 7 or above 6.5 are the Titans and Broncos at 8.5 and this game tonight, which is 8.5. Chiefs-Chargers. Like, I know you got to have the Super Bowl champs play the first game of the season. That's fine. But as far as a matchup, Chiefs-Chargers is another in-division thing that I think would be really interesting. Why not just throw, like, the Commanders in there? That would have been even better. I think it's like the NFL does this really well, and I don't know what they were thinking in putting this game together. Now, I'll tell you what had all NFL fans up in arms yesterday. So, Red Zone. And that Red Zone at 11 o'clock, I've never done crack before, but I would imagine that's what the euphoria is like for some people who do that. It's 11 o'clock Red Zone on the first week of the NFL season.
Oh, yes!
I mean, that's what it is. So Scott Hansen on McAfee's show yesterday said that they are going to have now full commercials. The whole purpose to Red Zone was that there was no commercials. Like, I was always under the impression, if I'm paying for a service, like a standalone service like that, like if you get the NFL Plus or you get Sunday Ticket, that feature was always supposed to be commercial free. Scott Hansen says 7 hours of commercial free football starts now. And already some text coming through that ESPN is ruining everything. From what I understand, this was not ESPN. They aren't partners yet. This was a decision that was made by the NFL media. Remember, this is not part of ESPN. Now, I don't know if there was some backroom negotiation that NFL or the ESPN was pulling strings saying, we'll pay you this money if we're able to advertise or something. But somebody who was a non-ESPN employee said that this was not ESPN's doing, this was the NFL's doing. And I can totally buy that because the NFL never feels like they make enough money somehow. Like, I've talked about this over and over again. At some point, the NFL's just got to be like, we're good. I don't understand why they would take the one product that everybody loves, and the reason why they love it is it never leaves you. And by the way, this isn't like some overlay commercial, right? Like, we've seen this before in, I don't know if you watch golf on TV or something, they'll have like shots, and then they'll do that sort of like, it almost looks like what happens on Twitch occasionally if you watch a show on Twitch. They have an overlay of an ad, but you can still watch the live action. They aren't even doing that. It's full, like, we're cutting away to commercials. Texas is like YouTube Premium. Exactly right. It should be anyway. You're paying for no ads, so there's going to be. Ultimately, is this a huge problem? No. And to be fair, I'm just kind of the guy. Red Zone is the junk food of the NFL. I really appreciate it. Everybody likes it. We'll all go for some junk food sometimes. You aren't really watching football. You're watching like the biggest moments of football games. But it's so nice to have just to stay updated on stuff. Like, remember the days before Red Zone where you'd be in the middle of watching a game and then they'd cut away to a highlight? And they'd be like, hey, a kickoff return for a touchdown in San Francisco. And you're like, oh, that's pretty crazy. Red Zone is just a full channel of just those, which is a great purpose. Because what I do, I set up the game I'm watching, where let's say it's the Broncos are on. They got an 11 o'clock game against the Giants. Okay, cool. One TV is on the Broncos game. The other one's on Red Zone. And I can just kind of pop back and forth during commercials, pop my eyes over, see what's going on. I think this is stupid. It's a greed move where they don't need to be greedy. I don't get it. It's the same thing with all these discussions about like, hey, we're going to put these games, playoff games through a paywall. There is the former ESPN executive who basically ran ESPN for a while. Is it John Skinner, I think his name is? Or Skipper. He said, yeah, I think we're not too far away from the Super Bowl being pay-per-view. And I'm like, pay-per-view? How much money do you guys need? It's just stupid. All it does is piss off your consumers. Now, here's where they got you by the nuts. Guess who's still getting Red Zone? Guess who's still watching Red Zone? Like, I'm not canceling anything over them running a couple ads through there. It pisses me off, but I don't know. Literally, I don't know what the NFL could do to make me just be like, hey, I'm done. I have no idea. They would have to go so far in the weeds on something for me to be out. And they know it. And they know that I'll still pay. I might complain, but I'll still pay. I'm an addict. And they got me. But it's just such a dumb move. There's no reason to do it. You make enough. But God, am I ready for tonight? Again, football is back. Get your fantasy lineup set. Vic did his first ever fantasy football draft yesterday. We can ask him what it feels like to be a nerd. So we'll do that in a couple of minutes. 303-504-0925. We're broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. We'll be joined by Jeff Legwald at 9 o'clock this morning. A whole bunch to get to. And you can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. And that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup. With the same great deals, get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh food, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube channel today. And don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Football's back. The world is right again. And damn it, it's good to be an American. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
2nd and 4. There's Nix going for the long ball. He's got a step on him. And the Broncos strike early with the touchdown to Franklin from 43 yards out.
1st and 10. Good time. McClinchy a block. Going deep. Oh, he's got him. He's got Mims. Touchdown. The Broncos have come back again.
Play action. Minshew looking. Throws intercepted by Surtain. Pat Surtain on the run. Nobody's going to catch him. Surtain going all the way for a Denver touchdown.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Huge, yeah.
Yeah. Boys, we're back.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
We're so back. And that game tonight can be heard where? Here. Why?
Vic Lombardi loves nanners.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome, man. I'm ready. I'm ready to go for the season. I'm ready to get it on.
Can I say one thing quickly about this opening of the NFL season tonight? The NFL, who is excellent at picking these opening games, really messed this up. The game, I'm so happy to have the NFL back. The Eagles are going to smoke the Cowboys. You don't think?
You never know.
Yeah, but they always have, like, Vic, when's the last time the opening game of the NFL season was an 8.5-point spread? 8.5 points in the NFL is like 40 points in college.
That's like a gimme.
Yeah, they do this so well every year, and they're just like, oh, it would be like the MLB saying this, and they do this all the time anyway. Hey, opening game of the MLB season on national TV. The first one is going to be who? What do you guys think about the Red Sox-Yankees? Does that sound like you're like, ugh.
Well, it's always an eyeball game. You invite the Cowboys to this game because of the eyeballs, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, but they've done different things in past years with.
They don't need to do that.
Well, we can get to the biggest thing. I was going to start with the Broncos, but let's table that for a second. The biggest news of the day yesterday was very easily that Red Zone's showing commercials. They're doing that.
The biggest news of the day is I got through a fantasy football draft.
That too, yes. So, Vic, hang on to that for a second.
I will.
How's it feel to join the club? So Red Zone, Scott Hansen's on, I think it was McAfee's show yesterday, and he was talking about how there's going to be, these aren't like overlays, right? Where they sneak the ad in, but they keep the action in just a smaller box on the screen. These are full, we're cutting away to commercial, which the whole point to Red Zone is no commercials ever. There's always action somewhere that we will take you to. And so everybody gets upset. And I was just talking about this, Vic. It's so funny that you said that. That it doesn't matter. They could put the worst game in the world on tonight, and we're all still going to watch because the NFL has me. I'm addicted. I don't like having commercials on Red Zone. Guess what I'm not going to do? Cancel my Red Zone.
Yeah, you're not going to cancel Red Zone.
Yeah.
I see people all over the interwebs that are blasting ESPN, beating the snot out of ESPN. It's not ESPN.
It's not.
It's all NFL. The NFL still produces they still have total control of Red Zone. It's just that they get a 10% stake in ESPN, and now ESPN owns the naming rights and all that kind of thing.
So why are they doing this?
Why did they get, I mean, listen, the NFL, like other leagues, they started their own network.
Yep.
They put the studios right there at SoFi, down in Southern California, so on. They got rid of all of that. I mean, they're getting rid of their own networks, and they're going just back to, hey, do it for us type of stuff.
I think the answer is very easy, Vic. Why are they doing it? Because they can. I mean, I've been on this for like 2 straight years as they continue to put playoff games behind paywalls and subscribe to this service if you want to watch the Christmas Day game and all this different stuff. And I've always asked, like, don't you guys have enough? Like, don't you have enough money? You make billions upon billions upon billions of dollars. Everybody who owns an NFL franchise, hell, the Walton Penner Group's owned it for what? Is it 3-4 years now? 3, 4? And they've made like 2x the amount that they paid for already. You know what I mean? Like, how much more do you need? But fine. I'm an addict. I'll line up to take the next hit I can get, no matter what it costs. I don't like it. I don't like the way that they're doing business. Like, I really think we're not that far away from the NFL saying, hey, you guys want to watch the Super Bowl? $50, pay-per-view. Go ahead. Like, why wouldn't they on the track that they're going on now?
So why are they doing this? Because they had a very loyal audience who demanded Red Zone, paid extra for it, went out to get it, and they decided to, forget that. Let's just go all commercial. Is the commercial ad revenue that much more than the fee of Red Zone? And the fee of Red Zone went to carriers, the broadcasters themselves, some of it to the NFL. So why, again, I'm going to ask you guys very carefully, why do you think the NFL is going this route? Why are they selling out this far?
I thought I just gave you 2 minutes of an answer.
Apparently that was not satisfactory. Right.
It wasn't.
Right. It wasn't palatable to Vic.
Yeah,
so
I was like, I gave you my answer.
Just keep asking the question until we give you an answer that you find that you like and you can live with.
Do you have an answer and you're looking for us to guess your answer? Is that what you're doing here?
No, I guess it's more of a frustration. It's like, how far do you go with this?
Yeah.
Is there anything that is considered sacred anymore? Like, what is the last sacred? Red Zone was sacred. It was yours. You could watch it without having to worry about going to a commercial break. Is there anything outside of the Masters now, and I'm not saying the Masters is commercial free, but it's commercial limited. Is there anything that's sacred anymore?
Not really. No. Not
like,
that I can think of.
Well, I mean, would you consider for the moment, at least the Super Bowl is on over-the-air TV for free? Anybody with an antenna can get it. I mean,
the reason why the Super Bowl's over the air is because the commercials sell for ridiculous amounts of money. And once that balance changes, if somebody's willing to buy the Super Bowl and put it on Peacock or whatever, that's going to alter that broadcast.
I got an answer. Our show is sacred. Nobody's paid a dime to listen to our show before.
Well, we go to commercial break, my friend.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, you got to keep the lights on.
I don't think that has ever been, those two words have never been put together, right? Those three words, our show and sacred. Those have never been combined at all.
I'm here to do it today.
But this is great, man. Here we are getting ready for the Broncos. We're 3 days away. Again, I can't help but think that this is a dang good football team and things are exciting. I do have concerns, though.
I have some, too.
Why is Dre Greenlaw not on a football field?
Well, Sean Payton can answer that question. Would you like to hear Sean Payton answer?
I would love to hear this.
Sean Payton, why isn't Dre Greenlaw there?
Those two words have never been put together, right? Those three words, our show and sacred.
Yeah. No. I want Sean Payton, please. Sean Payton, on why Dre Greenlaw is not actively participating in football things because he's a big name for the football team.
At this point forward, and I appreciate the question, at this point forward, I'm not going to talk one thing about player injuries. We'll report what we're required to report, but you'll never hear me talk about how I feel it's going or any of that. And then really there's no advantage for me to discuss it.
So there you go. That's your answer, Moj. There is no answer.
If he's not on the field today, he's not going to play.
That answer gives me some pause.
Yeah.
Because that answer, obviously, he thought through on that, on how he was going to address it. And, I've been told, okay, well, Dre usually doesn't practice on Wednesdays anyway. Well, this is the Wednesday before the start of the regular season. It's also a player who hasn't been able to get much time over the course of camp. It's also a player who missed much of minicamp. It's also a player who was injury prone to begin with. I'm sorry if it gives me pause.
Well, I'm not dumb. Well, I may be dumb, but I'm smart enough to figure this out. He missed the team's off-season programs, correct? In training camp, he was limited. He didn't play in any preseason football games whatsoever. And here we are the Wednesday before the season opener. Now today's Thursday, and he hasn't been on the field. If he's not on the field today, he will not play. And if he does, he is going to be limited. That's just the bottom line. Now, again, I'm not freaking out over this. This is not, oh, my God, I can't believe it, we're doomed. This is, hey, man, what what really is the story, and this is a prized free agent, and this is a guy who's very important not only to the linebacking core on the inside overall, but also the defense overall. So what's happening there? I don't want this to be, I'm afraid it's going to be one of these prolonged, have to maintain things throughout the year.
I'm so with you, Moj. If this was Pat Surtain or something, it'd be like, he doesn't need to practice. He knows the defense. He's been here. He's done that. I think we'll be fine. Greenlaw hasn't been here. He hasn't worked with this defense a whole lot. He hasn't been participating in learning what Vance Joseph likes to do. Now, he's a good enough player where I think he can figure it out. Like Micah Parsons is he got to Green Bay, 4 days ago? And he's going to play in that opening game, assuming that his back is okay. Did you hear he's getting an epidural? He could get an epidural before the game?
You know what? Sometimes you just need a good epidural.
I've only heard about that in birthing kids.
I had one of those.
An epidural?
Yeah.
For what?
For my back.
When?
Months ago. It's pretty common.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, he got there just a few days ago, and he's going to play for Green Bay.
Okay, then let me ask you this. Have you ever had a pain-relieving shot?
No.
Like a cortisone shot,
Have you ever
epidural,
had pain?
whatever.
Do you ever have pain?
I'm in pain all the time.
You mean to tell me you've never had a cortisone shot before?
Dude, a good cortisone shot, I'll tell you what, man.
I mean, okay, how about this?
Moj, that's how you know we're old, bro.
I've had numbing creams and numbing shots for the dentist. But
No. This is where it lasts for a while. And you're like, mama
changes
mia.
your life.
Papa Pia. It feels so good.
Dude, I haven't taken a, what's the high-grade pain meds? What are those? Vicodin or something like that. Or
well, I can't do any narcotics because they make me barf. So I can't
never
do any pain medication whatsoever except cortisone.
You know what I can't do either because it does absolutely nothing for me? Someone says take some Advil or Aleve. It does nothing.
Yeah.
I could take the entire bottle. It does nothing. I don't know what it does for
Wouldn't
you people.
recommend it.
But what is it? It does nothing.
Well, you end up like Mama Cass. That's another story. Brett, cortisone doesn't actually kill pain. It relieves inflammation, and that stops the pain, and then you're good to go.
I see.
So either way...
Well, then give Dre Greenlaw a cortisone shot and an epidural and everything else that he needs.
Well, you don't want it to drag on, but this is... I mean, I would say that this is concerning. I think if you're talking about anything that's concerning about this football team, this really is the first thing all year long or all offseason long, all training camp long, all anything long, where you're going... Man, that just is kind of weird. I don't know, man. By the way, he only played in 9 games last year.
Here's what's important. Yes, and
we're coming back from that injury.
Yes, and here's what's important. The Broncos' defense is going to have to be the thing that carries them. We hope the offense gets better, but we know where the bread's buttered on this team. They are going to be competitive and hopefully a contender because their defense is going to be really good. They have elite level players at every level except linebacker. If Dre Greenlaw's out. Like, you could go, on the defensive line, you got a bunch of names to pick from. I mean, Bonito and Zach Allen are the ones that stands out, but, DJ Jones is very, very good. So is Jonathan Cooper. So is JFM. Like, they got a bunch of them. In the secondary, it's Surtain and Hufanga and whatever Jahdae Barron's going to be, and Riley Moss is pretty good, and there's hope for Abrams. Like, they have that. Linebacker, it's kind of like Dre Greenlaw's going to be your difference maker. Alex Singleton's a good player. He's solid, whatever. I don't think that he's like he's a game-changing type of linebacker. He's just steady. Dre Greenlaw can change things. It's one of the reasons why I was so excited about the defense was him being in the middle. And if they don't have him healthy now, God, we've been waiting all offseason for it.
Yeah.
It's time. I'm concerned.
Well, you should be. And again, the reaction by Sean Payton tells me that they may have some concern. But this is the way they're going to handle it.
You think that Sean Payton would give a different answer even if let's say that he's not concerned about it. Would he say the same thing?
That's what it means. That means it stops.
Or do you think that he would say something like, yeah, I think he's going to be fine, but I'm not really going to talk about injuries?
Yeah, this sounds to me like he's concerned.
I think the latter.
Can we go, Nelly, if you have that cut one more time, because this is the way I would like to be able to talk in my life to people. Brett, Vic, ask me a question about my anything, my driver, whatever.
Why do you wear those shirts all the time?
Listen, from this point on, I'm not going to be talking about shirts nor clothing of any kind. In fact, what I wear on a daily basis will not be concerning to you, but you will see it when I arrive at 6:45 in the morning.
Right. That is such a great answer.
I want to be able to talk to people like that all day.
Yeah, he just cuts them off at the knees, right? He basically cuts them off right at the knees.
At the grocery store, do you want to I don't want to discuss. This is the last time I'll discuss receipts. If I take the receipt out of the machine, that means I want the receipt. If I leave it there or I throw it away in the receptacle, that means I have no need for this piece of paper which says I just paid for a bag of walnuts for my wife's cookies.
That is so good.
But Moser, here's the kicker. I'm going to ask you a question, and you have to cut me off before I'm done with the question.
Okay.
So here, let me try this again.
Let me get into let me channel my inner Sean Payton.
Yes.
Here you go.
Okay.
And if you need a refresher to get into character.
At this point forward, and I appreciate the question, at this point forward, I'm not going to talk one thing about.
At least he was nice, and he said, "I appreciate the question."
Hey, Moj, I know you tried beekeeping before, and that didn't really
let me
go
stop
so
you.
well.
Let me stop you right there.
Gonna...
And listen, we all love nature, and we all love creatures of Mother Earth. I'm going to stop you right there and say, look, I will not be discussing flying pets from this point on. We all know about flying pets. We all know the history, but I don't think there's any need to rehash what the situation has been, not only with my bees in general across the United States and the world. So if you'd like to discuss insects that are non-winged, ants and whatnot, I'd be more than happy to take your question.
That's it. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I love this.
Let me try one more.
We can do this all day.
Moj, how come every time we play golf together, you get off to a hot start, and then around hole 8, you say you're never going to play?
I appreciate you taking interest in our matches and whatnot, but we're not going to be discussing holes 5 through 18 from this point on. I think it's pretty self-evident. I really appreciate you taking an interest in my swing, but from holes 5 through 18, those don't need to be discussed any further. And if they do need to be discussed, I promise you, and again, this is with all due respect, I will bring it up to you.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
That's great.
So it's like
it really is great. You cut them off at the pass.
So good at that.
It is. You cut them off at the pass is what you do. You basically set the boundaries.
Like you're basically it's a nice way of saying shut up, shut up, and don't do that ever again. Like it was good of him, by the way, to just throw in and I appreciate the question. But are you stupid? You know I'm not answering.
He doesn't really appreciate the question. He's like, Jesus, God, don't ask me about Greenlaw. I don't want to talk about it. I'm pissed off. I haven't seen him on the field since the Eisenhower administration, and he may be in a coma.
You don't think deep down Sean Payton is thinking to himself.
That's basically
You don't think deep down that entire roster, everybody on that team in the organization is saying, my God, dude, can you please get out and play? Can you please trot out there and do something?
Well, I guess my question, Vic, is what kind of thigh injury keeps you out of all of off-season activities in every preseason game?
Yeah.
And he left practice. Remember the day he left practice? What is
quad.
wrong? Okay, quad, thigh. It's all part of the same area, right? Put it this way: the quad is located in the thigh. Yeah.
What kind of correction was that?
Well, I mean,
hey, and I appreciate the correction. Just for the record, I can't do it as good as Moj. The thigh and the quad are the same. Synonymous.
Are they necessarily the same? Is it the quad, the upper portion of the thigh?
Listen, Vic, if you play your cards right, I'll show you my upper portion of my thigh. During the commercial break, via Zoom. You want to do that? Want me to FaceTime you?
And with that, more to discuss. The opening day of the NFL season. That game,
but we're
6:20 right here, Altitude Sports Radio.
We are here, Altitude Sports Radio, tonight NFL football, baby.
So a lot more to discuss. The biggest concern for the Broncos from last year. Could it be a strength this year? We'll get to it next.
We'll report what we're required to report.
Had a physical a couple of years ago. Blood work comes back. It's all good, except you know what? Little low testosterone. Doc, what do I do? Well, you're just kind of getting up there. You can deal with it. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They took care of me at 720-440-7900. Because it's not just what you're thinking. Listen, low testosterone affects a lot of your life. Decreased energy, brain fog, bad sleep patterns, all different kinds of things. Because as you get older, you start to lose that testosterone. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can get you back to being you, that vigor, that vibrancy, all that kind of thing. It can happen for you. So if you're feeling that way, maybe you have low T as well. Maybe you don't, but maybe you do. So give them a call. That number again is 720-440-7900. They've got 5 locations. Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs, and the all-revamped, renewed, brand-new Castle Rock location is just sitting there waiting for you. So for those of you on the south side, schedule an appointment today. All you've got to do is check them all out because they can take care of your entire dude engine at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Moser's got a beef with me that we'll get to in a few minutes. He called me a whole bunch of names for something I said during the appetizer hour.
None of them fit the print.
No. But I did the whole power rankings with tears. You can check it out on the podcast. It's again, it's like stock up, stock down. It's everybody's favorite thing when the football season rolls around.
Yes, it's
like
very
people
favorite.
on pins and needles waiting to see where I ranked the Cincinnati Bengals this year.
1,000%.
Everybody. So we'll get to your beef with me in a second. Now, we discussed this yesterday for a couple of minutes, but just to dive a little bit deeper. Bill Barnwell had an article on ESPN. He thinks the Broncos are going to miss the playoffs. His reasoning for that, he said the defense, which is the strength of the team, had a lot of variance week to week. That they would have a week where they held the team to 6 points, and the next week they give up 32 to Cleveland or something like that.
He does have a point there.
They did that late in the year.
Yeah, but again, I look at through the course of the season. Can I just go through this and let me get on Barnwell's bacon here a little bit, okay? They gave up 20, 13, 7, 9, 18, 23, 10, 14, 41 to Baltimore, which is an outlier because Baltimore's a witch. They gave up 16 to Kansas City, then 6, and then 19, and then 32, but they won the damn football game.
Yeah.
And then 13, 34 to the Chargers, which was a crazy game. The Bengals game, they gave up 30, and then, of course, none to Kansas City.
Against the JV squad.
I don't understand you people. You're upset when people glaze the Broncos, as they have nationally for the last few months.
Who's upset here?
I'm not upset.
Then you're critical of those who are critical of whatever. Well, you bring it up and you're like, oh, he's wrong. Everybody has an opinion. No, it's okay.
Hang on, you're misreading. You're misreading.
I guess I am.
This isn't a criticism of Barnwell. Moser said he's not exactly wrong, and he just went through all the steps to what he was saying. Like, the defense had variance in what they gave up as far as a point total from week to week.
Hey, bottom line, the team still has a lot to prove. The team has to prove it can beat a winning team with a great quarterback.
Well, and that's what I'm getting to here, is his other criticism was that the Broncos were 1-6 in one-score games. You could boil that down even more. They were 1-6 in one-score games against good opponents, because that's where those losses came. There were good teams in the league.
The best quarterback the Broncos beat was Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not going to call it Aaron Rodgers, because Aaron Rodgers and that whole Jets game that's not it.
Yeah.
No, I'm not looking at the legacy of Aaron Rodgers that particular day.
The best and the Kansas City game is out because that was a JV.
Well, it was Carson Wentz.
Right.
I mean,
it's
not really close. It's Baker and nobody else is close. So the 1-6 record in those games, and you can take it as, hey, one-score games is what they lost, or you could take it where I think it is, which is good teams that you lost to. I think that's going to change. They're going to steal a couple more of those. If we think that this team is better, then here's what they were last year. They were a good team. A good team beats bad teams. A great team beats great teams. And can they take that next step? So the question is, can you get one against the Chargers? Can you find an upset against like Washington late in the year when you go on the road there? Can you get at least a split against Kansas City's A team? You know what I mean? Like, that's the stuff you're kind of looking at for the separator.
Are you assuming at this point 2 wins against the Raiders? Are you assuming that? Because you beat them both times.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of that coin, Moj,
because
is
they're a better football team too.
The other side of that coin is you were elite level against teams that you were better than. They didn't lose a single game. They were favored last year.
There's a scenario in which the Broncos perhaps don't meet or exceed the expectations they had last year. There's a scenario in which they end up with a very similar record, but a much different take, a much different feel, a much different takeaway. Mix in wins against really good teams and really good quarterbacks, and you might feel better about the season. The final number doesn't matter as much as how you feel. Like last year, everybody was happy with the result, right?
Yeah.
And you had to be. You're in the playoffs, for crying out loud, for the first time in a long time, with a rookie quarterback. How can you not be happy? But it would be disingenuous to suggest part of that path to the playoffs, it was springboarded by some games that you're going to win. You played some bad teams.
Well, I was just going to ask you a question, Vic. Let's say in the middle of that run last year that they were on, so they had that rough start to the year, and then they looked like a really decent football team. But there was a couple of games that could have gone either way against the bad opponents that they found a way to win.
Well,
let me give you an example.
And I've got a perfect example as well. Go ahead.
Let's say that Indy doesn't run the double reverse pass that gets picked off by Bonito and taken to the house.
Let's say Jonathan Taylor crosses the goal line with the ball.
Sure. Like any one of those things, I'll just take the Indy game in particular because that was crunch time, need these wins to make the playoff games, right? If they lose that game, they miss the playoffs. So let's live in a world for a second where that happened. Jonathan Taylor punches it in the end zone. He doesn't fumble, all that different stuff. There's no double reverse pass. It's taken in the house. Indianapolis wins. Broncos lose. They miss the playoffs. Does that change the way you feel about expectations of the Broncos this year?
I don't think the expectations would be as high as they are right now. I think the expectation would be, hey, let's get a shot at the playoffs here, and you're making advancements. Because you made the playoffs last year, the expectations jump up a level.
Yep.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Yep.
You might have the exact same result out of the Broncos season, the same record, the same one and done in the playoffs, and yet it could be a better season.
It's interesting, too, because there's one game in the early going last year where everything could have changed, and that is that Raiders game. You lose the first two out of the chute, fine. You beat Tampa, which was a wonderful win. I think the Bucs were not. I think they probably just sleptwalked through their game plan.
And the Broncos played great that week.
They really did. And then, of course, you won on the road again in New York. In the slop fest. Now.
Yeah, you're talking about if Minshew doesn't throw the pick six?
You're about to go down 17-3 because you didn't do crap.
Yeah.
In the first half of that game, you didn't do anything. You got one field goal, and then you kicked a field goal right at the end of the right at halftime.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
But sandwiched in between those two field goals is Gardner Minshew rolling to his left and throwing it right to Pat Surtain.
Yeah.
And he goes to the house, and you're like, oh, my God, that changed. Because if you're down, let's say you're even down 17-6, the whole scope of that second half looks completely different. And let's say you lose. Then you're a 2-3 football team. You lost to the Chargers the next week.
Yeah.
Now you're a 2-4 team. Now you got two bunnies coming up in New Orleans and Carolina, and you won both of those games. But now you're just a 500
But
team.
it's a complete different feel.
It absolutely is. So, I mean, these are the things that they overcame. Good. I'm assuming they'll overcome them again because they're a better football team.
Well, I'll give you something I heard yesterday. I don't have audio on this, and it's fine. But I was listening to, there was a clip of Bill Simmons. He was on his podcast, and he's really high on the Broncos. He goes, he's uncomfortable with how much he loves what the Broncos are. He made a comparison. He said he feels like it's Detroit the year they went 9-8 and missed the postseason. The following year they went to the NFC Championship game. He thinks they're poised for a jump like that. Where he goes, the team was pretty good, and with one more year, he thinks they can make a sizable jump. Now, who knows? But, again, this is all in the category of if things go according to plan, if Greenlaw and Hufanga stay healthy, if you don't have injuries to the offensive line, if you get better production out of your running game, like all of that's available. But it's a lot of stuff that we haven't seen yet. What we know about the Broncos is that they're good. What we don't know is if they're great. That's it.
Fellas, give me 3 minutes as we go to break here in 3 minutes. Give me 3 minutes on what I saw yesterday.
Okay, go ahead.
It was a very rare sight. Nikola Jokic got outplayed by another center. Alperen Şengün, playing for Turkey.
I like Şengün.
Şengün is a problem. Fellas, I'm here to tell you the Houston Rockets are going to pose a big challenge, just as big as Oklahoma City, for the rights to the Western Conference. Yesterday in a game between Serbia and Turkey, and I know Serbia was missing a couple key players. They're missing Bogdan, whatever you want to call him.
Bogdan.
I get it. But Şengün was unstoppable. He finishes with 28 points, 13 rebounds, 8 assists. That's a Joker line.
Mm-hmm.
Joker finishes with 22, 9 rebounds, and 3 steals.
Yeah.
Now, people will say, well, Serbia wasn't fully there. They didn't have other players. The numbers don't lie. You can't have it both ways. All right? You can't have it both ways. Şengün had the better game. Couldn't miss from 3. Was making everything. The kid is not afraid of Nikola Jokic. He's not. He plays his best when they play the Nuggets.
He idolizes him.
He does. He's a problem. So I don't care about the Eurobasket tournament. I'm not invested in this like some people might be. In fact, that's a whole other argument, rooting for your team versus rooting for a player. I root for the Nuggets. Okay? So, great, Serbia. I'm not sitting there losing my breath if Serbia loses. All right? Şengün is a problem. And he's going to be a problem because he doesn't back down from Nikola Jokic. Doesn't fear him and gets better every time he plays against him. Just make note of that. Mm-hmm. Put that in your back pocket. It's not a warning. It's not it's just make note of that. There aren't many people on earth who can guard and play with Nikola Jokic one-on-one. He is one of those people. Go ahead.
How long is this friggin' thing going to last?
What?
Eurobasket?
Because it feels like it's been going on all summer long.
Yeah.
Well, they're now they're moving into the knockout stage now.
I found it interesting. I Googled. I couldn't find how long this thing will last. But you realize that Iceland has a basketball team?
They do?
Yeah. Raj plays for him.
That's good.
See their center?
Hey, hold on. Cyprus was a host in 2020. Cyprus. Like, hey, how about that Cyprus basketball?
Malta's got a hell of a team.
Can I admit something to you? I have no idea where Cyprus is.
It's right off
it's
the
right
coast
there,
of Greece.
Greece.
Am I wrong about Şengün?
No, I've always thought Şengün's great.
You're totally right, Vic.
He looks like he's doing a Jokic thing, too, where it's like it went from, hey, that's a pretty good player, to like he's creeping into the, oh, he's a really, really good player now.
That is correct. He is a really good player. And by the way, he's had a good tournament.
He hasn't proven it. The only step he has not proven it in the playoffs. He usually falls apart come playoff time.
Yeah.
That's the thing that separates.
How did he get to Houston? Was it a trade? Because he was drafted by OKC, wasn't he?
I don't know. I think he was one of those draft picks. He was picked by somebody else and rights to another team. That's what he was.
Oh, there's Cyprus. Oh, just a little island all by itself, huh?
Hanging out over there.
Hey, when we come back, college football has been going for a week now. I guess 2 weeks if you want to include week 0.
We should have told Powder that Cyprus was near Tuscaloosa.
I would have bought it.
Yeah. It's on the Gulf of Mexico. It's a brand new island. It's no big deal.
Oh, no. I would know that. I've been around the Gulf many times.
Also, when am I going to be able to pick my bone with you? We'll do some college, and I'll pick some bones. Actually, You know what? When you get back to your little NFL tiers, and tiers in terms of stacking teams, not crying tears of sadness.
Yes. We'll get back.
I'll get on you then.
8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. We'll get to it when we come back. College football has been back for a couple of weeks, and the petty has already started. We'll get to it next.
Winston Churchill once said, if you're going through hell, just keep going. Dan Caplis helps good people keep going. After a serious injury or the wrongful death of a loved one, Dan's 40-year track record of historic success in high-stakes personal injury cases tells you everything about how he operates. Because high-stakes injury cases, that's what he does. They're fought on a different level. Dan Caplis Law is proven. It will go toe-to-toe with the biggest and the baddest the insurance companies have to offer. And he'll win. That's why Dan Caplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche, a serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help, call him today. 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551. Or hit him up online, dancapleslaw.com.
I didn't think it would happen this quickly, but with some big-time matchups early in the college football season, we have beefs already. Did you guys happen to hear the Dabo Swinney, Brian Kelly back and forth?
Yeah.
So Brian Kelly, LSU, basically just won the second half of the game, which won them the game against Clemson in the opening week. And this is what Dabo said afterwards with Brian Kelly's response.
Day one of class.
Hold on. Here we go.
It's like getting the final exam, day one of class. They made a 65, we made a 58. Neither one of us were great.
We dominated him in the second half. So he's either a really good grader for, giving himself a 58, or he's a really hard grader on us, or he didn't see the second half, which that might be the case. He might not have wanted to see the second half.
So already, we got a little back and forth between coaches. I can tell you right now what's really pissing off college coaches. Resources have always been dispersed unevenly in college athletics. Texas has more money than God. Delaware, who the Buffs play this weekend, do not. But Mike Gundy was talking about Oregon spending money. Is this his radio show, his weekly radio show, Nelly? So he was talking about Oregon. He used them as a reference for schools that have cash.
Oregon is paying a lot of money for their team. So from a non-conference standpoint, there's coaches saying they should play teams that are spending the same amount of money. I think Oregon spent close to 40 last year alone. That was just 1 year. Now, I might be off a few million.
So that's what he said about Dan Lanning in Oregon, who they play this week, by the way.
You see where this is going, right?
Sure.
You see where this is headed. He just said it. It's abundantly clear to me. You're going to have a conference of teams that spend a lot of money. And then everybody else.
Well, Dan Lanning's response to him was this.
I got a ton of respect for Coach Gundy. Ultimately, how blessed are we to be in a place that's invested in winning? If you want to be a top 10 team in college football, you better be invested in winning. And we spend to win. Some people save to have an excuse for why they don't, right? And ultimately, he's a great coach. They've done an unbelievable job, but I want to be a team that's competing at the highest level. And we're really fortunate to be in that situation. So I can't speak on their situation. I have no idea, what they got in their pockets over there. I'm sure UT Martin maybe didn't have as much as them last week, and they played. So we'll let it play out.
Hang on. Dan Lanning, can I just say this? Whatever you think of Dan Lanning, a lot of people around here don't like him for what he said about Dion and the Buffs last year. That guy dropped some bars, though, man.
He's good.
He really
He's a
does.
music writer.
Yeah.
I have to ask this question, fellas, and I'm confused, so I'm going to need your help. Listeners, help. Send me texts that are helpful, please. So they're talking about this disparity in funds. Last year, all the college coaches talked about how Ohio State bought a national title, how Ohio State had this ridiculous sum of money they spent on their players, okay? When does this salary cap come into effect? Is it indeed a salary cap? Remember, all these institutions agreed that
up to $20 million for all sports or something?
All sports, and then so if it's up to $20 million with all sports, you just heard Gundy say Oregon spent $40 million just on football.
But yeah, I don't think that's in effect yet.
Okay. Let's say it goes into effect next year. Let's say it goes into effect next week. How do you possibly police that?
I don't know, Vic, how you possibly police that because
now we're going back to the old days where everything's under the table.
Everybody could just do whatever they want all the time. It was interesting, too. Again, you're just moving. It's the same issue. You're just moving in a different direction,
It's
right?
like the cable bundle. The cable bundle's coming back in a different form.
Correct.
Right? It's the same argument. Now you're going to get teams, you guys, you're going to hit the cap here. We got a cap. Oh, really? Watch this.
Well, I was talking about Alabama the other day and about their NIL money. And people had jumped on my bacon on the text line and whatnot, saying, Mose, you're so stupid. They've got so much money. It's blah, blah, blah. Well, I was reading the comments. I didn't see the podcast of former quarterback A.J. McCarron. And he said, quote,
is he out of the league?
I think he's out of the league. Huh? I don't think he minds. I'll explain later. Okay. Anyway, he says, quote, you look at these other teams. You look at these other teams that have $40 to $50 million in NIL. Alabama, and I know this for a fact, talking to multiple people in the program, Alabama has less than $20 million in their NIL. And that's when I said to you, I don't know that Bama is as rich as you think they are, right? Well, this backs it up right here that maybe Bama, he says, McCarron thinks the coach of the Tide matters less compared to the state of their NIL. And that may be the case. Listen, Kalen DeBoer may be a crap coach. He may be a great coach. But they don't have as much bread as LSU and Georgia and so on. So, I mean, that's where we're at now in college football. So if Mike Gundy wants to get all over Oregon. It's just the state of affairs now. That's all it is.
You know, it's interesting, too.
Go ahead.
It's interesting because coaches have we heard since Prime has gotten his new contract, $10 million a year, has he gone on stage and talked about money as much anymore?
I haven't heard it.
You know what I'm saying? It's not an argument because he got paid.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he'd like to have more players paid, but where are you going to spend your money?
You know, Dan Lanning, I think, had a great response, though, when he was talking about it. Basically what Mike Gundy said, it's not fair for us to have to play against Oregon in the non-conference. And what did he say? Well, you guys just played UT Martin. Does that seem fair? Like, it is kind of like the same thing. You booked a team to get an easy win that you have way more money and resources than.
Yeah.
Hey, who was the guy, Vic, that gave all that money to Okie State?
T-Bone Pickens.
Wait, T-Bone?
The first thing that came to mind is
Pickens.
the first thing that came to mind is here's Gundy complaining about a financial windfall for another franchise, another program, when T-Boone Pickens he showered Oklahoma State in money for years.
Yeah.
Well, here it is right here. He gave he gave $120 million to Okie State. Now, he died in 2019, so I think it was right before that, right? Was it like 2017?
But over the years, like, I wonder what the sum total of what he gave was.
Exactly. And I'm thinking to myself, well, man, you know, Colorado's got Kelly.
Sup?
Kelly Sup. They got Kelly and they got a couple peeps, but they don't have a dude going, hey, by the way, here's just a free $120 million or here's whatever. I mean, it's always been that way. If you've got some crazy donor, I mean, for God's sake, Pat Stryker, she basically built the new, or she renovated the old stadium, right? She renovated Hughes. Didn't she, Vic, back in the day? Help me out.
Yes. Listen, there's a lot of donors for these universities, and I know many for CU who have ample supplies of money who choose not to go down this road. They don't want to play this game. They don't like the way college athletics has gone. They don't want to go the NIL or it's not what they want to do.
Hey,
so
Nelly,
it depends on your university.
Losing. Yeah, I suppose.
Well, it's not a reflection of you.
Well, all I'm saying is, I remember when Coach K was like, the one and done stuff is ridiculous. This isn't helping anybody. And then it was one and dones forever because he's like, well, I got to win. So,
right. Hey, I'm gonna give you a little insight here, because everybody talks about, you just said, to love losing. If I'm endowed a ton of money and I got to find something to do with that money, with all due respect, one of the last items on my list would be to give it to my college for athletics.
Yeah.
There are way many more important things around my life that I would throw that money at. Way many. I mean, there's a list of 100 than college athletics. Sorry.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know about you guys.
Well, I can throw $100 to Sac State. You know, that's cool. Nelly, is that worth it? Should we save it or should we do it? You tell me, is it worth it?
We got to get to commercial, but let's play it coming up later. Mike Gundy was in a funny commercial that Moser sent me, and it's actually pretty clever. I think we should listen to it later.
All right, we'll get to it in a bit. Just for the record, if I could guarantee Papa Kane a Super Bowl for the Detroit Lions by throwing $50 million at Micah Parsons for a trade, I might. If I had the money to do it. My dad needs one, man. He needs one. If I could donate the cash to take the Detroit Lions over the top for Papa Kane just to get one, I might. If I'm like Bezos, yeah. We're going out. Mahomes, what do you need? 600 mil? I got you.
That's a good son.
Dad, I'll never have that money, so we don't need to worry about that. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Moser has a problem with me because I did my annual power rankings with tears that I do every Thursday of the opening of the NFL season.
It brought me to tears, all right.
Power rankings with tiers. I have 8 tiers that teams are in, and I power rank them. Nobody in the business does it like I do it.
It's so stupid.
It's pretty dumb.
It's extra work that nobody's willing to
It's
do
almost
that I
as
did.
stupid as all those. The only thing that's as stupid is that I'm doing my first ever fantasy, and I know we're going to get into it, the fantasy draft last night, and I have a screen in front of me of about 9 million data points.
Yep.
And I'm looking at this going, what is this?
Well, Moser was invested because he called me a dip something when he got in this morning for where I had one team. We'll get to it next.
Great.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Look, I don't think Moser's going to fist fight me over this take, but when I was doing the very, very popular, insanely popular, that everybody loves power rankings with tiers, here's what I had.
Fatality. Why don't you just call it a tiered power ranking?
Because, Vic, that's not what it is. Don't try and step in on my thing when you didn't think of it. It's my thing. Don't even try this. It's my thing. Everybody loves it. You guys just don't have the work ethic to put together 32 names in a row with tiers, okay? It's on you. It's for you being lazy.
So you're
I told Mose, what time did I go to bed last night?
I would have tears.
Midnight.
I'd be crying if I had to do that.
So, but Brett, I don't need to stay awake until midnight to say these teams suck. These teams are pretty good.
No, you got to give the breakdown as to why. I'm not just going to say the Saints are bad. That's why
I think
32.
people know why.
I do the extra effort.
Carolina
I go the extra mile.
Because Carolina doesn't have any good players.
Oh, good for you.
No, hang on. Where'd it go? Where's my sheet? Where's my things? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you exactly why. Did I throw it away already?
You couldn't have.
I threw it away. It's crumpled up in the trash.
All right, good.
Your beef with me was this, though. That, uncrumple that. Let's see if that's the one. Tell me if the Panthers are on there, please, Kevin. Yes. I'll tell you exactly why, Vic. Why are the Panthers bad?
I can tell you why.
Well, they're in tier...
last.
They're in tier 6,
yeah.
Which is, I'm trusting the quarterback I shouldn't. There's still some hope for Bryce Young, but the team around him just isn't good enough. They trade away Adam Thielen. They're relying too much on young wide receivers. Hubbard can help in the backfield, but it still feels like Young is broken beyond repair. That's why they're number 27 in the league.
That is a very long way of saying, you know what? They blow and they don't have any good players.
Now, Moser's biggest beef that he had is I had the Broncos at 10. They're number 10.
No problem with that.
What
I
tier
have
is
no
that?
problem with that. That's tier 2.
That's tier 3.
Oh, crap.
That's the if the things go right tier, where they're booked together with the Bucks and the Rams and the Texans and the Niners. Now,
I completely agree with that.
The Broncos are at 10. That is the highest on tier 3. Now, the lowest on tier 2, which is sniffing the Super Bowl. The Chiefs are at 8 and the Chargers are at 9. I have them boom, 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 back to back to back. I think it's that close in the AFC West. Now, Moj, what's your beef with that?
My beef? Well, I don't really have a beef with the Chargers being one above because they had one more win last year, and they're probably going to be a better team as well. Okay? But it's really interesting to me, and I guess I look at this from an objective point of view. And that's all. If you look at it objectively, Vic, are the Chiefs worse than they have been the past several years?
What's wrong with doing a power ranking just using one tier?
Focus here, Vic. Focus.
Just focus. Would you just be quiet? Focus.
You know what? For right now, Vic, I got you in tier 8. We stand no chance, and we know it. You're tier 8 right now.
That's Tennessee right there. That's Tennessee.
Tennessee's 31. New Orleans is 32. They're dead last.
Vic, my point is this. He had Kansas City 8 overall. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, I mean, logically you could throw some empirical data out there about guys who are gone or missing or suspended or what. Okay, fine. But what I can't do, and all this talk about can the Broncos overtake the Chiefs for the top spot in the AFC West and yeah, I guess they probably could. But does anybody realize, or do you forget that the Chiefs have gone to 5 of the last 6 Super Bowls?
They're good.
The only one they didn't was the one where the Rams beat the Bengals. That was 4 years ago, almost 5 years ago.
Which 21. Is why I leave the Chiefs in the first tier until they're not.
See, that's my question. That's my only beef right there. Do they have to be in the default number 1 tier until they prove they're not? Because, Brett, if you go to the Super Bowl in 2019 and you win, you go to the Super Bowl in 2020 and you lose, you go to the Super Bowl in 2022 and you win, you go to the Super Bowl in 2023 and you win, you go to the Super Bowl in 2024 and you lose. I mean, what are we looking at here?
It is
and I'm talking about the seasons.
No, I understand.
Not the actual dates because it was 2025, obviously.
Look, it's fair. my reasoning for it is this. Each year it feels like the version of the Chiefs that have been the juggernaut behemoth that you've come to fear. They've just been slowly notching down.
Yeah, but
the teams beneath them.
But we've said that, and they come back and they win. I just, until they're gone, I can't believe they're gone.
It was as competitive.
I'm going to tier my kids from now on.
You should.
Just like Prime does.
Yeah. Look, Moshe, everything you're saying is fair. But what I'm telling you is I just don't see them as this grizzly bear that dominates the conference like they have in the past. I think they're vulnerable.
You saw some vulnerabilities last year, and you continue to see them just in the offseason, with Rashee Rice. It doesn't look like Kelsey's heart is into it like it was before, and perhaps those vulnerabilities will show themselves. But until they lose, they're still the Chiefs.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
Understood. Look, I'm not saying the Chiefs are going to suck. But we've all kind of admitted this.
Yeah.
Is this the first year in all that stretch that you just went on, Mo, since 2019? Is this the first year that you feel like the Chiefs might not win the division? Like, seriously.
Yeah. But
so why is that?
Okay.
Everything you just said, Moj, but you're feeling sort of the same way I am.
But my computer reset. Yes. This is the first year in quite a while that I feel that way. But my computer reset is until they don't, they're still the one to beat. They're still that team because they have that quarterback.
I made a grave mistake last night during our fantasy football draft, my first ever. I told myself I would not draft a member of the Chiefs because the last thing I want to be is that irritating, that annoying person who's rooting for players instead of teams. I don't want to be that guy on Sunday, especially a team you don't like. But I couldn't help myself. I took Isaiah Pacheco, and I don't remember what round I took him in, but he was available, and I took him. I wasn't as dumb as Moser when he took a kicker in round 3.
That is a wild decision, Moj. What went into taking the kicker as like
Even I know
it was
that.
like the 5th or 6th round. You took a kicker.
It was. Hold on a second. It was like round 7 or 8.
But way earlier than anybody else took a kicker. Way earlier.
Because you got to just look at their season point total. When you're talking about a backup tight end or a kicker, this kicker is going to get me more points than that joker is, so I took him.
Okay, so I got my can we talk about this a little bit? Just take a couple minutes, please.
It was the 6th round that Moser took a kicker.
So we have this draft, and there's like 15 of us participating, and it took over an hour, and it took so much time. And I'm watching on this computer with all these numbers, and the computer kept saying Steve Nelson has left the draft. Steve Nelson has entered. Where were you going, Nelson? Why did it keep saying you're leaving and entering? What were you doing?
I guess so. I had a long time between my picks, a long time to wait. So sometimes I would just turn off my phone or I'd go to another app. So maybe when I left the app on my phone to go to something else that said I left the draft, but I was still there. I was still working.
All right, so you did it on your phone. Okay, I was in front of a computer. I had like several computers open, all this data point stuff ready to go. By the way, Adam Schefter's tip sheet that he gave me did not help one bit because this thing went too fast. It went too fast.
Can I point something out? With the 77th overall selection in our fantasy draft in the 6th round, Moser took place kicker from Tampa Bay, Chase McLaughlin.
Why?
3 picks later, Travis Kelce was taken.
All right, so I just need to let me understand one thing. Help me out here. So I got my teams. So tonight you have to have your teams ready to go, right?
Yes.
So do I go in now and pick which players I think are going to perform well this weekend versus ones that I think may not have a good weekend, right?
That's the point.
Okay. But it looks like as
Vic,
I'm
Vic, hey, you're doing great, buddy. That's exactly what the game
but
is.
it looks like it's already done it for me. I'm looking at my team. I've got Bo Nix as my quarterback, Josh Jacobs, Isaiah Pacheco, Puka Nacua, George Pickens, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel. I got the Ravens defense and special teams, and Brandon Aubrey's my kicker. It's already given me my starters.
It's by the order you drafted them in. They don't need to be there. So if you took a running back in the first round, he's going to be in that first running back spot. That's just what they've done. Now, you can move it however you want, Vic, but they're trying to help you.
So I can replace Debo with somebody I think is going to have a better week.
Yes, that's again.
This is a granddad's happy hour.
Are you allowed to have 2 quarterbacks?
No, one quarterback.
With my whiskey.
Well, then why did I draft 2 quarterbacks? Hell, I have 3 quarterbacks.
Oh, that's 2 you should have in case your starter gets hurt. Then you have somebody that you can put in.
I have 3.
3 is you got your own Zach Wilson. You got a useless roster spot.
Here's Peyton. Peyton says, I don't even take a kicker. What an idiot. We have to have a kicker on the roster. You dill hole.
Yes.
You dipwad. What do you mean? Listen, I'm not going to sit here and go down. Nobody cares about your fantasy team, all right? Nobody cares about my
No. I've been guilted into doing this too many years. They're going to care this year. They're going to care.
All right, I'll tell you what.
They're going to care. I'm going to make you care.
Hey.
Oh, no.
Hey,
you don't get away from this.
Listen.
All you people, I've called you nerds for years. My brothers and 3 of them, I've called them a nerd. You guys are all nerds. You say, you're going to care about my team. You're going to get a taste of your own medicine. For years, you've made me care about yours. Well, this year, ladies and gentlemen, when you listen to this show, you're going to care about my team.
So I guess from here on out, on Tuesdays, once the week wraps up and we have results from the previous weekend, we can pick a time and Vic can tell us, and we can all tell you how our fantasy teams did.
Super exciting.
I actually, no, I'm not kidding. An audience, you know what? Straw poll, please. Here we go.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Nobody cares about the fantasy team.
Where's Kevin Shockey? Where's the boss?
Listen.
Boss?
On Tuesdays.
Do you see what you've created?
On Tuesdays. Do you want, it can be 3 minutes, but do you want 3 minutes of how Vic, who has hated fantasy football his entire life and now actively participating in it, how his team did? 3 minutes, yes or no? 303-504-0925.
This is not a choice for these people that listen to the show. You're giving them a choice. You're going to get it down your throat because for years people have told me about their fantasy teams. And now I got mine.
And then we can have this as the music in the background. Sweet, sweet fantasy, baby. Let's do it.
Yeah.
What does OPRK mean? And why is this listed on my sheet?
OPRK? No idea.
The only reason that I would want to do this,
Moshe, look at the text line.
Yeah, a lot of people.
So many people being like 1,000%. I want to hear
but
about
the people who are nose have expletives in front of their nose.
Did you see the name of my team?
Yeah, it says I'm not a nerd.
Thank you. I'm taking on Shockey this week.
The only reason that I would want to do it is because I want to. We love Vic, do we not? But I want to see him melt down. I want to see him lose it the way people lose it.
Yeah.
You know that video that's going around where the kid is crying in the back seat and the dad's like, "Why are you crying?" Because Deebo Samuel is out. And I'm like, now you know what all these people have been going through, Vic, for all these years.
And Vic, you need to experience the pain of you have your lineup set, you're ready to roll, and at the last second you make some decision, and that bad decision is why you lose. You need to experience the pain of the tinkering.
Vic, maybe that's the difference between you and me. Do you think that is going to affect my life? My fantasy teams?
Well, we're going to win something. No, you get a prize at the end, so yeah. I mean, if you're competitive,
do you think
if you're truly competitive the way you say you
not
are,
allowed.
if
Not
you're
allowed.
truly
don't
competitive,
tell me I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, Moshe, you get him. Hey, I care about everything. What's the point of doing something if you're not competing? Don't you dare act like this is something that is beyond
Brett,
your competitive fervor.
Brett, there are tiers to what you care about in life. And let me tell you something. If I miss a par putt that could have won me some money, I'm going to care a lot more about that than, I should have had Tyler Higbee in my starting roster this week. Yeah, trust me, I won't care like you care.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
So it is not tier 2 of sniffing the Super Bowl, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Who are your running backs again, Vic? Who are your running backs? I haven't done it in a long time because I forget to set my lineup. My wife suggested I set an alarm on Wednesdays to do it for Thursdays or Thursday sometime. Who are your running backs? Your starting running backs again?
Josh Jacobs and Isaiah Pacheco, but I have on the bench Damian Pierce of Houston.
Yeah. Okay, wait until Josh Jacobs has a blown ACL in week 3 and he's out.
Panic.
And you got to start.
Yeah, you're right.
Who's the guy on the bench?
I'm going to lose it.
Who's the guy on the bench again?
Damian Pierce.
Yeah, you got to put Damian Pierce in your starting lineup, and he's a piece of junk.
You're so right. My livelihood's invested in this.
Okay, you know what?
God.
Kevin, I need your permission to punch him.
Yep.
Vic, when you lose to DMac because some guy you benched has a great game and he's on your bench, and then you lose by like 2 points to Darren McKee, tell me you're not going to care.
Yeah. I got that Marvin Mims. I got Marvin Mims on my bench, and
Write
I
this
know he's
down.
going to have a boom game, and I'm going to lose my mind.
Write this down. Hell, record it. If I care even a tenth of how much you guys care, that means my life is headed towards ruin.
When we come back, it's just too many. Too many cooks in the kitchen is a phrase that's used over and over again, and I think the Broncos did that. We'll get to it next. Now, cut that. Breaking news.
Breaking news.
From our own Adam Schefter. On the eve, or not the eve, I guess the day that the NFL season opens up, Adam Schefter reports Nick Bonito and the Broncos have reached an agreement on a 4-year, $120 million extension, including $70 million guaranteed. Bonito is now the highest paid non-quarterback in Broncos franchise history, a deal negotiated by Tory Dandy of Athletes First. So
that feels about
beautiful.
I guess that feels about right.
Beautiful.
It also tells you where Adam got the story. Tory Dandy was quick to call him.
I'm sure.
Hey, look. I saw this 20 seconds ago. First glance, this is an amazing deal. Amazing. It takes care of two things. Number one, a heated negotiated battle that could have came up next offseason if Bonito has a huge year. But two, here, take a couple of these.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
But two, it just puts him in a spot that I think is perfect for the player he is. Like, George Payton has done a phenomenal job of slotting people at the spots that they are, that if you were to power rank with tiers, your edge rushers in the league, Bonito's right there. He's like a $30 million guy.
And 3, there's no protracted tension here like some other teams. They took care of that. They removed the tension from the room, and that goes back to ownership. Again, all 3 phases have to work here in unison. The player has to continue to play through whatever squabble you might have. The coach and executive team have to, grit their teeth as they go through it, and the ownership has to provide the funds and agree on the funds. Well, all 3 happened without any conflict or controversy. Was there anybody during the course of this negotiation that gave you pause that, oh my God, he's unhappy? There was never
No, not at all.
of that.
No, everybody seemed very, very content. Even with how things were going and that it would get done, it seemed very calm, Brett. It seemed very cordial. It seemed very trustworthy on both sides. I will say this. If he continues to produce, and I have no reason to expect that he will not, if he does, then this is a very good deal.
It's an incredible deal.
If
he's got to produce,
but most said if he continues to.
If he pops off every once in a while, every year or two, every couple of years, then it's not quite so good.
But let me tell you something. This is where he slots with edge rushers in the league. The highest paid, obviously, now is Micah, who's making $47. $17 million more per year than what Bonito's making.
Which is crazy money.
TJ Watt's getting $41. Myles Garrett's getting $40. We talked about this over and over again. I go, he's not that. Mm-hmm. I didn't think the Micah Parsons deal affected his contract situation at all because you aren't in that echelon of player.
Correct.
I said you're in the echelon of Trey Hendrickson. Guess how much he makes a year?
30. Well,
29.
This year,
29. You found the guy that's you're kind of like this player. We'll give you a bump above him, and that's $30 million a year. I love everything about this.
It's a perfect number for him, but look at what the Broncos have done over the last 4 weeks. Bonito, 4 years, up to $120 million. Zach Allen, 4 years, $102 million. Cortland Sutton, 4 years, $92 million. And those guys all aren't the same age.
Hey.
Bonito's younger, but they have taken their best players and said, you're going to get paid. We want you on this team. We have a core, and you are part of it.
Can you guys tell me something? Remind me. First-round picks get how many years on their rookie deal?
You have an option for
4
a fifth.
plus 1. Yeah.
It's 4 with a fifth-year option,
Correct.
right? What year is Bo Nix on?
Second.
Which means he has how many left on his rookie contract?
Well, essentially
potentially 3.
Well, 4 with the option.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They see this is our window. This is where we can capitalize with a rookie quarterback. And here's the best part. Now that this is done and out of the way, and you mentioned it, Vic, there's no ongoing tensions. I don't remember the last time there's been a contract tension, a real one, at Dove Valley. Who's left?
JFM.
JFM. He's the only one.
If you want to. I don't know if they want to.
You don't have to want to, but if you want to.
The guys you had to get done,
Mm-hmm.
your Suttons, your Bulls, your Surtans, your Zach Allens, your Nick Bonitos, your future guys that you're going to use in this window, it's done. They're here. Everybody else is like, if we want to bring you back, then we'll bring you back. But there's no pressing need anymore. He was the last guy. I mean, this is, and a texture makes a good point. The base value of the deal is 4 years at 106 with incentives making up the rest of the way.
And hopefully he'll reach all of those incentives.
Please, I hope he does.
But it's also $70 million guaranteed. And that slots him in right behind, I guess behind Hendrickson.
No, this is where it puts him. Total guaranteed money right now for edge rushers. Again, this is just, I'm going to go through the list because this is crazy to think about. Micah Parsons has $136 million guaranteed.
Wow.
Myles Garrett has 124. Nick Bosa, 122.5. TJ Watt, 108. Max Crosby, 91.5. $70 million guaranteed puts him $6 million above George Karlaftis in Kansas City and $3 million below Montez Sweat in Chicago.
Let me also explain why this is so good for Bonito. You realize he's only 25 years old.
Yeah.
He's not 29, 30, 31 like Watt or Garrett or these kind of guys, right? And again, you're talking about Parsons is 26. But if he plays well through this contract, he's only going to get paid again. And the market's going to get even higher. And if he's still producing at the age of 30 at that same level, he's going to get another payday. But again, he has to produce. And I'm not really necessarily afraid of it.
Yeah, is he a guy you're concerned he's got the contract and now he's not going to? I don't see that with him.
Well, what do you like? Do you like Micah Parsons is an easy one because he's produced every single year, right? And Bonito went.
What does Bonito got to do to live up to the contract, you're saying?
He went 1.5 sacks in his rookie year, 8 sacks in year 2, 13.5 in year 3. And he's more than just that, but you see what I'm saying. What percentage of snaps does he play?
Oh, it's something like 60-something. I forget.
Okay, so for that money...
But they do that to keep them fresh for late in the game to get a pass rush and blah, blah, blah.
Understood. I'm saying for 30, this is probably right in the wheelhouse. This is probably, and maybe even a little bit more than the Broncos wanted, maybe a little bit more, but the payoff could be significant.
God, I love this deal. I need people to understand something. I don't think there's any question about this. I will fight anybody who disagrees with me on this. Mm-hmm. You have a top 5 GM in the league. I think George Paton is about as good as it gets. I truly do.
You know, he works in the shadows. He works outside of. Sean Payton is the guy that handles all of the personality.
Yeah.
George Paton gets things done.
He's got a couple of blips on the radar, but who doesn't at that spot? But you guys tell me, as far as hit rate on decisions made for extensions, for free agency signings, for draft picks, I'd be hard-pressed to find somebody who does it as well as George Paton does. And finding the timing of it all. Remember, the guys that you have signed, Pat Surtain was by far at the time he signed, the highest paid corner in the league. He's being paid, I think, $3 million a year more than the next guy. And less than a year later, he's the 6th highest paid corner in the league. With Nick Bonito, there's part of me that's actually kind of surprised that he just went to 30. Not that you'd sneeze at $30 million a year, but it's that, I guess, that risk reward of if I have one more year where I really put together some stuff, I could get into that mid to upper 30s, maybe even $40 million range. But I have the guaranteed life-changing holy hell money in front of me right now.
Yes, absolutely. What teams do when they get in trouble is they pay guys who either A, underperform, or B, don't perform at all. And the big one that comes to my mind, Vic, what happened in Washington with Albert Hainsworth? Oh my God! That was a Schneider thing, right? That was not a Shaney. But the point is that if you pay guys a ton of cash and they're just not the same player anymore, they lose their motivator cuff. they have a torn motivator cuff, then you've got problems. But I don't think that any of these guys, from what I've seen from them, what I know about them, the guys who just got paid, they are all the same dude going forward. Like Nathan McKinnon, you could pay him $100 million a year, and he's going to be the same dang dude.
Carr, same guy.
Even more perhaps
Joker,
on the ice.
Same guy.
Same guy, exactly right. And these guys seem right out of that mold.
So why are the Denver Broncos spending money like drunken sailors right now? That's the question that some may ask, and I have the answer for you. It's pretty easy. The Denver Broncos are going out of the way to take care of these contracts on all these other players because they're in that prime rookie quarterback window, as you alluded to, Brett. They're in that prime rookie quarterback window. The next decision will be, when will that window close? Do you re-sign him earlier? Do you wait until the very end? Like, what do you need to see from Bo to see the window, the prime opportunity to win is now? And I think it came a year earlier than they expected. Because remember, they're still in the second year of paying off Russell Wilson's contract.
Yep.
All right? So the window is now. When do you go into that Bo Nix window?
It's 4 years. It's probably less than that. It's probably more like 2 or 3. But why do you make these decisions? Guys, in the last year, a ballpark, the last year, Bonito, Surtain, Cooper, Zach Allen, Cortland Sutton. They've made all these decisions on these guys saying, I mean, this is, as much as it's a compliment to Nick Bonito, it's a compliment to Bo Nix. We think that you on a rookie contract with your ability and the right pieces around you are going to win us a Super Bowl. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Like, guys, this is, I know people look at pushing your chips to the middle of the table as doing like what the Packers did, which is you go and you find the big whale outside the organization and haul him in. This is the exact same thing. This is making a commitment to what you believe is going to be a winner over the next 4 to 5 years.
Except your whale isn't quite as big, and he was already swimming in your own sea.
But yeah, you didn't have to. If they didn't think they were going to be competitive, how about this? If their quarterback right now is still Drew Lock, I don't think they're spending money like this. I think they could wait this out and say, if we don't have the team that we think can win, we can use these guys as trade chips. They aren't trade chips anymore.
Yeah, but these are guys that are going to, but these are players, Brett. These are foundational types of guys. Sure. So even if you don't have your quarterback, you want to.
But if your team stinks, Moj.
Agreed. No, agreed.
If you have no belief in that quarterback, if there's any shred of doubt in that quarterback, you're exactly right, Brett. You're not spending this money because what good does it do you? What's the point? You tie yourself up. They're fully confident they got the guy. It's very clear. They know they have the guy, and they're going to go 3 more years without having to pay the guy.
That being said, I hope they have the guy, and they better get while the getting's good, because if he is the guy, in about 3 years, they're going to be doing some tap dancing. They're going to be doing some,
oh, yeah.
What if Harvey's super good? You got to pay him a little. I mean, it's just, there's only so much to go around, which is why when you look at the Packers, hey, when Jordan Love is due.
Well, he got paid already.
Yeah, I mean but
he's
when
making
he's
50-some million.
But when he's due again, I mean, you see what but those 3 guys are whatever. But what's the market going to be? He's still in his mid-20s. What's the market going to be when he's 30 and he's really good?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. You got to I was talking to Chris McFarland about this. GMs have to think 2, 3, 5, 8 years down the road about their franchise, and it ain't a fun thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're now moving pieces that don't even exist yet, and that sucks.
Yeah. Man, it's so amazing to watch how much this team has changed over the last few years. Really since the ownership sale, right? Ever since that got handed over to the Walton Penner Group, you've had I don't know if like chains came off of George Payton or what. You get out of the hell of not just not having the money with Russell Wilson, but having draft picks.
It's uncertainty.
Yeah.
But what people, and that's why I get upset. Listen, we're going to go down this rabbit hole again. People were so critical of Joe Ellis, John Elway, that whole group at the end of their reign here. They were critical for the wrong reasons. How many times have I said it starts at the top with the flow of money? If you're uncertain about that flow of money and authority and leadership, if it's uncertain at the top, it's going to bog down at the bottom, and the results are going to matter. You'll see it in the results. Right now, it is all kisses and roses at the top. You see it every day.
Sure.
It's working. That's gold flowing downhill. Look how much easier it is to run your organization.
I totally agree. I mean, it starts at the top, as most things do. But if you guys are just tuning in, Nick Bonito signed to a 4-year extension, $120 million. It's $30 million a year with $70 million guaranteed. We'll continue this next. All right, if you guys are just tuning in, your prized edge rusher, Nick Bonito, has signed to a 4-year, $120 million contract that is really a $106 million contract in base money with incentives to take it up to 120. I think that this is brilliant. And I think that George Paton has become an expert in a category that is so underrated in this league. A lot of GMs just feel like this, and tell me if I'm wrong here. They say, all right, we got to pay this guy. And then their response is, well, he's probably not worth this, but it's his turn. That whole his turn mentality of like, I know he's not as good as the other guys that are making the same amount of cash we're going to offer, but we have to do it or he's going to leave. Think about where he signed players that it was, quote, their turn. It was Zach Allen's turn. He's not the highest paid interior defensive lineman. They paid him upper echelon price. Nick Bonito, it's his turn. But he's not Micah Parsons. He's more like a Trey Hendrickson. Well, you get Trey Hendrickson money. I don't know how he's convinced agents to do this. I said this about Courtland Sutton. The biggest compliment I can pay Courtland Sutton is even on his last contract, Moj. It's felt Courtland Sutton has been paid where he's been as a wide receiver his entire career. And I don't know how you pull that off in this day and age.
This feels very, golly, is it team friendly? But at the same time, it's because you have players, I think, who have a great self-assessment of who they are, where they are, and what they're, where they belong.
To them too.
Not this, hey man, let's just try to bend the franchise over the barrel as much as we possibly can. And by the way, if you just walk around the field moping and not practice and then get in the media and complain and moan a little bit about they don't love me.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a tactic, and we've seen it. I mean, hell, Terry McLaurin, who, by the way, is on team Taste My Pigskin. That's my team. Taste My Pigskin.
Yeah.
Terry McLaurin was, these guys need to have a self-worth as to where they are and who they are. I mean, thank goodness, because nothing stinks more than when a player overvalues themselves, asks for the moon, has to be moved, and ends up signing someplace for the same money they could have gotten where they were in the first place.
People are asking this question, and let me do my best
Who does that sound like?
Let me do my best to answer
A bunch
this.
of guys.
You guys help me out with this. People are asking, how on earth can the Broncos afford this kind of money right now? Just over the last month, 4 years, $120 for Bonito, 4 years, $102 for Allen, 4 years, $92 for Sutton. You're looking at $300 million plus of money that they've thrown at three players, among others. How are they affording to do this? Well, these don't kick in until next season, folks.
Right.
That's number one. It's not now. These are extensions. These aren't signings that start now. These are extensions. That's number one. And number two, a lot of these extensions are done knowing that you're going to clear some money having Russell Wilson off your books after this season.
Which I also think that they're probably reserving a bit of that cash for when, assuming Bo Nix continues to be the franchise quarterback, when he's going to have to get paid down the line. But you're so right, Vic. This isn't money that kicks in now. It's later when this money, the dead cap cash, leaves. Also, how can they afford this? Because you have the richest owners in the NFL. Where if they sign on the dotted line, here's your check, thank you very much, you get this now, and then we'll pay you the rest of that stuff cap-wise later.
My goodness. Do you realize right now, and again, oh man, the money for quarterbacks. The money. D-Monet. The hitman Joe Williams, famously Count D-Monet.
Mm-hmm.
You realize that Patrick Mahomes is the 15th highest paid quarterback in the league?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was always the case.
I know,
in the heyday of prime quarterbacks, Elway was near the Tom Brady during his heyday. Yeah. Every one of those great quarterbacks never led the league in pay.
Think about 3 years from now. What will Bo Nix command per?
Well, he's got to produce.
Well, if Brock Purdy's getting 53, and Jordan Love's getting 55, what is Bo Nix going to command?
Moj, let me speak to you in car parlance since you are a master when it comes to vehicles. You just sold one. This is totally dressing up the outside of your car. You got brand new wheels. You got those shiny chrome hubcaps and the valve stems. You polished your car, you waxed it, new paint job.
Yeah, leave that to Moj.
But now the engine needs to be tended to. Can that engine carry the car?
I appreciate the analogy about automobiles and what you're trying to do here. But from this point on, we're not going to talk about cars anymore. And if there's a need to talk about vehicles, then I will bring up the topic on the
program. Go ahead and step in. Finish that analogy for me. So what I'm trying to say is Bo Nix is the engine. So go ahead and finish that analogy for me.
No, it's okay. Vic, you did such a poor job, it's unsalvageable.
You really did, dude.
So we cannot fix that? You can't.
Nope. Well, yeah, so basically what you're saying
Moser did fix it by telling you to shut up, essentially.
Yeah, so I pulled a Sean Payton from yesterday talking about Dre Greenlaw, which we're going to get back to, I hope, because this is.
But I mean, this is huge.
It's gigantic.
This hovered over Broncos camp the entire time,
but not in a bad way.
But
not in a bad way. Just in a curiosity way.
But you just started checking the till a little bit about guys who are due for extensions and who's going to get it and who's not, and maybe somebody has to wait. And has Bonito proven enough? I'll tell you this. I think we talked about this at training camp, that if he was willing to take $30 million a year, I would have done it immediately, because that feels like the player that he is. Now, Texter says Hendrickson is better than Bonito for now, but you're projecting some upside. Mm-hmm. Bonito's 25 years old, and he's gotten better each subsequent year. He's gone, what'd you say, Moj? 1.5 sacks to 8 to 13.5?
Yeah, whoever said that, I don't know where Bonito's ceiling is, but I think it's more than it is right now. At the age of 25, he's not even really in his prime yet.
Yeah.
So if you consider his ceiling, and who knows how many snaps, but it's not just the sacks, Vic, it's the quarterback pressures, it's the quarterback hits, it's the, hey, you're moving a guy out of the pocket, and he's got to be forced to make this throw. All these things matter.
Why is Bonito important to this defense? Because Bonito's a playmaker on defense. He makes explosive plays. He turns you over. He makes game-changing plays. You know, there are those who make those every play. There's somebody that, he stuffs the run. He's important to our defense. And then there's a guy that you notice that pops off the page that changes a game. That's Nick Bonito, and you need those guys. By the way, we have Nelly. Do you have the Nick Bonito reaction to his contract? Yeah, we're going to play this. This is him. I assume right after he was told by his agent that the deal is done.
Can we play audio with this, Nelly? Yeah. Or is he saying things he shouldn't be saying?
He's rapping along to his song, and I haven't been able to clear the lyrics. But the point is he's in a car, losing his mind, rapping along. This is on his Instagram story.
That is as happy as you will see. You know what that looks like? That looks like somebody who was just told he's going to make $70 million guaranteed.
Keep your eyes on the road, kid.
His car's not moving, Vic.
Oh. Well, I don't know. He went back to the steering wheel to steer it back into place there.
No, it's not moving. The building in the background stays
I don't think it's moving.
Yeah, it's not. Whatever that car is, it's about to get an upgrade.
Yeah.
Hey, sweet Buick, Nick.
See, you didn't like my car analogy. Now you're going to use one yourself, huh? Is that how this works?
He's the car guy.
You got wheels with a hubcap and a
valve
stem.
Valve
and,
stem.
You got.
I mean, what was that?
You got the plastic runners on the side.
Do you know what a chrome valve stem is and how important those are to the outlet? When I was a kid, if you had a chrome valve stem on your car, you had a nice car.
You're big pimping.
Like a silver.
It's just
it's a big deal.
Just a valve
you're
cap.
Too young for that.
It's just a valve cap. But if you had like all the hot rods had the chrome valve caps, you're big pimping.
I called it a stem. It's a cap.
Well, the stem is its thing. Then you put the cap on the stem.
The cap. And some of them had really cool caps.
Yeah.
So you shut up.
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
Vic, never do that again. Whatever you just said about cars, don't do that. Stick to what you know, Vic, which is fantasy football. Exactly right.
Hey, man, this is really good for the Broncos, though. It really is. It's right. I think it's right in the perfect spot. Now, again, I said if it starts with a 3, I'm probably going, But
it ended in a 0.
Yeah, but you can talk me into it, right? I mean, that's what I said. I said I'd prefer a 2, high 2, but you can talk me into it if it starts with the 3. But you better talk me into it. Obviously, it wasn't going to be a 4, so this is right about where it should be. Yep.
When we return from this commercial break, much like Red Zone, we have commercial breaks. I have something to announce. My 2-year-long effort to bring the Nuggets and Carmelo Anthony back together again. My effort to do that, and it could still happen, but my effort has failed, and I'll tell you why.
Vic, we will get to that. It won't be next, and you're a minute early.
Oh.
And Jeff Legwald is coming up.
Damn it!
You know what, Vic? Stick to cars, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But now you've put me in an awkward position where for 30 seconds I got to vamp and try and find something to say.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Perfect. Nelly, tonight, because Altitude Sports Radio loves football, the opener to the NFL season, Cowboys-Eagles, 6 o'clock kickoff that you can hear right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Moj got upset earlier with me on the show because I have the Chiefs at 8 in my power rankings with tears. They're number 8. Well, if you would like to check out why I'm wrong or right, we'll have that game tomorrow, which is also at 6 o'clock right here on Altitude Sports Radio as they take on the Chargers. Where, Vic?
Brazil.
So, football all throughout the weekend and more football and news on this Bonito extension with Jeff Legwald next. money. We go out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined, as we are every Thursday at 9 o'clock, by Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com, who just was furiously typing, I think, over the last half an hour or so. Just read the article during the break. But the big news, Nick Bonito signed to an extension the day that the season opens up tonight with the Cowboys and Eagles. One thing out of the gates here with this, Leggy, and always appreciate the time. I am blown away by how George Paton has expertly slotted these players and gotten them to agree to like kind of where they should be. There's always this thing about it being somebody's turn, which means they get paid a little bit more money than maybe the guys that are their peers. Bonito feels like a $30 million a year player. Courtland Sutton feels like a $23, $24 million a year player. Everybody is getting slotted to where they should be, which I think is rare and a huge compliment to George Paton. What say you?
Well, I think it's a compliment to both sides. I think the agents understand the Broncos will do business. Broncos are open for business. And if you work with them, you'll get a deal that you want. And from the player perspective, Surtain, Zach Allen, Courtland Sutton, now Bonito, these are all true extensions. So you get the current year plus the new deal. So you get, they're trading a year of security for maybe a few more dollars, hidden in a deal that they might not see in a dummy year or whatever. These are, from what I've seen, I haven't seen all of Bonito's, particulars yet, but these deals are real money. So I think that's why you're seeing them fit, because they're real money deals. They're not fake years and balloon payments and all this stuff. These are real contracts given to the players. And I think this is an indication that the agents and the players are saying, yeah, this is real money. Let's do this. So I think they found a sort of a sweet spot. And look, they have more resources than anyone in the league. It's just a fact. Ask anybody. And it's not by a little. Yeah. And I think you're seeing the fruits of that.
They have resources, no doubt, but they still have to have a salary cap to deal with, and they've been able to manage that. Are you surprised that they've acted this quickly, even with the second season of Russell Wilson's dead money still on the cap?
I think, Vic, this is why they took that big hit last year, because they knew they were going to have to do some things this year. They had a lot more guys coming up for contracts this year. And what it's enabled them to do is last year when they did some of those deals, they had to add some fake dummy years to a lot of players. And they did not do that in Zach Allen's deal. So I don't know yet what Bonito's fully looks like, but they haven't had to do that because they managed their situation last year so well and went so young. And I think, again, this is, if you're good in the draft, you're in position to do these things and maintain your cap. And that's why you have to be good in the draft, because if you're not going to be able to do this on the other side of it. You're going to have this tier of highly paid guys that you wanted to keep, and then you keep restocking on the other side of it with your draft classes. But, look who they've signed. Sutton's a draft pick. Quinn Meinert's is a draft pick. Surtain's a draft pick. Bonito's a draft pick. These are the players they're signing. Zach Allen is the only guy in that flurry that wasn't in the extension flurry that wasn't a draft pick. But he would have been if this regime would have been, in place when he was on the board. But anyway, that's how they've managed this, is because they took the bigger hit last year and went young. And, again, when you're starting quarterbacks on a rookie deal, that's the best flexibility to build your best team initially.
Hey, Jeff, we're here. Football's back tonight.
Yeah.
All right.
Ready to rock.
Yeah. Ready to. Leggy's ready to run.
Uh-huh.
Hey, that being said, it just feels like the Broncos are getting all these proper pieces in place. That, okay, the way it's being thought out, the way you're constructing, the way you're building these solid core pieces, this is a pretty dang good plan. At least that's what it appears on the outside. How do you feel about it?
Well, to me, I've always been a proponent of build your team through the draft, and the best of those draft classes are the ones you re-sign, and then keep going. With the future draft classes, I think that's the proven way to do it. We all get fired up for free agency because it's familiar names. We know the resumes. We know, if you play fantasy football, you know what they've done and you know the numbers and all those things. But that's not a long-term solution. And, it's been proven over and over again. So I like that they've leaned into the draft component. It was not something Sean Payton did a lot of in New Orleans. He would go in cycles, but it looks to me here, at least for now, that it's going to be the way they do business. And I wrote a story a couple weeks ago, and I quoted another GM saying that it looks more collaborative for Sean here in Denver than it was in New Orleans. And I think this is proof of that. Now, the trick is always maintaining the consistency of that approach, because if you get suckered in, suddenly you have no flexibility, you've got no way to restock your depth chart, and you're out there floundering, signing guys to 1-year deals, every year, just trying to piece it together. This keeps you from doing that if you consistently hang in and have the discipline to do it over the long haul.
You know what's interesting, Leggy, is that all these extensions that they've made over the last year, let's say, ballpark a year. So you throw, obviously, Bonito and Zach Allen in here, Cortland Sutton, Pat Surtain. You can go back. Last December, they extended Garrett Bowles. All of those are 4-year extensions. And I don't think it's a coincidence that lines up directly with Bo Nix's rookie contract and when that thing ends. They see this as their championship window, it feels like. Some teams like Green Bay, they'll go on the outside and they'll grab Micah Parsons and say, this is how we're pushing our chips in. I think they're doing this with this core of players saying, if we're going to win, right now's our best chance.
Well, this is the window where you have the flexibility to do it. I mean, because the quarterback isn't on a $50 million a year deal, or by the time Nick signs his deal, who knows where the top end of the quarterback money is. Could be 60, 65. I mean, who knows per year. So again, this is the window, the best window you have. If you're a good team and you've got the quarterback on a rookie deal, that's the sweet spot. The Chiefs have shown you can do it beyond that if your quarterback is truly special, but it's been more difficult for them. Look how much more difficult it's been for them to maintain the roster after Mahomes' deal than it was before. So, yep, this is the window, and I think they've decided as a team, their actuarial data or whatever is that 4 years is a good window for a veteran player. Let's see where it is 4 years from now. And the player likes that too, because maybe they get another bite at the big free agency apple. Like guy like Surtain may get 2 or 3 more swings at it. And I think they're prepping for that too. I think, they know they're probably going to have to dive into the Surtain deal before it runs out.
All right, beautiful. They're making it rain at Broncos headquarters. Guys are getting paid. I have a
Not
question
in the media room. It ain't raining in here, but that's all right. Let's keep it up. We're not austere.
You look plenty well paid there, Leggy, but I do need to ask about a guy they paid in the offseason via free agency. Drake Greenlaw did not practice yesterday. How concerned should we be?
Well, I keep saying, they keep telling me it's no problem, but I am of the mind until I see him in pads in a game day uniform, it's a question mark. And that's how I'm going to approach it. So they can keep telling me it's no problem, but I want to see with my own eyes him participating in practice. Now, I will say the last couple weeks, he's looked great in practice. So obviously, something else has happened. Sean is in regular season mode. It doesn't take long, but, he has said he is refusing to speak to injuries and they will only report what they are forced to. So, I've asked around. I think he has retweaked it, but we'll see how it looks, today and tomorrow at practice.
2 parts on that. Number one, early this morning, I pretended I was Sean Payton. I would like to speak to people in everyday life the way that he speaks to the media when he's asked a question about, like his answer about Greenlaw. Yesterday, it cracks me up. I mean, that's just dude. But, Jeff, this is a guy who didn't participate in the offseason. Didn't do really anything in camp. Didn't play any preseason games. We're at the Wednesday. Now, the Thursday before opening week, if he's not on the field today, he's not playing. If he wasn't on the field yesterday, he hasn't done anything. Why are we even joking around with this or whatever? I mean, retweak. That seems to be just the basically the base level of it all.
Monday, Moj, I think Sean offered a little hint to everybody because we did ask him about Greenlaw and he did answer it on Monday. And he basically said, we're, meaning the team, that they're going to be conservative was the word he used. And that, this was about the long haul too, and not just the short haul. So part of me, now in my millionth season, I part of me's thinking right then, all right, he's framing the idea that it may take a little bigger windup for Greenlaw to be ready to play. But I'm old school, until I see him on the practice field. You can tell me how good he looks as much as you want, but I want to see the guy on the practice field with my own eyes doing all of the things everyone else is doing, because that's when you're ready to play, not when you're on a side field, not when you're on a pitch count. I want to see it with my own eyes, with everybody ready to go.
Yeah. Leggy, we're at the end of our chat, and they play a game on Sunday, so I want to ask you about that too. But this news of Bonito just came in. So they have the highest point spread of the week. The Broncos are favored by 8.5 points heading into this. I know that you are Mr. Pump the Brakes and everything's not as cool as it seems and blah, blah, blah. But they need to look like they dominate a rookie quarterback on a bad team in week one, don't they? Isn't that an indicator you kind of got to see if you want to believe that the Broncos are truly contenders this year?
Yeah, I mean, defensively, I think you want to see them force the issue because I think that's their personality, as a team. Point spreads, I get it. They're just Vegas is just trying to split the money there. That's not really an indicator of how the football's going to go. It's just how people feel about it when they're throwing the cash down. But I think offensively is where the question mark is for me. I mean, their backups look good in the preseason, but their starting offense with Bo Nix at quarterback against largely backup players on defense took them 6 drives and 39 plays to get a touchdown. Yeah. So that's the one I want to see at least look smooth, find some production. But the spread to me is a little misleading, especially defensively up front. The one spot where the Titans could cause the Broncos a problem.
Sure.
Sunday is that's a big, really big physical defensive front. And if they get the Broncos offense mired in that, 4 and out, 5 and out, 3 and out, all of that, then that's the problem for the Broncos. Because then no matter how well your defense is playing, you're still in a slug it out game.
Well, one of those big guys that you mentioned, Leggy, Jeffrey Simmons, had this to say about Bo Nix.
I'm just saying, we know Bo Nix going, his first reading out there, he's going to take off running with the football. So we got to make sure we're on the same page. We got to make sure we have a balance of rusher. Not trying to be robots out there, but at the same time, we know that if it's not there, Bo Nix is going to take off running. So it's going to be on us up front to make sure we keep him in the well and keep him in the pocket.
You're a tape grinder. Jeff Legwald, do you agree with Jeffrey Simmons' assessment that he's a one-read guy?
I do not, but that's, if I was an enormous defensive tackle, I would say all quarterbacks are one-read guys.
I like it.
That's the way I would say.
All right.
Because his approach is, take the read. I'm going to throw you on the ground as soon as I get close enough. So.
More importantly, Jeff, now that I've joined the world of fantasy football, you are going to get annoyed with all these fantasy questions from me because that's the way it works. So having said that, you just mentioned that their front is pretty big and could cause problems. Should I start Bo Nix against Tennessee or Brock Purdy against Seattle? Who's my quarterback this week?
Wow, that's an excellent question. I think they're both face the same issues. I think Nix has a little more to work with in the pattern. So I guess I would go with him because he's got more of the supporting cast.
See, I see these guys sort of groan when I ask that question.
Oh, I didn't groan.
See how annoying
I think it's
football.
funny.
No, see how annoying it is? See how selfish it is? It's selfish is what it is. Oh, I want to talk about my team and my players and my situation and mine. That's all it is.
I've never played it because I think I would stink at it. I think I would overthink it until it was my head exploded. I would I'd be grinding tape at like 3 a.m. trying to pick WR4, and I would just be out of my mind. So I think it's a public service. I don't do it.
Leggy, last thing for you, and we'll let you go, and always appreciate the time. So you got the game coming up against Tennessee this Sunday, but overall,
I guess I should carve out the afternoon then, right? That's coming up Sunday? I'll be ready. Okay.
Yeah. Overall, though, does the AFC West still belong to the Chiefs?
Oh, yeah. No, you're the champ until somebody tells you you're not. I mean, that's just the bottom line. I don't get, it's like all the years I kept picking the Patriots, like 21 years in a row, and everybody would make fun of me. And I think 18 of the years I was right. So, they are the team because the quarterback is the guy. We can all do top 100 players in the league or whatever. He's my number one until someone else shows me he's not.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com, joins us every single Thursday. And check out his stuff right now. Got a write-up on the Bonito extension. Go check it out on ESPN. Leggy, always appreciate the time. Thank you, buddy.
See you, fellas.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. All conversations with Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career.
Sounds like he just put you in your place.
Hey, I had them still at the top of the AFC West.
You got them 8th overall in the league, though.
But on top of the AFC West.
They've gone to 5 of the last 6. I'm not defending the Chiefs, but I just think you're completely outrageous.
Like you're defending the Chiefs. Sounds like you're defending the Chiefs.
It sounds like something.
By the way, as I'm trying to listen to Legwald's answer, I just got Moser calling me names in my ear doing an I told you so game. It's a new hobby of Moser's to
why
call me.
Why don't you tell him what I told you?
It starts with dip. No, it wasn't. It wasn't one
my
of those.
Mom's dead. No,
it was not. All right. So again, Nick Bonito, 4-year extension, $120 million. But there's a game on Sunday that I'd like to discuss. There's a game tonight I'd like to discuss.
Also, before this program is done,
Tonight.
I have to hear why my prediction has come true and that Carmelo Anthony is an absolute, he's dead to me.
I'll tell you what.
He's dead to me, Vic. Dead to me.
We'll get to it next. All right, so we'll get back to the Bonito extension in just a little bit. We'll talk about the game tonight that you can hear right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Cowboys and Eagles, 6 o'clock kick. But, Vic, about, 20 minutes ago, you said Carmelo and the Nuggets are dead forever. What's going on?
No, that's not what I said at all.
That is exactly what you said.
No, I said my attempt to reunite them could be dead forever. Because you know what my goal has been over the last couple of years, right? I've made it known on this show. I want to be that peace pipe. I want to bring that guy who welcomes Carmelo Anthony back into the fold here in Nuggets Nation. And I know a lot of people don't want to see it, and a lot of people are like, screw him. I get it. I do. But I want to see it.
There is a definition that goes like this: a task or activity which has no hope of success. And you know what that's called? It's called a fool's errand. It feels like for 2 years Vic has been on a fool's errand, but please enlighten us.
Okay. So I thought I was halfway there a couple summers ago when I ran into him at NBA Summer League and opened the door a little bit. I thought I was there. And then when it was announced that Carmelo Anthony was going to be elected into the Hall of Fame, and the Hall of Fame induction ceremony is this weekend in Springfield, Mass., we at Altitude made an effort, I know I did, to go out there and cover the proceedings. And I reached out to Melo's people and Melo himself. I reached out, can we sit down for an interview? Can we do this? Because if the interview took place, the questions I'd be asking, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm eager to see if it still happens without me asking those questions. Can there be an end game with the Nuggets? Can he see a day where he walks back into this arena and is praised and there's a standing ovation? Can he see that ever happening again? Can he see his number in the rafters? How many questions I had ready for this. Anyway, I was really eager to do this. I wanted this more than anything. I wanted to make this story happen. I did. But they never got back to me. He never got back to me. It was pretty much the Heisman. So I don't know if they have their own way of doing it. Maybe we could go there. Maybe he'll say something this weekend. Maybe during the induction speech itself, he'll say something. I don't know. I really wanted to get that story. I really wanted to be a part of that process. And selfishly, it sucks because I wanted to be there for that.
Well, here's Melo's problem. It's always going to be his problem. It always has been his problem. If you don't want to do it, then it's not going to happen. Like, here's what I mean.
Well, the reason I'm saying, I just want people to know, we at Altitude, we made the effort. I went out of my, we made the effort to make it happen.
Melo has never wanted anything from this place other than people to love him for something. I mean, it's always been, when he can take a veiled shot, Mose, you know this as well as anybody. It's why I'm in your camp on this. When he can take a failed shot, he does. He does. And if you don't want to make the effort, if you want to mend a relationship, there's two people that need to do the mending or two groups that need to do the mending. He has no interest. And that's why, as far as I'm concerned, if they never mention Melo anywhere inside that arena, that's on him. It's not on anybody else. What's up, Moshe?
This guy is such an absolute piece of work.
Mm-hmm.
Not you, Vic. God bless you for trying. I told you it was stupid. I told you you're wasting your time. I told you it was a fool's errand. This guy, raise your hand if he's dead to you. Nelly, thank you. In fact, I went 303-504-0925. I don't want to spend more than 2 minutes on this from this point on. But this guy is absolutely dead to me. 303-504-0925. Is he yes or no dead? Vic, it's a waste of time.
I wanted to do this story.
Listen,
Moshe,
what?
I'm the guy. Moshe, hold on a second. Remember, you loved it.
I know you wanted to save it.
I got Mike Shanahan and Jake Plummer back together.
Which was,
again.
I loved that. That warmed the cockles of my heart.
Remember how cool that was?
It was very, very, very cool.
I got them together again.
It's a little bit different, though, Vic, because Plummer wasn't mad at Denver. Plummer was mad at a person.
I get it, but it was still mad. They both had reasons to face the other way. And we got them together, and it was cool. It was almost therapeutic.
Vic, all Denver ever did was love him. That's all Denver ever did. The fans loved him. All they ever did was love him, and all he ever did was unzip his pants and take a squirt on the city and the franchise. Even accusing the Nuggets of giving number 15 to Nikola Jokic,
which is
screw
crazy.
Him.
This
guy is so delusional. This guy is so egocentric, self-centered, and completely off his rocker in his perception of how he was treated here and what really went down that he doesn't belong in our mouths anymore. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? He doesn't belong in discussion anymore, period. I hope to God in my lifetime, and I'm going to say this right now, in my lifetime, and I hope it's a long time from now, I pray to the Lord above that nobody ever puts his number in the rafters of Ball Arena. I pray to God.
I actually kind of agree with you. I do.
Because that guy is a thankless jerk. That's what he is.
That's a good way to put it.
You can be emotional about this, and I understand where you're coming from. I do.
Well, yes, I
maybe,
very much understand where you're coming from. I can cognitively dissect your argument and categorize it.
No, dude, he's an absolute dill. He's a Richard, and you know it. He's 100% Richard, selfish mother truck. And all I ever did was love him, dude. I love that guy. And you know what he did? He flipped me off on his way out the door, and that hurts, and I won't forgive him for it.
This is my vice.
Because he was my favorite. I loved Melo.
This is my vice. My vice is I have a soft spot for the history of this franchise, and he played a critical role in the history of this franchise.
No doubt about it. There's no doubt that he did.
A history that cannot be written without Carmelo Anthony in it. You cannot void out 10 years. You can't. You can't. It was too important, his history. So you can't talk Nuggets basketball without mentioning Carmelo Anthony. That's why it's important to me. That's why I want to see this happen.
You know what? Then you're too emotionally invested. That's all there is to it. I'm incredibly emotionally invested in the Nuggets and the Nuggets history, and I don't disagree with you, Vic. That pick, 3rd overall, and we got lucky because obviously Joe Dumars screwed up because Kiki wanted Darko. I know he did. Melo fell into our laps, and it was glorious. And he turned this franchise around. His history in Denver, it's always going to be there. It exists, and it should exist. But this guy as a person, dude, I can't. Non posso.
Let me read.
Non posso.
Okay.
Non posso.
Let me read some of the reactions we're getting via Twitch because I just you guys are rewriting history and you're wrong.
Text line's unanimous, by the way.
That's fine. I don't mind being the counterbalance in this. Somebody writes in, says, Vic, it was a miserable 10 years because he didn't like us. Well, he may not have liked it, but to call it a miserable 10 years is flat out wrong. That 10 years with Carmelo and George Karl and those teams, are you blind or are you drunk? The team turned around like that. The team went from nothing, no playoffs, anonymity to a playoff team and a team that mattered and was relevant.
Okay.
So you might be drunk in the success over the last 10 years recently, but that 10-year period when he was here, don't tell me it didn't matter.
We got football tonight. We got football tomorrow night. We've got so much football over the weekend that my head is going to spin with joy. And I can't wait, Brett, to get here at 7:00:01 tomorrow and just football out. And I'm going to touch this football over here. In fact, I'm going to rub it all day.
Yeah.
But, Vic, because you're the, quote, expert on this.
I'm not an expert.
What could possibly in the world be his hang-up about Denver?
I don't know. I'm just telling you what's taken place. I was hoping to get a call, a text, something. Yeah, come on out. It didn't happen. I'm just telling you that.
Okay, then we're done. I'm done. It's the last I want to talk about it. Thanks, Brett.
Tonight at 6 o'clock, Cowboys, Eagles. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You need a minute? Need a second? Yeah, I know you do.
He gets all...
And you know what? I appreciate it. I think that Moser is speaking for a lot of people out here. I really do.
Wait, Vic. Okay, no.
Yeah. No, we don't need that. Cowboys, Eagles tonight.
Woosa, Moj. Woosa.
Thanks, buddy. I'm good. Thanks, buddy.
I know it's the opening game, and everybody's going to be like tuned in with bated breath to this opener to the NFL season. I still think it's just a silly thing that the NFL did just to put the Cowboys in here. Like, you say the Cowboys are a draw, Vic. Does that work in the NFL? I watch the teams who are good.
They could have put any team. That's the beauty of the NFL. They could have put any team. They could have put the New Orleans Saints in the slot, and it would still get eyeballs.
But what I'm saying is, I don't think that that's a pull in the NFL. I don't think the Cowboys do that.
If they had Micah Parsons rip roaring and ready to go, would you think the situation would be different tonight?
Well, they'd be better. You know what I mean? Like I think it's just about who's the good team and who's not, and that's what makes teams interesting.
But
the Giants are a big name, but the Giants suck. Nobody cares.
These openers are intended. These Thursday night openers now in the NFL are intended basically to repraise the team that won the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
the games are played in their stadiums, except of course when the Broncos played the Ravens here in Denver, and the Ravens were the defending Super Bowl champs, except for that one.
And you got in trouble.
But other than that, this is why these games are out there. This is why the NFL does it this way. It's basically another Super Bowl party for Philly tonight. That's what it is.
The last 4 years, the openers have been this, going back to 2022. It was Bills-Rams after the Rams won the Super Bowl.
Pretty awesome.
It was Lions-Chiefs. Lions was actually interesting. They missed the playoffs the year before, but it turned out to be a decent game.
Pretty awesome.
Ravens-Chiefs last year.
Super good.
And now it's Cowboys-Eagles. You're like, oh.
I just hope the Cowboys, I hope they make a game of it. Again, okay, thanks. Shut them off. Shut them off. Shut me off. They are, the Eagles are the same favorites over the Cowboys as the Broncos are over the Titans.
Yep.
So that should tell you what the betting public thinks. Go to the little matchup predictor here, Brett.
I like the matchup predictor. The days of the matchup predictor are back. I totally forgot.
The Cowboys matchup predictor or the Eagles over the Cowboys is about 68%. The Broncos is at 70%. 70% over Tennessee. Yeah, they are the biggest favorite this week, and they are going to crush the Tennessee Titans.
When we return, we'll get to a fact checker and a reminder to you guys, if you guys missed it, if you're just tuning in today, just got in your car, the big news of the day, Nick Bonito signs a 4-year, $120 million extension with $70 million of that guaranteed. So we'll get to that in just a moment. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheitwins.com. That's willheitwins.com. But again, Nick Bonito, 4 years, $120 million, $70 million guaranteed. That extension is done. We'll get to it.
I was just going to say, he's the highest paid non-quarterback in Broncos history.
Yep.
I mean, more than Pat Surtain now. So this is where we're going.
We'll get to it next.
All right.
All right, again, the big news. Nick Bonito, 4 years, $120 million, $70 million guaranteed, $30 million a year. That puts him $1 million above the raise that Trey Hendrickson just got, which I think is a perfect way to slot him in.
Dinner on Nick tonight.
Yeah. Man. It's just, I love everything about the deal. I love the term. I love... Seriously, where you get slotted when stuff like this goes down, because we all know this. Mose, you know this as well as anybody else. Pat Surtain is the best corner in the league. He was voted the best defensive player in the league last year. There's 5 other guys making more money than him now, and he just signed his extension last season. It's very difficult to keep good players from thinking that even if I'm not as good as the guy it's being paid the top-end money, I'm going to get more than him. Like, I'm just blown away that they got Nick Bonito to agree to this. And maybe it's like bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush or whatever the hell that saying goes. They say that right?
Mm-hmm. This is what kind of cracks me up. Here's the 0978. Stop saying it's $120 million. It's not 4 years, $120 million. It's 4 years, $106 million with $14 million in incentives.
Well, if you want to do this with every single...
That's important because it changes the average per year from 30 to 26.5 per annum. That raise Parsons is making 20.5 more per year than Bonito, all this kind of thing. Let's give Peyton full credit for he deserves this deal. But look, man, if he hits the incentives, the money counts against, and it's going to be paid.
Texter, you don't even know what those incentives are. Some of them are easily achieved. Some of them are not. Peyton Manning had incentives in his contract his last year that he had to win the Super Bowl. He met them. Other people have incentives in their contract.
If they show up,
pulse.
If they show up to the facility a certain number of times, that's an incentive.
Yes.
And by the way, you can do this with every contract. I'm doing this just to make it easy, okay? It's just easier to discuss them in these terms.
That being said, I guess over the years I have a little fear because I've seen guys get paid and then drop off. I've seen guys get paid and then, okay, they're kind of satisfied with what they got. They don't want anymore.
Sure.
I've seen a lot of guys where that doesn't happen at all. They get paid, and you know what? They give you even more than they did before.
Mm-hmm.
And that's great. I mean, Patrick Mahomes got a $400 million contract, and what did he do? He
just
kept going and won Super Bowls,
Yeah.
right? So, I mean, it's just that's the kind of guy you want, and that's the kind of guy that I think Nick Bonito is. Now, again, the Broncos have not run into a situation where guys have underperformed their contract for quite a while, so I have a good feeling about this.
You know, it's interesting, Brett. You opened the show today by saying the most important story of the day, and we mentioned it then and never even delved into it, and I'd like to ask the question.
Go ahead.
The most important story of the day yesterday, from a sports fan's perspective, was that Stream East was shut down.
Oh, I said it was Red Zone.
Oh,
Red Zone.
You said Red Zone?
I said, yeah, Red Zone having commercials now.
I think Stream East getting shut down was a big story. Big story.
Yeah.
Under the radar story.
I looked at the replies on that, Vic. I guess I didn't realize how many people actually, did the pirated streaming
We're a
online
little
type
too
of
old,
thing.
Moj.
Yeah.
I think we're a little too old. I mean, if you talk to any kid today, that's my kid. That's a big deal. Huge deal. And I just have a couple questions because, again, I plead ignorance here. I plead ignorance and I beg for mercy. I don't want, hey, bully a boomer. I get it, okay? I plead ignorance. I know that other sites will pop up. I get it. Here's my question to how this stuff works. So they arrested 2 guys in Egypt who had this thing working. And I asked yesterday, how do they make money off these things? And it's all the pop-up ads that come up that I guess they were making millions.
That would be a miserable way to watch a game, which is why I can't do stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. So the question I have is this. And again, this is a dumb question, but no, there is no dumb question, really. How did these people in Egypt, using a couple laptops, I guess, how did they get all these events and put them on these? How do you get them? Like what? Like how do you go find them and say, I got it? How does that happen?
Here's a better question. Why don't they take their tech genius to a place where they make a legitimate money with a legitimate job and do that instead of risking being arrested like they just were?
But how do you just get your laptop out and say, I'm going to go get this Memphis Grizzlies Toronto Raptors game for tonight. I'm going to have it ready to go. How do you access it?
Vic, how the hell would I know?
Well, you sound like you would know.
How do I sound like I would know?
Is anybody out there? Can somebody tell me how they do this? How do you do it?
And Vic, sometimes they get feeds directly from the arena, like what's coming from the Jumbotron. So instead of watching commercial breaks, you see the in-arena entertainment.
Okay.
You see Rocky.
Everybody's saying, I'll give you the link. I don't care about the links. I'm wondering the source of the how
does
do
the dude
they
in
get
Egypt
the
pull,
games?
How does dude in Egypt pull a game out of Seattle's arena?
How?
I don't know, bro.
I need answers.
Also, how did they have the manpower? Because it wasn't just like we think
Two
it's just
dudes
like
in
big,
Egypt,
but we just think it's like some. Oh, they got the big Conor McGregor fight, and then they put on the, I don't know, the Nuggets game or something. It was like ping pong options.
Who are these two dudes in
polo.
Egypt doing this magic? Is
Vic.
it Moses and the Pharaoh?
Vic,
Who are they?
Let's let everybody in on a little subject here. It's called a backhaul. You ever heard of a backhaul, Brett?
Bend over and I'll show you.
Okay, basically when it's sent to the satellite, and people, if you have the right equipment, can grab it and so on and so forth. There was a time. Remember when I got my sausage McMuffin ripped off by a seagull? You recall that?
Yes.
We got back home, and somebody hung a stuffed seagull in the booth. And this is about, I want to say, an hour and a half before game time. So apparently the truck is now feeding the backhaul with just whatever. Because it goes to the NHL, it goes to, and so I'm boxing with this seagull. I'm like, boom, 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 that kind of thing, right? Somebody in Norway put it on line, avalanche announcer, fight seagull. And because I'm doing a little boxing thing with the seagull. He's hanging on a string, little stuffed, animal seagull. And I'm like, I don't know how you got it. A backhaul someplace.
Here's one answer. Here's one answer from somebody in the know. For example, the NBA, they would simply just, one of them would get league pass and then redistribute what they have.
Okay.
So these people are getting all these things and then redistributing all these things.
Okay, there you go.
I like the backhaul better. It makes it sound more mysterious.
It does.
I get it. For a lot of people, that's a big deal. I'm telling you, putting the whole appeal to Red Zone, the opening that Scott Hansen would say is 7 hours of commercial-free football that they've now jammed commercials into. And again, guys, this isn't an overlay where they just make the box smaller and you got this little ring around it that's like some AT&T ad. It's we're cutting away for commercials.
And that's the NFL.
It's this, yes, everybody's blaming ESPN. ESPN didn't do this, at least to my knowledge. This is the NFL made the decision. My whole question surrounding this is, and it's been like this with a lot of stuff with the NFL, how much money you need? How much?
Mm-hmm. More.
How many more billions can you put on top of your billions when you have loyal customers who really enjoy your product and you're just like, how much more can I squeeze out of you?
All of it. You need all of it.
Now, the answer is all of it because I don't know if there is a limit to what the NFL can do to me where I would be like, I'm done watching. I think that you could say you have to be in a torture device.
How about $50 a game? $100 a game. You got to pay.
Okay,
you got to pay $2,000 a year.
I thought the whole thing about Red Zone and the reason why it was special is you had to pay a pretty firm price to get it, right?
Yes.
All right. So once that price started going down, and it did, I said, "Uh-oh."
What do you mean price started going down? What does that mean?
Well, I mean you can get Red Zone if, for example, if you had Comcast, you got Red Zone for free. Or you could just add it as an item, right? You can add it as an item that didn't cost as much as it would to get on. How much did you pay for your Red Zone? I'm just curious. How much did you pay for it?
Well, I got the Sunday ticket package, so it just comes in with it.
Okay, so how much was that? Over like $300?
Oh, now it's like $400.
It's like
$400 and some dollars.
It's
like
$420.
Expensive.
So
and that's what's extra pissing me off.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You would think if you're paying a premium for that, and that's a big ticket item, that you would have commercial-free stuff. They're giving it away for free at times. And that's when I said, oh, why are they giving me Red Zone? Why am I getting Red Zone? I see it.
Well, you know what
Because
killed me?
they're going to commercialize it. That's why.
Here's what kills me, and this is back when it was on DirecTV. So I paid for the Sunday ticket every year. And then I find out that people who sign up for DirecTV, they got a free first year of the Sunday ticket. I go, I'm the most loyal customer you have. Yeah. Why don't you throw me a bone every once in a while?
Because you're paying to watch the Lions, and they know that. They know
sure.
that
They already got you.
And they know they got you.
Yeah.
You're paying to watch the Lions. See, all I've watched the last few years is simply Red Zone. I didn't buy the DirecTV package. I just bought Red Zone.
Absolutely. Anyway, game tonight, game tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Broncos on Sunday. We're going to be all football all the time tomorrow because we love football.
Yeah.
Hey, but I've got
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
my man David Lee. I've got a stat about the Tennessee Titans that I'm going to bring up tomorrow.
Okay.
It looks like a complete dichotomy, and I'm going to have to get the answer from both of you on which one you prefer. Because that may indicate how the Titans could stay in the game on Sunday, in a game that I think they're going to get waffle stomped.
Okay. So,
but it's like two opposite ends of the spectrum that go together, and I don't know how they do.
Be a full breakdown, Broncos Titans tomorrow as we head into the first opening weekend, my favorite day of the year. Opening Sunday of the NFL season. Nelly, fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Last night, as you all know, we had our Altitude Sports Radio Fantasy Football Sports Altitude Football Radio Sports Draft. I think I got it right this time, Vic.
Yeah, perfect.
And
nailed it.
And Vic, welcome to the world of the nerds. You did your first fantasy draft ever, and I just want to go on record. We all were preparing, Vic, for the pain that comes with a fantasy football season when you make some boneheaded roster decision and lose to DMac by a point because you benched a receiver who had a monster game. And this was Vic's response, which you told me to write down, hell, record.
Write this down. Hell, record it. If I care even a tenth of how much you guys care, that means my life is headed towards ruin.
So when Vic, when you're ripping out your hair in week 3 because of the stress of playing fantasy football, I'm going to come back and show you this clip. I'm just warning you now.
Hold on. Did you just say stress and fantasy football in the same stress?
Get ready to learn it, buddy. It hits
Stress.
all of us.
Moser called you out earlier. He's absolutely correct. You are not allowed, as somebody who's like, I'm competitive about everything. If we play Connect 4, I'm competitive. To say you're not competitive about this is a cheat.
No.
And then why'd you ask Legwald who you should start this week?
Because I want to annoy you.
Phony.
My job, all of you people out there who said, I cannot believe you don't do fantasy football. Okay, now I'm doing it, and I'm going to annoy the hell out of you. And I want you to get a taste of what it's like from my side.
To be fair, we've never done that on this show, though.
Yeah, but people do. You know how many times I run in?
Life.
Yeah, but I'm in the grocery store, and this guy's talking to me about his running backs. And hey,
how many texts do you get from Kyle Keefe during the week? Hey, is R.J. Harvey or Dobbins? Are they who's starting? Shut up.
Well, a lot to break down. Game 1 of the Broncos coming up this weekend. We will talk about that tomorrow in full. Have a great and wonderful Thursday. We love you. See ya. Bye.
They set up Mitchell. It's going to be a double pass. And that one is intercepted. Oh! It's Bonito. Unbelievable. Bonito had a 71-yard pick six against Cleveland 2 weeks ago. Strikes again for Denver.
Winston is picked. Intercepted. Bonito. Goodbye. No flags. Touchdown, Denver.
The no drama offseason continues. A massive 4-year, $106 million extension with $70 million guaranteed. It can be worth up to $120. For edge rusher Nick Bonito, he joins a quartet of players over a 4-year window for the Broncos with Pat Surtain, Zach Allen, and Courtland Sutton. And we have a very clearly defined window of contention and championship, and that is between now and 2029. If you group all of those contracts in with the 4 years remaining, if you count the 5th-year option on quarterback Bo Nix. That is a hell of a deal as we start off the 2025 NFL season. We got Thursday Night Football here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 starting at 6 p.m., Dallas and Philly. But before we get into all that, before we get into our NFL season preview and our predictions, Coach Sanford, grade the contract.
A freaking plus.
You're damn right.
You got value on a player that had more sacks in this past season than Michael Parsons. He is just coming into his own. He showed in the first preseason game, hey, guess what? I'm actually better than I was last year with the 13.5 sacks. Trey Hendrickson, I'm coming for your 17.5. And that's what I think is going to happen this year. If you want some Nick Bonito glazing, then you have come to the right morning show. The Morning Sprint has been and always will be the location of Nick Bonito glazing.
And listen, I will continue to do that, but I also tweeted out something that you and I have spoken about for the better part of a month, which is, now that money's here, right, and you come in far below the clip that was just set by Parsons.
We were worried about 38, 40.
I thought it was going to be 33, 32.
So what are we calling this AAV?
I'll call it 30. Call it 30.
30 is
right?
the max,
It
though,
is,
right?
Right.
Like if he hits every incentive.
Every incentive.
Gosh, what's the guaranteed money?
The guaranteed money at signing is $70 million. The deal is 106 base value with the ability to earn an extra 14 to get it up to 120.
So 106 is the real contract value. 70 is the guarantee. So if he had an injury issue or an opt-out issue, he would make a guaranteed 70,
You get 70 up front.
No matter what. 106 divided by 4 comes in just shy of 30. That's a 20, I believe it's 27.8, 28.2.
It's 26.5, but like if he only makes the 26.5 per year, like if you only make 106, not hitting those incentives, you're probably underperforming the contract. I think it's a home run. And to continue what you and I have been speaking about for the past month, in order to make this as high value as possible, and I think they hit a damn home run on this thing. Now this is the time where Nick Bonito's snap count needs to go from the low 60s and start creeping up into the low 80s, into the high 70s. I had people trying to tell me, oh, no, you don't need that. No, you do.
You remember?
If you're going to get paid at the low end of the elite pass rushers in the league, which is
where Nick Bonito now is with this extension starting next year.
Where does that put him APY annual per year of, we'll call it the base value, 26.5. That probably puts him at number 6 at the edge rusher position.
It depends how you want to see the contract. So are you looking at
106? 106.
You're not putting it at 120?
I mean, that's like if he hits all of his incentives, right? If he's a 15+ sack guy, that's an incentive piece to this puzzle, which, in my opinion, he's probably going to hit some of those because that's the type of player I think he is, man.
This year, your average rankings for players: Micah Parsons at 46.5, TJ Watt at 41, Garrett at 40, Danielle Hunter at 35.6, Max Crosby at 35.5, Bosa at 34, Hendrickson 29, Hines Allen 28.25, Burns 28.2, Bonito number 10. If you're just taking this as a 4-year, $106 million deal, Bonito comes in at number 10 in terms of APY.
And if you take it as he hits every bit of the incentive contract of 120, $30 million puts him at 6. Is that right, Raj? Is it number with $30 million AAV?
30 would put you just north of Trey Hendrickson.
Okay.
And that would be at 7.
7. Dude, it's a great deal for the Broncos, man.
George Payton and Sean Payton knocked this out of the park, the 9.45. But why didn't they wait until next year's draft and then trade him for two first-round picks and a 30-year-old defensive lineman? Are they stupid or something? So good. That is what Jerry Jones is banking on. Jerry Jones is banking on getting, remember the clip from George Payton in the draft? Holy blank, Bonito at 64. Jerry Jones is banking on drafting 2 Nick Bonitos. That was the trade.
Yeah, but I just have $119 million in a handshake. It's all it takes for me to make a good deal.
Get your damn act together.
I can't gush enough about how great this offseason was. Surtain is undervalued now. And now, we all know the NFL, they can rip up contracts, year after year because guys sit down, give me the extension.
The great thing for all of these things is the Broncos, because they have great ownership, man. They have great ownership, and so the way in which these players are taken care of by way of guaranteed money, by way of wise financial decisions, by way of capitalizing on the now for both the player. So Nick Bonito doesn't know that he's going to have greater than 13.5 sacks ever again. There's a chance that he doesn't. And if Nick Bonito never has 13.5 sacks or more in his career, this is a great deal for Nick Bonito.
If he has between 11 and 14 sacks a year over the course of 4 years, you have outperformed the contract.
Yeah. But you know what Nick Bonito does and his agent does is it gives him peace of mind that he has generational money.
And again, knowing that the NFL can rip contracts up year over year, if the dude walks out this year and has 15 sacks and then next year has 16.5, you know what he gets in 2 years? A new deal. You get another extension and you make a whole bunch of money. But
Amato from the Shop Mazda text line asked me, hey, Coach, how would Jerry Jones say Nick Bonito's name? You know what he'd say? That Nate Bonilla.
Settle down just a little bit.
It's going to make him Bobby Bonilla's nephew.
Me and Nate Bonilla had a conversation and left the room with a handshake deal in place.
Michael Parsons.
The fact that you're doing this while still paying out the Russell Wilson contract extension is remarkable. And it's so very clear that you have buy-in from players that are getting their value but not holding out to be the next highest paid player is something that great text from here. It's from the 908. It's what the Florida Panthers and Bill Zito are doing in hockey. You're slotting players just north of what their true stats tell them they are, and immediately are getting contract or value back on the contract.
Timing is everything.
The timing is perfect. The buy-in from the players, and you know where this all starts, man? It all starts with organizational structure. It feels like the buy-in from the top to the GM to the head coach, they all have the same culture, and now it has bled, it has trickled down into your elite players.
The almighty dollar certainly matters as it relates to players saying, yep, I'll take that deal. And Nick Bonito did say, yep, as did Cortland Sutton, as did Pat Surtain II, as did Zach Allen.
Those are your 4 extensions.
The timing mattered. But what I'd say even more than that is those are 4 players that are being compensated well, although you could argue that they are all. Maybe Zach Allen's the one that I would say is like a truly fair deal on both sides. Like 100% fair, even if Zach Allen performs incredibly well. I think he's getting good bang for his buck on Zach Allen's deal. I think Cortland Sutton's deal is a little bit team friendly. I think Nick Bonito's deal is a little bit team friendly. And I think that Pat Surtain's deal is incredibly team
All
friendly.
4 of those deals end in 2029.
But
that coincides with Bo Nix's
5th-year option.
5th-year option.
And I would tell you this. Pick. I would tell you this about this, right? When you look at those deals, you know why all 4 of those players are okay making this type of a handshake agreement and putting pen to paper, getting the ink to dry on those contracts? Because you win championships and you get those playoff checks and you get the endorsements that come with a Super Bowl culture. That transcends this money. It can transcend this money. And I think that in this market, Denver, Colorado, it's not LA, it's not New York, but you know what Denver, Colorado is, man? It is a NFL football crazed market where those 4 players, just like the names Ed McCaffrey, like the names Terrell Davis, like the names Steve Atwater, you can be immortalized in a community, both with endorsements and with championships that lead to all benefiting from the success of the team. And I think all 4 of those players know that.
And this is where, again, the trust from the organization to the players, from the players to the GM, knowing that they will get fair compensation, that you're not going to have to deal with your name being thrown around in the media and in the mud, much like what's happening in Dallas, and forcing your hand to demand a trade and go from Dallas to Green Bay, a place where you didn't necessarily want to go, Micah Parsons. You wanted to stay in Dallas. That ain't happening here in Denver. You didn't hear any of that. It's the reason why we called training camp no drama training camp. And it's continued into the first day of the NFL season. I can't say enough about the organization. I can't say enough about this contract extension and about the clearly defined championship window that we have in Denver.
And I can't say enough about this news just proving that it's time for the season to start, man. And it's starting with a bang.
Cowboys at the Eagles tonight, 6 p.m. kick on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Denver's brand new home for Westwood One. Every single NFL primetime game right here on Altitude Sports Radio, and it starts tonight. It's the morning sprint as the NFL season kicks off tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Cowboys at the Eagles, a 6 p.m. kick. You can listen to that game anywhere worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio app that is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Coach, massive deal, 4 years, $106 million with incentives up to $120. If you take the entirety of the deal, that gets him up to about $30 million per year. It is a fantastic piece of work from George Payton and Sean Payton. You have your biggest pieces of this team, Sutton, Surtain, Allen, Bonito, and Nix, all under contract through 2029. Again, Nix does have that fifth-year option as a first-round pick. This clearly defines a 4-year window for the Broncos that, yeah, outside looking in, right? Like, I wouldn't say dark horse. They've had enough shine on them in the offseason. I don't think you can really call them a dark horse this year because too many people are talking about them.
Am I right in reading this extension for Nick Bonito that it actually doesn't kick in until the 26th season?
I have
really
ending,
you got
Spot Track has it ending in 2029.
Yeah, but so it's
6, 7, 8, 9.
5 seasons, right?
No, it's a 4-year extension.
But what I'm saying is this year, 25
is 5 seasons, and then 29 is when
correct.
It ends, yes,
which is great. So you actually, I know it's an extension. It like my initial thought would be that this year counts because this year hasn't been played.
No, next year counts.
So it's 5 total seasons of Nick Bonito under contract.
That is correct.
Which is awesome because that young man's in his prime and doesn't appear to be anywhere near within the 5-year context of that contract being anywhere near being outside of his prime. That's the difference with Trey Hendrickson. While Trey Hendrickson's guy was a New Orleans Saint and he was a mid-round pick and he didn't have the production until he was 29, 30, 31. And so his types of contracts, when you're thinking, like, how much prime does he have left?
Well, right. Hendrickson's 30. Nick Bonito is 25.
It's a huge
right,
difference.
The craziest part of all these contract extensions, the oldest dude is Cortland Sutton. And he's 29.
And his is what? 4 more total, including this year?
Right. It ends in 2029. It's a 4-year extension that kicks in next year for a total of 5.
Okay. So Cortland Sutton would be 33, 34, right? At the end of his contract, which that's probably why he took a team-friendly deal, right? Because you don't know if you're still in your prime at 34 as a wideout in the National Football League. Which is okay.
You're likely not.
But still, it's...
Name the last 34-year-old wide receiver to be actively in their prime.
I'll tell you that Randy Moss was pretty good at 37.
Okay, pick the greatest wide receiver of all time.
I'll tell you, Jerry Rice.
It's
pretty
like
good
asking
at
the same
39.
question of quarterbacks being that old. Like, Tom Brady was really good when he was 43.
Tom Brady he should line up for Bill Belichick.
Those are the exceptions to the rules.
49 years old. I'll tell you
I'm
what,
not
man.
putting Cortland Sutton in the same conversation as Randy Moss.
What about Freddie Bolitnikoff ripping cancer darts on the sideline at 43 years old?
Isn't that crazy, man? That like in the, I always remember the stories of the New York Islanders who won 4 straight cups in was it the 70s or early 80s? Late 70s into the early 80s, something like that.
Some lung darts.
Talking about all these dudes who were just hammering cigs in between periods. Nuts!
How many years?
Nathan McKinnon won't have a Snickers bar halfway through the season. These guys are just packing Camels the whole day.
Oh, man. Yeah, my man Bolitnikoff had a good, solid 15-year career. So good.
4-year window. You have to win in a 4-year window with these contracts. That you are banking on there's a Lombardi here before the decade switches to the 2030s. That's what this is saying. You win or it's a failure.
Outside of the Avs and the Rockies of the Big Four.
What? Okay.
So 2 of your 4 Big Four sports in this market. Are you in the same 4 or 5-year window now?
Why are you saying outside the Avs and Rockies?
Well, the Rockies, obviously, you're not in any type of championship window whatsoever. And the Avs, I think the Avs could blow up if you don't win one this year.
What does blow up mean? I think to lump the Avalanche in with the Rockies is an insane statement to come out of your mouth.
What I'm talking about is that you acquitted, like, the path is clear. It feels clear to me for the Denver Broncos over the course of the next 4 or 5 seasons. The path feels very clear for the Denver Nuggets over the next 4 or 5 seasons.
How does the path not feel very clear for the Avalanche when they extended Nathan McKinnon and they have Cale Makar under contract and they extended Devon Taves and they signed a goaltender to a long-term contract and they signed Brock Nelson to a 3-year contract extension? In what world does that not say that's a 4-year window for us to go win a champion? What are you looking at?
I'm looking at that group of players that has been in this franchise has a head coach on the hot seat right now going into 2025, 26.
Okay, the Nuggets just fired their head coach with 3 games remaining in the regular season last year. So why don't you throw the Nuggets in there?
4 or 5 years going forward.
Throw the Nuggets in there, then.
No, they have the new head coach, and they went out and they acquitted the roster for the next 4 or 5 years.
Did the Avalanche not do that? They traded away a future Hall of Famer to get more peace. Coach, think about what you're saying right now.
Feels very incomplete, man. Feels very incomplete.
Do you feel great about it?
Do you feel great about it?
What did I tell you yesterday? I have a cup tingle.
Yeah, and I don't love the fact that you got a cup tingle.
Insane comment for you to say that
Roger,
the Avalanche aren't in a 4-year Stanley Cup window with the best player in the world and the best defender in the world on the team for a long time to come.
This isn't 21-22 anymore,
I'm not
Raj.
talking
We're
about
21-22. But we're 5 years removed from it.
36 years old? Dude, I might curse at you right now.
Go ahead. I want to hear it. Get your little hot mic button back there going, KJ. Because right now the Avs, to me, the Avs don't feel like a team that I know that this team and this core is going to be together in 2 or 3 years. I don't feel that way. I think Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar might, and then you might recycle the players around them and just bring in a new batch.
It's insane.
All right.
Dude, it's insane.
Well, you got the best two players.
The way that
you got the best
asked
two players,
the question,
but you got the best 2 players as a D-man and one of the top 2 or 3 scoring players and puck movers and distributors of puck in Nathan McKinnon. And you exited in the first freaking round. You exited in the first round.
How'd the Nuggets do after that first round then? How'd they do?
You lost to the eventual champions. You knew who you lost to in the
Broncos
first round?
last year?
The Broncos are in a completely different space. They're in a build. They had a rookie quarterback, Raj. You can't compare the two. It's not even close. You were in year 2 of a new head coach.
I don't know what exhaust fumes you huffed this morning, man.
Hey, the Avs got to freaking go, man. Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon got to go.
The proper way to frame that question would have been, if this is a 4-year Lombardi window for the Broncos, how many combined championships between the 3 teams out of the major 4? Removing the 100-plus loss Rockies for 3 straight seasons. How many combined championships between the Broncos, Nuggets, and Avalanche is acceptable? That's the way that you should have answered that question, man.
Yet another. Let me ask you this, Avs fan, that's sensitive because that's who you are, hockey fan.
I'm not sensitive.
Right? I'm talking all the text.
I would feel the same way.
I'd feel the
same way if you were talking about the Nuggets as well that way.
Okay, let me talk to you. Sensitive hockey fan.
Dude, it's an insane. It's
the best indicator.
Never been more wrong.
The best indicator of future events is recent past events. And in 2 years, you had embarrassingly early exits from the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yeah, I agree.
What happens if you have the exact same thing again this year? Which right now I would say,
Bedsy's gone. Well, what, you're going to blow it up, trade Nathan McKinnon?
Do you feel good about the Cup window the next year?
Yeah, the Cup window for the Avalanche is the next 4 or 5 seasons before Nathan McKinnon is a free agent in 2031, which is the same exact time period that we're talking about with the Broncos, and the next 4 to 5 seasons when all of these contracts for Sutton, Surtain, Allen, and Bonito are up. They all coincide at the same time. The Nuggets, the Avs, and the Broncos, they are all in the same pool.
I don't believe it right now for the Avs. I need to see something change.
It is a insane, dude, holy crap. Okay, sure.
Somebody said, from the 215 right here just said that's literally called recency bias. Yep.
It is.
It is, because you know what? That's what you did with this core of players. It's what you did with this core of players, Raj. You said you traded a future Hall of Famer to get more pieces. How did those pieces perform in the postseason? It led to a first-round exit yet again, or an exit against a Dallas Stars team that did nothing to go hoist their own cup.
There's coach again. Just because you haven't won it means you can't.
You have won it. The Avs have won it. Unfortunately, it's 21-22.
Yeah,
it's 25-26.
Just like every sport, you guys know my rule. You get 5 years. You get 5 years, and this is their 5th year, which means you have to very seriously compete. I think they're right in the middle of it. I think all 3 of those teams are in the same exact spot. The Broncos now with these extensions. Denver, the Nuggets, with trading away MPJ and getting a deeper team. And the Avalanche having 2 of the 3 best players on the planet. And now having, you talk about the players.
Prove it.
Holy crap. Okay.
That's all I want to see.
All right. Go ahead, Nikola Jokic, go prove it again.
He did prove it.
You haven't done anything, right? Go prove it. Go prove it. What'd you do last year against OKC? Go prove it, Nikola Jokic. Right. What are we talking about here? Go prove it, Jamal Murray.
Yeah, Jamal Murray's got to prove it. I agree with that.
Like the anti-inflammatories, man.
The way that you think about this means that like every team every year should win a championship.
I'd say that.
It's what your words are saying.
Okay, but if you're a championship team with 2 of the best 3 players on earth, like you keep saying, you don't get knocked out in the first round, and then the year before in the second round.
Yeah, I'm not defending.
What'd you do 3 years ago?
I'm not defending the failure of the team over the past few years, but the failure over the team since the Cup championship came here to Denver does not take away from the Cup window being open until 2030. The failure of the Denver Nuggets over the last 2 seasons, right, because they didn't have the depth, does not take away from the NBA championship window still being open because Nikola Jokic, Aaron Gordon, and Jamal Murray are still here in Denver. Their failures over the last 2 years doesn't take away from the window.
3.
That's what... no, 2 full seasons in the NBA.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking Avs. What series did you lose to Seattle?
Man.
Was that second round?
No, it was first round. It was Game 7 against Seattle when Nichushkin got...
So first round, second round, first round exits, 3 years in a row.
Yeah, they were bad.
So it's rainbows and unicorns right now.
Never said that, brother. Never said that, brother.
All right. Rainbows and unicorns.
Not saying rainbows and unicorns.
Championship window, baby.
Dude, you are.
4 years, man.
Holy smokes.
3 years. 3 years with 2 of the best 5 players on planet Earth. 2 of the best 5. Is that right? Is that what we keep hearing? 2 of the best 5?
I think they have 2 of the best 3. And the Nuggets also have the number 1 player in the NBA. And when you have the number 1 player in the NBA, right, like, you typically win championships.
I'm hoping.
I want
the Avs to prove me wrong. It just the future looks murky right now, murkier than it does for the Denver Broncos and for the Denver Nuggets right now.
Okay, I'll give you that. If that was going to be your original, if that was going to be your original take, was that with the 3 teams that are currently in win or bust mode, championship window mode, which are the Broncos, the Nuggets, and the Avalanche. But if you ask Coach, it's just the Broncos and the Nuggets, and you're just going to loop in the Avs with the Rockies. Think about that one for a second. If your question was who has the brightest and clearest crystal ball, my answer would have been Nuggets, Broncos, Avs in that order. But all 3 are very much in an open window scenario. Very much.
I would agree. I think we just went around this full circle of vitriol I would entirely agree with what you just wrapped up. It is a very clear 1.
You just got to give me 12 minutes and I get Coach to come back on my side. Look at that.
No. Denver Nuggets 1. Championship window. Likelihood of winning a title 1. Broncos very closely behind them 2. Big gap. Colorado Avalanche.
Gap. Small gap.
And then another gap. Colorado Rockies. I'm not going to say how big that one is.
There is a galaxy in between, between those 2 teams.
It is Grand Canyon. It is, what's the one, the underwater.
The Marianas Trench?
Yes. That's how large it is.
It's pretty good.
It's a pretty good one.
Yeah, I agree. That should be your ranking. But to my question, this is the way that I thought you were going to, frame this, was what is the minimum amount of championships over the next 4 seasons? Sorry, 5 seasons, right? Because that's how we're talking about the extensions for Bonito and Sutton and Allen, because they kick in after this year and they go away in 2029. What is the total number of championships between the Broncos, Nuggets, and Avalanche by the end of the 2020s that you're okay with? What is the acceptable amount of titles?
We're at 2.
No. Right now. Just starting right now.
Okay.
You get 5 years with 3 teams that are all in championship window.
3.
3.
3.
I think it's 4.
3 would be really fun, though.
3 would be amazing. Don't get me wrong. I'm being greedy, but I think 4 for me is like a massive success.
4 might lead to liver failure.
Oh, my
I
God.
almost killed him. Football season's here, guys, and Hooters, Colorado is your game day headquarters. Check out the Pick 3 special. 1 app, 1 entree, and 1 drink starting at just $11.40. That's wings, beer, and game time fuel without breaking the bank. Hooters, Colorado, this is how you football. And if you want to win a $200 gift card with a Hooters swag bag, text the word Hooters, that is HOOTERS, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck, guys. You can enter once per day for a total of 5 entries into our drawing. Again, text the word Hooters, HOOTERS, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck on the other side. Our NFL season preview and predictions. We'll see how wrong I can be this year. Don't go anywhere. It's Altitude 92.5.
Last night at football practice, I noticed that the shadows, they were getting a little bit longer. And you know what that means? Fall is knocking on the door, and even better than that for me, winter. It's right around the corner. And as you think about your plans for the winter, it's time to lock in the best deal in Colorado skiing and riding. Loveland Ski Area's unrestricted 4-pack, which is 4 tickets for just $289. That's $72 a day. No blackouts, no restrictions. You can choose it to ski 4 days by yourself, spread it out over several weeks or a month or 2, or just share it with friends on the same day. But for a limited time, save an extra $10 when you buy online at skiloveland.com. Hurry. This special offer, it's going to be ending in 3 days on September 7th. 4-packs are only on sale for a limited time. Loveland Ski Area. More snow, less crowds.
Let's take a look at the latest Broncos injury report. It's sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. Nick Bonito with his foot was a full participant on Wednesday, as was Marvin Mims with a thigh.
Oh,
Alex
I know where this is
Singleton
going.
with a thumb. Nate Adkins did not participate with an ankle injury. Neither did Dre Greenlaw. On the Tennessee side, cornerback L'Jarius Sneed was limited on Wednesday with a knee injury at practice. Kevin Winston Jr., the safety, was limited with a hamstring injury.
Have you heard of those guys?
And Dan Moore did not participate with an ankle injury. L'Jarius Sneed, yeah.
Wait, are those are Titans players?
Those are Titans.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't remember those names in training camp.
I didn't see L'Jarius Sneed in orange and blue.
All right.
It's like the depth was that deep.
God, they really
in the
went
secondary?
out. They went out and really, really farmed the free agent market
How
here.
did they get L'Jarius Sneed? This was like the 5th string corner as a guy who was pretty solid. That's your injury report, sponsored by Ramos Law. Before Coach and I tried to kill each other last segment, the Nick Bonito deal, if you guys, again, have not heard, 4 years, $106 million, with incentives up to $120, puts the Broncos in a 4-year window. And as we always do before every big-time season, college football, NFL, NHL, NBA, it's time for the morning sprints, preview and predictions for 25-26. I was so bad last year that I decided to tell you that the AFC South was going to get won by the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Coach of the Year, Doug Peterson, who, got the can last season. They drafted high enough to get Travis Hunter, the Heisman Trophy winner, playing both sides of the ball this year for, who's the head coach down there? Is it Liam Cohen?
Liam Cohen.
Liam Cohen, the new head coach.
Duval.
A member of the Sanford prison experiment.
Yes, Baker Mayfield. Oh, no.
I thought you had Travis Hunter.
Oh,
Didn't
Travis
you draft
Hunter. Yes. Liam Cohen still gets me because he was the offensive coordinator for Baker Mayfield, and they totally broed out. So now he's at Jacksonville, the other, in my opinion, semi-irrelevant NFL franchise, just because people don't go to those games unless they're in the playoffs.
All right, Coach, let's get into it. We'll start with the AFC East. Winners and last place teams. I think this is pretty cut and clear for the winner of the AFC East. It's my pick to get through to the Super Bowl. Out of the AFC, Josh Allen, the MVP, and the Buffalo Bills. They finally got to get it done this year, right?
Buffalo Bills. It is book it. Probably the easiest pick to make maybe in the National Football League.
Now, the question is, with how top-heavy that AFC East is, who finishes in last place? This is going to go hand in hand with my first coach fired of the year. We're not going to do fired coach for every single division, but I'll tease that pick with his team. It's the Miami Dolphins.
No way. No chance. You are dead wrong. The Miami Dolphins with Colorado native as their head football coach, Mike McDaniel. Yeah, no plural.
McDaniel.
He's going to be just fine, man. He's going to have the boys greased up. Okay. You know what's going to happen to Tagovailoa? He's going to be on fire to start the year. Then he turns into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then Zach Wilson comes in and starts spinning the football down the field.
To a Tagovailoa.
You heard it. Zach Wilson saving the day.
The New York Jets are going to be absolute, pure, and utter buns. The Jets are buns, and Justin Fields, well, he is the definition of buns.
The AFC North was won by Baltimore last year, a 12-win Ravens team. I think they get it done yet again this year. It's always difficult up at the top with Cincy and Pittsburgh. Baltimore is just, well, they're head and shoulders better than everyone else in that division. So give me Ravens to win this thing. I think they get like 13 wins this season. And then the Browns are in a distant last place.
I was almost going to take the crazy hot take just to keep with my consistent awful takes today, according to Avs Faithful.
Not awful,
I almost took
huffing.
I'm taking the Ravens to win the division. It's not even close. I almost took the Steelers for Aaron Rodgers to take down yet another franchise, but the Cleveland Browns in their quarterback situation is just it's going to be so bad. So I'm going Cleveland Browns dead last.
Better chance to scare Baltimore for a division crown,
Cincy.
Pittsburgh or Cincy?
Cincy. I think that this is going to be a Joe Burrow, like, off the charts year. That's why I drafted in my fantasy draft that nobody cares about. I drafted Mike Gesicki because I think he's going to be the recipient of a lot of teeters.
Moving on to the AFC South, won by Houston the last couple of years. 10-7 last year were the Texans. You had 3 teams under 500, Indy, Jacksonville, and Tennessee, who the Broncos will face on Sunday with number 1 overall pick out of Miami, Cam Ward. My winner for the AFC South, it stays in Houston. It stays with the best quarterback in the division. That is C.J. Stroud and the Texans.
And that's where I am going to start getting very hot takey because I got the Jacksonville Jaguars behind Liam Cohen and all of his cheesiness at the podium. Trevor Lawrence is going to have an incredible year. And yes, the county of Duval will hoist an AFC South title.
I'm just gonna push off the Jaguars curse that I had from last year.
That was a Peterson problem.
That was a Peterson problem.
That wasn't a Duval problem.
Last place.
Last place is going to be the team that you open with here in Denver at Empower Field, and that is the Tennessee Titans, and it is going to be ugly for Cam Ward, and Brian Callahan will get fired.
Saving the best for last in the AFC, that is the West Division. Kansas City 15-2 last year. Nobody has won the AFC West outside of Kansas City since the Broncos hoisted the Lombardi Trophy in Super Bowl 50 back in 2015. But your winner of the AFC West, yeah, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. Yeah, I think the crystal ball is as clear as it has ever been. Give me Denver, baby. Why not, right? It's the beginning of the season. You should be that optimistic in your team. Denver wins the AFC West in stunning fashion.
I believe it too, Raj. I'm going Denver Broncos. You heard it here first several months ago. The no-drama training camp, taking care of your superstar players, keeping them on edge with just enough opportunity for incentive-laden contracts. This defense is going to be a problem for not just the NFL, but it's going to be a problem for the Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herberts of the world. Denver Broncos win the AFC West.
All right, finally, I get another hot takey opinion here. I had Dolphins finishing last in the AFC East. I've got the Chargers finishing last in the AFC West. I think the Rashawn Slater injury, not enough people are talking about that, man, right? You move on, unfortunately, because of a preseason ending injury from one of the best left tackles in the game. He's gone. You have to worry about Justin Herbert getting hammered from the blind side. You have to worry about running a rookie running back without a top tackle in the league. Man,
Raj,
that's
hear me out.
Hurt.
Hear me out on this. And listeners, this is going to sound completely asinine, and I'm on one of those type of days. I think it's almost just as likely that the Chargers finish last place in the AFC West as it is that they win the AFC West, which is wild to think
they are
about.
They're boom or bust this year.
It's crazy to think about. Like, I almost predicted them because the Broncos, I think the Broncos are a great matchup themselves versus the Chiefs, but I think the Chargers themselves are a great matchup against the Broncos. And then the Raiders, I think, are just going to be they're going to be spoiling parties this year.
They're just going to be lurking.
Lurking.
That's who the Raiders are. Okay, so last place in the AFC West, coach, is?
The Las Vegas Raiders.
But you think by razor-thin margins? No?
The Las Vegas Raiders.
Okay.
They're going to have 2 or 3 wins in the division.
I still hold on to my crazy thing that's going to happen this year is everyone goes 500. All right, moving on to the NFC with the East. Your Super Bowl champion Eagles take the field tonight against the Cowboys on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Starting at 6 p.m., the Eagles win the East again.
Not so fast, my friend. I got
Lee.
Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders coming out guns blazing. Deebo Samuel's going to have a phenomenal year in that maroon and gold of the Commanders.
Last place was taken by the New York Football Giants at 3-14 last year, and congratulations, you have Abdul Carter, but, well, you got Russell Wilson. The Giants finished last again.
No chance whatsoever because they got the Reverend Pastor Jameis Winston in the building to just make sure that everything is going smoothly with the parishioners. The Dallas Cowboys, Jared Jones, they will be the absolute armpit of the National Football League and take dead last in the NFC East.
Up to the north, the Lions are my pick to come out of the NFC yet again. They had 15 wins last year and unfortunately ran into the injury bug at the end of the season. Give me the Lions one more time.
I'm going with the Green Bay Packers. I like the fact that Jordan Love is going to be able to start the season off healthier. I think the plan of taking care of that offhand, the left hand, he had a broken finger or thumb or something along those lines. Micah Parsons is going to be a problem opposite Rashawn Gary and Lucas Van Ness. This defense is going to be nasty. And what I love about Jeff Hafley's defensive structure is they play a ton of man coverage. Pin your ears back and go get after the quarterback.
I think last place in the North comes down to a game between Chicago and Minnesota. I'm going to bet on the rookie quarterback who has the actual year of playing under his belt versus the rookie quarterback last year who didn't play in J.J. McCarthy. Therefore, the Bears finish third. The Vikings by a game finish fourth, but I don't think it's like a 5-win Vikings team. I think it's like a 7-win Vikings
Stunner
team.
of all stunners. The Detroit Lions have the biggest drop-off because this is going to be a very tightly contested NFC North. There's going to be parity on parity. And Ben Johnson's going to be laughing all the way to second place in the NFC North. It'll be Green Bay 1, Bears 2, Vikings 3, and the Lions 4. And the storyline will be, man, we made a mistake with our offensive coordinator position hire. You took the brain trust that was underneath Sean Payton here, and those guys weren't calling a dadgum play last year. That was all Sean Payton.
Moving on to the South, Buccaneers won it with 10 wins last season. I'm sticking with Baker Mayfield and the Bucs. They win the South, and I've got last place being, well, the Aints. Yeah, New Orleans is going to suck again.
And I agree wholeheartedly with both of those. Baker Mayfield is my quarterback for the Sanford prison experiment. He's going to have a heck of a season.
And finally, the NFC West. I think this is the toughest one to call in all of football.
I'm going Los Angeles Rams.
Okay.
I'm taking the Kroenke Sports and Entertainment coworkers. I love that squad, and I think that Matthew Stafford is going to stay healthy and throw the football over the yard.
It comes down to health everywhere in this division. If McCaffrey stays healthy, the 49ers win the division. If he's hurt, they could be in last place, so I'll take San Francisco. Last place for me is Seattle.
Last place for me is Arizona. After watching that football team with a couple of really impressive-looking body types, I just feel like they have too many issues, and their defense is not going to be great.
All right, that does it for our divisional preview. We'll get into our wild cards, our conference champions, MVPs, Rookie of the Year, and Players of the Year later on in hour 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll continue talking about the big extension for Nick Bonito. 4 years, $106 million with incentives up to $120. The championship window is officially open. Football season's back, baby! Thursday night, the defending Super Bowl champion Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, and the Philadelphia Eagles play host to the Micah Parsons-less Dallas Cowboys tonight, 6 p.m. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. We are your brand new and very proud home of Westwood One Sports. That means every single...
Does that mean we get Cowboys and Eagles on these very airwaves tonight?
On these very airwaves tonight.
Here,
There's
no freaking way, man.
We get Chargers at the Chiefs tomorrow night at 6 p.m. on 92.5.
Oh, man.
So all of your favorite primetime NFL games right here on 92.5 throughout the rest of the season.
Chargers, Chiefs. You know what that is? That's a good old-fashioned hate listen. You just listen and just hate them all.
It's amazing how many massive games are on the schedule for the first, 2 weeks of the season. Kansas City and L.A., that has playoff implications.
Significant playoff impact.
On September 5th. That is, if LA can withstand the Rashawn Slater injury and Omarion Hampton turns out to be the best running back out of the crop from this past draft, which Broncos fans very much hope that it's RJ Harvey.
Gosh, man.
It's a huge game. Week 2.
Raj, guess where I'm going to be for opening weekend of NFL football?
I know where you will be. You'll be in Vegas.
I'll be in Las Vegas, Nevada. Is there anything that hits harder than the old 10 a.m. kickoff time in Pacific time zone?
I mean, Red Zone hits pretty hard until we figured out that there's going to be commercial breaks on Red Zone.
Can't do it. Can't win with him.
Brutal.
Not good.
Brutal. Was it Chris Hansen who does that?
I'll tell you who's going to be there it is, baby. I'm going to Vegas. I'll tell you who's going to be a slept-on player here this coming NFL season. And I know because of our fantasy draft last night, Michael Penix Jr. is going to have a big year. Mark my words. Michael Penix Jr.
I wonder if he's going to creep up in your wild card selections when we get into those in about 25, 30 minutes from right now. But yeah, crazy first week, Chargers and Chiefs. Second week on Thursday night, you get Washington, Green Bay, which has immediate playoff implications in the North, right? If it comes down to head-to-head matchups, that is a game that you have to look back on and realize that on September 11, you were playing kind of for either your playoff or your division lives.
You know what's an interesting game?
Philly.
Vegas. How about Vegas at New England?
Is that week 1?
Yes. Sunday at 11 a.m. Mountain Time.
I don't believe in New England like a lot of people are they're going to be an
but
AFC wildcard team.
I'm anxious to see Geno Smith, Ashton Genty, Max Crosby in a Pete Carroll-led defense. I'm curious. I want to see Drake May, Travion Henderson on the other side.
Travion Henderson had a really good training camp,
good preseason. If you're a big draft Nick,
according to all the reports.
If you're into the draft world, man, I think that's a pretty interesting game to watch because there's some recently acquired talent for both teams in the last 2 drafts.
Make sure you guys get on out to Hooters, your game day headquarters. Check out the Pick 3 special, 1 app, 1 entree, 1 drink, starting at just $11.40. Wings, beer, game time fuel without breaking the bank. Hooters, Colorado is how you football. And if you want to win $200 in a gift card, as well as a Hooters swag bag, text Hooters, HOOTERS, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You can enter once per day for a total of 5 entries into the drawing. Again, one more time, Hooters, HOOTERS, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Schedule quirks. Do you see that Pittsburgh is opening their season at New York? You're going to get an actual quarterback swap game? That's so weird. The Justin Fields-led Pittsburgh Steelers that started out last season are now facing the Justin Fields-led New York Jets and vice versa
the NFL
for Aaron Rodgers.
knows what they're doing.
That is wild.
They know what they're doing. The schedule makers are...
But even when they attempted to do that with Russell Wilson and the Denver Broncos.
Oh, yeah, they weren't successful.
It wasn't successful, A, and B, it wasn't even a true actual one-for-one quarterback swap.
It doesn't happen all that often.
That's pretty rare.
I wonder how many times you get that in week one.
That's
It
crazy.
It might be a one-off. I don't know off the top of my head. I can't remember the last time something like that happened, but yeah, it could be certainly a one-off. The 4-year deal for Nick Bonito, again, if you're just either waking up or coming out from underneath the rock, 4 years, $106 million with incentives up to 120, keeps him in a Broncos uniform up until 2029. He joins the extensions of Pat Surtain, of Zach Allen, of Cortland Sutton, all along the realm of the Bo Nix rookie contract and possible 5th-year extension coming up in that final 2029 season. As we've said and kind of screamed at each other today, it opens up a very clear and defined 4-year championship window for the Broncos. They have drafted and developed so damn well, man. That's the reason why all of these things are able to happen. If you're able to have a lot of these guys be homegrown and get cheap contracts, outperforming rookie contracts, then you can take these players, extend for a bunch of money, tell them we got you, don't worry about it, we're not going to drag you through the mud. The only way that you can do that in the middle of the Russell Wilson dead cap era is if you draft and develop well. This is all, it's all George Paton, man.
It's all George Paton, but it's also Greg Penner. And it's also the synergy that has been created between George Paton, Sean Payton, and the Penner ownership group. It's unlike many other situations in pro football. And if you would have asked me this 3 years ago, was this going to be a success with the potential ego of Sean Payton? I would have probably said no. And you know what? Kudos to Sean Payton, tip of the cap. He's done a really good job of not allowing maybe what he wants to get in the way of what's best for the franchise.
Like all of these players that have outperformed draft slot. Jonathan Cooper. We haven't even mentioned that extension that runs through 2028.
It's a real one.
7th rounder.
Did we get a DJ Jones extension also in the offseason?
Yes.
We did. One of the first ones.
The only one that we don't have is Jonathan Franklin Myers, correct? That's
Correct.
the only one that we were all talking about that. And who knows, like maybe next year is the time that they're able to get JFM in when Russ's contract eventually comes off the books. And yes, it comes off the books at the same time that all of these extensions end up hitting. Baron Browning as a 3rd rounder outperforms expectations. Quinn Miners, and I know Browning isn't here anymore, but outperformed expectation to the point where you could go, anyone else want him? Quinn Miners. Outperformed expectation. Pat Surtain, even though he was picked at 9, that's an outperformance of pick at 9 being a defensive player of the year as a defensive back. Nick Bonito in the 2nd round, right?
Wildly
outperforming.
Yeah.
Now you are a top 10 paid edge rusher in the game. Typically that is that's reserved for Myles Garrett, right? That's reserved for number 1 pick territory, right? That's typically what you have. Riley Moss, 3rd round pick in 2023, outperforming his contract. Drew Sanders outperformed at some points, and it's been very injury laden. Yeah. When he's on the field, it feels as though Drew Sanders is a 3rd round pick, outperforms his slot.
Devon Vele.
You
return on
for
investment.
4th and 7th. Troy Franklin is a 4th round draft pick. Chris Abrams-Drain, who continues to be solid depth.
It's the third. He's your 3rd option right now at corner, in my opinion.
Jonah Ellis is a 3rd rounder. Like, you're not able to sign all of these contracts if you don't have a multitude of players in the mid rounds outperforming their draft slot.
Caleb Lohner ended up signing back, right, to the practice squad.
Lohner is back with the Broncos.
That's
yes.
good. Development, marination. 7th round tight end. It's a 2nd-year football player. All good. That's not a miss.
You also got a Bulls extension too.
Did get a Bulls extension.
He doesn't get looped in with all these younger players. Obviously, he's the elder statesman, but I mean, it's so damn good what George Paton has been able to do as a result of solid drafting, and that's what he was brought here to do. The one mark against him is what happened with Russ. That's the one mark. But if you look back on the drafts, man, it's been hit after hit after hit. I suppose you can really give him a black X for Jerry Jeudy. You can do that. But it's overwhelmingly positive from him.
And even Jerry Jeudy, you could point to the fact that Jerry Jeudy slipped through the cracks as a result of just so much coaching turnover.
Yeah, and failure at the quarterback position.
Yep.
Like, what is Jerry Jeudy if Bo Nix, like if Jeudy came here last year and he was a, first round or first year player with Nix at the same time?
Did you feel a little bit like Jerry Jeudy and Sean Payton were really, really close to having this strong bromance? Like, there was a lot of positive vibes going back and forth between those two.
I guess, man, but
it just never, it was almost like Sean Payton recognized that almost what's been done here and the damage and the wounds and the scars of Jerry Jeudy in Denver was almost insurmountable to fix. But I think Sean Payton knew he was a really good player. A really good talent, I should say.
Was Jeudy Elway? Peyton was the year after. Okay, so then you can't put it on Peyton. He was the year after. That's correct. Thank you, fellas. I appreciate that.
So would you say Randy Gregory's probably the one significantly bad deal outside of Russell Wilson?
Sure, but then you realize why he and Sean Payton work so well. George is not an elite evaluator of pro talent. He's an elite evaluator of college talent. And to pair him with an elite evaluator of professional talent.
Well, we'll find
Sean
out.
Payton, which we talked about yesterday with Evan Ingram. Like, how many guys has Sean taken that haven't been a draft and developed player and made into either an all-pro or a Hall of Famer? The list is small, right? Typically what Sean Payton's able to do is get my guys into the system, have a good conversation with Mickey Loomis and now George Payton, and we build this culture. We'll see with Evan Ingram. Certainly will. Man, I'm blown away. I continue to be blown away by how well George and Sean have done. You asked me the Jerry Jeudy thing. Were they close to having a bromance and having it figured out? I think so. I think that Sean sees the raw talent that Jerry Jeudy is. He is so drastically different in terms of makeup. I don't want to say character, but attitude, as compared to the other dudes that we've talked about who have been extended here in Denver. Jerry Jeudy was very much I want to be the highest paid position or player at my position. I don't think any of the players that they've extended have that same comment. All of those dudes that we've talked about, Surtain, Sutton, Allen, Bonito, not one of those guys is a diva. Jerry Jeudy was a diva. And I think Sean went, I can't have one rotten apple. Not one. Another home run by this front office. NFL notes are next.
What's good, Colorado? I'll tell you what's good is I got a house on the market, and I decided to put my money where my mouth is, and I went with Barry Remington and the Remington team at WK Real Estate to sell my home. And I'd tell you this, I have Barry Remington sell on speed dial, and so does my wife. He is always available. He will work his ever-living tail off to get the job done for you, and he'll do it with a lot of integrity and honesty in the process. So get out and save this cell number. If you have any desire to sell or buy a home, it's a great buyer's market right now. And the cell number for Barry Remington is 720-373-9297. It's worth a 2-minute phone call to Barry to discuss the value of your home and if you can get a good price in today's market. Or right now could be a good time to buy. If you're looking to downsize, maybe move further away from the city or into the city, Barry's working night and day for his clients, and he will do the same for you. So once again, call Barry at 720-373-9297 and get started with the Remington team at WK Real Estate.
Every single day here on the morning sprint at 11:20. We go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL notes. The Broncos have their captains, Will Lutz, Quinn Miners for the second year each, Cortland Sutton, Bo Nix in his second year, Pat Surtain II gets a captain's patch alongside Alex Singleton, Talanoa Hufanga, newcomer.
Love that one.
And DJ Jones in the middle of that defense.
All right, DJ. Get you
DJ
some, big
Jones,
boy.
a captain. But one dude, shockingly absent from that, is, well, a guy who could become, if he reaches all of his incentives, the highest paid defensive player in Broncos history. And that's Nick Bonito.
Very much so the case, Raj, as he gets a 4-year, $106 million base deal that could be maxed up to $120 million. He has $70 million guaranteed on this. So now that includes Nick Bonito's 4 for $120, Zach Allen's 4 for $102, and Cortland Sutton's 4 for $92 all this offseason. Let me ask you guys, knowing that Bo is coming up here in a few years to get paid, should this Nick Bonito deal go down as the best contract in the Peyton and Peyton era?
It's the best one for me, and it's the timing of the contract, because I think putting this potential drama behind you is incredibly important for the success this year of this Denver Broncos team. But it also gets ahead of what could end up being a 16, 17, 18 sack type of year for Nick Bonito. With that, you're probably talking getting into the $40, $45 million average annual value range.
Do you think it's better than Surtain? The defensive player of the
really
year
good.
is, in terms of APY, average per year, the defensive player of the year is the 4th highest paid player at his position. And there's a $6 million delta between Surtain and Sauce Gardner at the top of the cornerback list.
It's a really good deal.
I think they're neck and neck right now. Now, the reason why I believe that Surtain's deal is better is because, well, he has outperformed the contract and he's the defensive player
and
of the
guess
year.
what Nick Bonito could do this year? Exactly what Pat Surtain did after he signed his deal.
The reason why I give the edge to the Surtain deal is because, well, he's been there, done that. I firmly believe that Bonito could, over the course of either this year or next year, go, you could look at that player, he's a $43 million pass rusher. I firmly believe he can do that. Can he be defensive player of the year? There's some
strange. So I don't really understand how this stuff works. Nick Bonito, back-to-back seasons, has 18 sack years.
Wait, what?
He has, in coming for like 25, 26, 18 sacks.
He goes 18-18?
Yeah. Do you do anything at that point in time, or you just say, great, we got a great deal?
I mean, the team would go, we have a great deal. Bonito and his agent would say, let's rip this thing up.
Because that would be egregiously gross underpay if he does that. Now, that's a huge what if. That'd be almost once in a generation type play to go 18-18.
No player, this is according to, ChatGPT, no player has recorded back-to-back seasons with 18 sacks.
Yeah.
Reggie White, J.J. Watt, Trey Hendrickson are the only players with consecutive seasons at 17 and a half.
Wow.
Or more. White has 3 seasons of 18 plus, but not consecutive. Yeah, you're asking for historic seasons there. Now, I think
15 and a half and then a 16?
You could have the same conversation right there, because in both of those years, he'll be sniffing the league lead.
He was sniffing it a year ago. What did he end up, 3rd or 2nd?
3rd at 13 and a half.
Yep.
He's got a great shot, man. Like, it has an amazing chance to be the best deal that they've put together as of right now, because of what Surtain has been able to do, because the deal, has been played upon.
Was TJ Watt second last year?
I don't know who finished second. Hendrickson at 1. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Pretty significant
I would
lead.
guess it's like Myles Garrett.
Okay.
It's got a chance, man. Yeah, it's got a shot. KJ, what's next?
I have 2 middle fingers.
Trey Hendrickson, followed by Myles Garrett at 14, so just a half sack more than Nick Bonito and Kyle Van Noy of the Baltimore Ravens.
KJ, why do I question myself?
I don't know.
It's really good.
Rod, you do great work. I don't know why you constantly do this for 2 hours a day.
Don't make me question myself with this next story, because I don't want to question one of my takes from training camp.
Well, I am just as nervous as you, Coach. Greenlaw, inside linebacker for the Broncos, he's still on a ramp-up basis. He did not practice yesterday for the Broncos, but his agent, J.R. Carroll, came out yesterday and said, quote, there was a lot of, I think, holding back by the Broncos to try to keep him reined in so he didn't re-injure himself, end quote. But here's Jeff Legwald with a different report this morning on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
So they can keep telling me it's no problem, but I want to see with my own eyes him participating in practice. Now, I will say the last couple of weeks, he's looked great in practice. So obviously something else has happened. You know, Sean is in regular season mode. You know, it doesn't take long, but, you know, he has said he is refusing to speak to injuries and they will only report what they are forced to. So, you know, I've asked around. I think he has retweaked it, but we'll see how it looks, you know, today and tomorrow at practice.
I won't replay the Sean Payton audio.
That's
Leggy did a pretty solid paraphrase right there.
Mid-season anti-injury news form for Sean Payton.
Oh, it was very much, don't ever ask me again. I'm pissed off about you asking.
Yeah, and get out of my face, you dumb media types. I hate you.
Dude, it makes me
Your own
question.
internet shows are driving me crazy.
The quad strain that happened in April.
The one that the 49ers brass was saying was a huge
was
deal.
a tear. The one that people in San Francisco were like, no, he tore his quad.
And then Sean Payton refuted with a no.
Not saying it was a torn quad, but
it wasn't good.
Maybe it was a little bit worse than a quad strain.
Haven't seen a lot we haven't seen a lot of Dre Greenlaw, have we?
I don't like this.
I hate it.
And this is why
I hate it and it stinks.
I want Isaiah Simmons on this team tomorrow.
Is he available still?
Still available.
Okay.
I want him signed tomorrow.
Raj, can you actually go out and offer a contract to him on behalf of the Denver Broncos?
I spent my last monies on Powerball that I didn't win last night.
Yeah, wifey got shut out too.
Son of a gun.
So it's at 1.7 bill, or what is it again?
I think it's 1.7 or 1.3 bill. I don't know.
It's a lot of bills.
What's $400 million?
I don't know. It's a lot.
We had a bunch of people here in the office who like pooled together money, and we won a grand total of $38.50.
That's good.
On $200 of Powerball tickets. I was going to say, if we won that thing, I may have not been on the show today.
That's about like the return on investment you got on an Audric estimate.
KJ, keep it going.
I have two middle fingers.
Titan star D lineman Jeffrey Simmons stepped up to the media scrum after practice yesterday, and boy, he was talking some major, you know what, about how easy it is to defend Bo Nix.
I'm just saying, we know Bo Nix going, his first read out there, he's going to take off running with the football. So we got to make sure we're on the same page. We got to make sure we have a balanced rusher. Not trying to be robots out there, but at the same time, we know that if it's not there, Bo Nix is going to take off running. So it's going to be on us up front to make sure we keep him in the well and keep him in the fight.
Sounds like some Southeast Conference old-rooted hatred for the 28-year-old Jeffrey Simmons, who played at Mississippi State University out of LaSalle Parish, Louisiana. Probably hates his old SEC quarterback that he used to rush the passer. Yeah, Jeffrey Simmons, your quarterback might not even look at his first read in an NFL game. So might want to tap the brakes there a little bit, pal.
Jeffrey Simmons is the one player on the Titans defense that scares the crap out of me. Like, that is one of the best defensive tackles in the game.
Not inside linebacker Cody Barton?
No. Cody Barton's a fine player. He's not Jeffrey Simmons. Do you agree with that assessment? Is Bo a one-read quarterback?
No. I think if you watched him early on in the season a year ago, there was a little bit of that. I mean, I will say this. My critique of Bo Nix has been, will you get through reads 1, 2, and 3, and at times hold on to it just enough where you know you're going to get absolutely blasted as you just finish your throwing process. Hanging in the pocket a little bit longer and testing the waters a little bit more to be able to maximize some of your opportunities in explosive playmaking through the air. That's an area of growth for him. I don't think that's unfair.
Also, I mean, I hope Bo hears this because Bo's very clearly
Morning Sprint listener.
A listener.
Yeah.
And I think he's a player that hears doubt about who he is.
Oh, yeah.
And goes, screw you.
Yeah, he's
screw you.
I think Bo's got a little petty to him.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Just enough.
And I'm okay with it.
Not like sometimes the chip on the shoulder, like the Tom Brady chip on the shoulder through like age 43. Like, dude, you have 7 rings on your finger. Cool it. It's okay. I don't even, did he win 7? Was 7 the number?
7.
Yeah, cool it. The chip is gone. The chip has been replaced by platinum and diamond studs. I think Bo's got the perfect amount of chip where he hears something, he goes, okay. But sure. I'll prove you wrong. KJ, what's next?
I have 2 middle fingers.
Let's head to the NFC West as 49ers wide receiver Juwan Jennings. He returned to practice this week, and he has been doing a great job of participating. That has led to him getting a $3 million playing time incentive to his contract. He's on the last year of his contract for the 49ers, and now he can earn up to $10.5 million, and he's slated to become an unrestricted free agent after this season. And also, Kyle Shanahan was earlier in the day yesterday expressing concerns about it getting done, but ultimately it got done late into the night last night in San Francisco. Should the 49ers be at the top of the dark horse teams list in the NFC if they can get everyone healthy for what feels like one last hurrah?
It's going to take, I think, a full healthy season from Christian McCaffrey and a resurgent mid-season and beyond health of Brendan Ayuk. Other than that, I'm not buying it.
If Purdy plays to contract, they probably win the division. If he doesn't, they probably don't. I think it's very much tied into the health of McCaffrey, the ability for Purdy to step his game up after a couple of years. Granted, a crazy season last year, both on and off the field for San Francisco. So take that as you will. Like if that gets taken away and the injuries go away and the off-field tragedies that actually happen to some families around the 49ers go away, yeah, I could see them winning. If I can't call Denver a dark horse, I can't call San Francisco a dark horse. I think they're both like fringe championship contending teams. I'm not calling them dark horses.
I don't see a world that exists where the San Francisco 49ers minus Deebo Samuel, minus Talanoa Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw.
4 weeks of Brandon Ayuk.
I don't see a world where they can win a title. I do see a world where the Denver Broncos, with this core on defense, can win a title if they stay completely healthy.
So you would agree 49ers dark horse?
I don't think that they can win a title. I think they could do what they've done in their best of years, which is get there.
Okay.
And then lose to the witch because Kyle Shanahan makes weird decisions with time and overtime and timeout usage.
KJ, what's next?
I have 2 middle fingers.
As we've been promoting all week, is Cowboys versus Eagles tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your new home for Westwood One here in Denver. Let's go back in time. May 14th, Coach and Raj made their official predictions for this game.
I hoped you weren't going to find this. I was going to try and bury this under 9 feet of sand.
It's all good, but here we go, baby. Here we go.
I stand by Mike's assessment of Dallas is not a postseason team. Now, because I try and back myself out of stupid things that I say seemingly all the time. Back on May 14th, Micah Parsons was a Cowboy.
Michael
Parson.
I feel way less confident in this game than I did back on May 14. Now, I would like to say that
So you're a goalpost mover?
When we found this game, I said I would go on to go, Dallas isn't going to make the playoffs, but I think they're just going to somehow, because the Cowboys find a way to win stupid, meaningless regular season games, they're going to clip the Eagles. I'll stand by it. They're probably going to get beat by 2 touchdowns, but I'll stand by it. Dallas won't make the playoffs, but sure, they beat Philly tonight.
Philly is going to
they're going to kill them, aren't
destroy Dallas.
Yeah. I can't move away from it. I'm fine with sounding like an idiot tomorrow morning.
It's going to be one of the more uncomfortable head coaching debuts in NFL history, in this case for Brian Schottenheimer. It's going to be ugly. I don't think he's got firm control over that team, that franchise.
The only hope that they have is if CeeDee Lamb and Dak go nuclear. And again, my hope was like Micah Parsons finds a way to get 2.5 sacks and strips Jalen Hurts one time, and now that's gone. Therefore, I'm in trouble. NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. Every single day here at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL. Mountain High Appliance is Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. And they offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com and listen to Coach sing their jingle. We'll finish up our NFL predictions on the other side. I'm okay with moving goalposts. I do it all the time. Wrapping things up here on the morning sprint, Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. All of you guys out there on the Champ Mazda text line, 303-504-0925.
Alex, do we have real National Football League action tonight?
Sure do, 6 p.m. Cowboys and Eagles.
We got tush push. We got potentially some fantastic stat padding regular season football from Dak Prescott.
Yeah, I'm sure Dak throws for 3 tutties and 317 yards, and they still get beat by 14 points.
37-21.
Yeah, I was so confident in that, the Cowboys are going to beat the Eagles on the opening night, and it's going to mean nothing pick, and then Micah Parsons got traded. And then I went, not going to happen now. Although, hopefully, I can come back on these airwaves tomorrow and say that my Nostradamus pick in May of this year was actually right.
Good luck with that, Raj.
Speaking of Nostradamus picks, Coach, we got through all of our divisions in our NFL season preview and predictions. So,
is this the time where I call one of my wild card winners based off somebody that I already said is going to win the division because my wires are going to get crossed?
Probably.
I think I did that last year.
So let's start right there. Your AFC wild card teams. I need 3 of them. I told you that the Broncos were going to win the AFC West. I've got the Chiefs, the Bengals, and I've been very, very much torn between the Raiders and the Jags.
Wow.
As the final AFC wildcard team. Now, I had the Chargers finishing last place in the AFC West because I don't believe that they can overcome the injury to starting tackle Rashawn Slater. I think that is big news for Harbaugh's Chargers. So I'll give it to the Raiders. Raiders squeak in.
Chiefs, Chargers, Texans. Chiefs, Chargers, Texans. Because mind you, I predicted the Jacksonville Jaguars in the county of Duval to win the AFC South.
NFC wildcards for me, Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, Jordan Love and the Packers. And the big question, does your final NFC NFC wildcard come to be the Atlanta Falcons, the Rams, or the Cardinals? I think the Cardinals are going to surprise some teams.
Okay.
I think Kyler Murray is going to figure it out. I loved how Marvin Harrison looked. He may have
He's on my fantasy team that nobody cares about.
He might have the second best tight end in the game in Trey McBride. We all believe it's Brock Bowers. Trey is in the conversation for number 2.
It was right there.
You know what? Give me the Cardinals.
I love
Kyler
that for you.
finally figures it out.
I'm going for 2 teams out of the NFC North. I already predicted the Green Bay Packers with Micah Parsons. Going to win the NFC North. I've got the Minnesota Vikings and the Chicago Bears making the wild card, man. And then I have the Atlanta Falcons and Michael Penix Jr., who's going to throw for 4,622 yards and
4,600. That's an MVP season.
32 touchdowns.
That's an MVP. So is that your MVP?
Because he's the best thrower of the football in National Football.
All right, let me know who your MVP is, because if it's 4,600 yards and 32 touchdowns, Michael Penix Jr. is winning the MVP.
He's going to have 22 picks, though. So
wait, hold on. You're telling me he's going to win the MVP, but you don't have them making the playoffs?
I just picked him.
You said
NFC
Packers, Vikings, and Bears.
No, Packers are winning it. I was
going
back to
okay.
I have
Packers
three
are winning
teams
the
in
division.
3 teams in the NFC North.
Got it. All right.
The NFC North and the AFC West are the same.
Okay. So who's your MVP?
MVP this season is going to be Lamar Jackson, because he's going to throw for 4,900 yards and 46 touchdowns. Lamar Jackson's winning the MVP.
Lamar Jackson's got a great shot. I think it's Joe Burrow. I think you're going to look at how bad that Bengals defense is and what Burrow just has to do to get the Bengals even into the playoffs. I've got Burrow winning an MVP this year. For me, he's the most talented quarterback.
Raj, where are you at on the Lions this year? Are you really buying?
Yeah, of course
you
I am.
picked them to win the NFC North.
I have them winning the NFC North, and I have them going back to... I picked the Bills over the Lions in the Super Bowl last year. I'm picking it again this year. Wow. The teams are too good. And they're knocking on the door every single
Offense
year.
coordinator, play calling issues, brother.
I understand that, but Dude, Detroit didn't lose because
Jared
of their
Goff didn't get any younger.
Detroit did not lose because of their offense last year.
Aiden
They lost
Hutchinson,
because
though.
they were
He's back.
unbelievably injured on the defensive side. And if you even get half of the injury luck from last year, this coming season, Detroit's good enough to do it. Without a doubt, they're good enough to do it. So yeah, that's my Super Bowl pick this year is Bills over Lions because I'm going to pick it every year until it actually happens.
Super Bowl pick for me. I'm going to go out on a limb here. Even though they don't win their division, Philadelphia Eagles are back in the Super Bowl. And they beat another team that didn't win their division, the Kansas City Chiefs.
So a rematch?
A rematch Super Bowl.
All right. I know what I'm doing. I hate you for picking that, but I can see the logic, and I hate you a lot for forcing us to see that eventually.
Yeah, but Taylor Swift is going to play the halftime show, so all will be fine.
I'm almost positive she's not playing the
Roger
She's not playing-
Goodell. Roger said it.
Well,
Something
he said-
might be in the works.
Something might be in the works, but I would have it. Who's playing this? Do we know who's playing the Super Bowl this year?
It has not been announced yet.
It can't be her. It can't be her. I mean, it would be a great show. Don't get me wrong. It'd be
You know
an
what?
awesome show.
After that argument that you and I had about the Avs and championship windows, I think you and I have some bad blood right now.
Rookies of the year.
Rookie of the year is
offensive.
Offensive rookie of the year is going to be Travion Henderson for the New England Patriots. Defensive rookie of the year is going to be with 4 interceptions, Jahdae Barron.
But I think it's
I've got Ashton Genty winning offensive rookie of the year. And for defensive rookie of the year, I think this is going to be where they give Travis Hunter an award because he's going to play both sides of the ball very admirably. And he's not going to be able to put up the numbers that Genty is. But I think they're going to see, well, yeah, he can play both sides and he's very, very good at both. I think they'll give him defensive player of the year.
What did
as a
you make
result.
of my very audacious 5th round selection of Travis Hunter?
I think you overdrafted Travis Hunter.
I think I did too.
Very much so.
Yeah.
But I like that you have him on your team.
Our
I
boss
think that's
Kevin,
fun for you.
Our boss Kevin Shockey said, "Nice job drafting a corner in a fantasy
I mean,
team."
it wasn't the worst pick of the draft. The worst pick of the draft was Mark Moser selecting a kicker in the 6th.
Who'd he even get?
He didn't even get the best. Was it Kai Fairbairn or something like that? I don't know. Was it Washington's kicker? It was the dumbest thing ever.
Chase McLaughlin.
Chase McLaughlin. Yeah, he took him in
Is
the 6th
Metallica
round.
really playing the halftime show this year?
I don't know. That'd be sweet.
They have expressed interest that they would like
That'd
to
be
play.
awesome.
Dude.
All right. Defensive player of the year and offensive player of the year. I've got Saquon going offensive player of the year. Again, back-to-back seasons. He's too damn good. If he stays healthy, he's going to get there. I think a second place, if he stays healthy, is Christian McCaffrey. Like, if you get 17 games out of Christian McCaffrey, that guy could win offensive player of the year. And then defensive player of the year, my dude, Micah Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
You go up to Green Bay, you get to pin your ears back constantly. You get to play in a division with quarterbacks who like to run around. Give me Micah.
Offensive player of the year for me is going to be Justin Jefferson, and he storms back and reminds everybody he is exactly who we all thought he was a couple years ago, and that's wide receiver 1 in the NFL. Defensive player of the year, I'm going to take Micah Parsons as well.
Parsons out there in Green Bay could have a hell of a season, man. You get 2 games against Caleb Williams. You get 2 games against a rookie, or he's not a rookie quarterback, but a first-year quarterback in J.J. McCarthy. You get 2 games against Jordan Love, who isn't immune to the sack. That dude could have a hell of a year. One more time before we get out of here on a Thursday, make sure you guys text the word Hooters to 303-504-0925 for your chance to win a $200 gift card.
Read Jacob's text.
And a Hooters swag bag. Football season is here, and Hooters Colorado is your game day headquarters. Check out the Pick 3 special, 1 app, 1 entree, and 1 drink starting at just $11.40. Wings, beer, game time fuel without breaking the bank, and all you have to do is text the word Hooters to 303-504-0925. You can go once per day for a total of 5 entries into our drawing. One more time, Hooters, 303-504 with your first and last name. Jacob Norland says, I love the Vikings. Love, coach. Your takes are making me a little randy today.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Horned up a little bit.
For Randy Jacob, Coach Sanford, and KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Nick Bonito, 4 years, $106 million with incentives up to $120. The championship window firmly in place through the year 2029. The Broncos are going after it. George and Sean Payton continue to crush it with their free agents. Don't go anywhere. More reaction is next with PhD.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Reaction to Nick Bonito. What do we think?
Hell of a deal, man. Yeah, this is cool. Look, the numbers were far more, I guess, humble's not the right word. It's a boatload of money, but it's far more bearable than what I thought we were talking about. I mean, when we were having our conversations, we're talking about $36 million per year. It came in about the numbers that I thought it was going to start at before Micah Parsons got his contract done.
We kind of scoffed at the 26 and 70. Said, that's too low. It's more or less what it turned out to be.
What do you mean we? We got a mouse in your pocket?
I do. His name's Timmy.
I told you that's where he kind of lived.
Well, I guess our debate circled around what would he really want, and would we all be all right with Nick Bonito at 26 and 70? And I think pretty much collectively we said, yeah, that'd be fine. What seems to be too much is the 35 and 90.
Correct.
He wasn't really even close to that. I mean, close. There's incentives to get it up there, which if he hits, great. But essentially it's 26 and a half and 7.
Well, the incentives are great in the sense that Tyler's talked about it for the last 2 weeks. He's had one great year. Mm-hmm. He was third in the league in sacks last year. Really good year.
Yep.
Yep. So now, guess what? He puts another 13.5 on. He'll probably make another, we'll find out what the incentives are. What, another $5, $6, $8 million?
Well, I mean, just to put this thing in context, Micah Parsons signs his deal. Our dude, Nick Bonito, is making $20 million less per year than what Micah Parsons just signed his deal for. They had about the same amount of sacks last year. Now, Micah missed more games, so you got to factor that into it. But yeah, I mean, for $20 million less, this is a no-brainer. Here's what's cool about this, and sometimes I think this could be overrated, but it's certainly not a bad thing. Now the reputation of the Denver Broncos is we take care of our own. We took care of Quinn Miners. We took care of Garrett Bowles. We took care of Cortland Sutton. We took care of Zach Allen. We took care of Pat Surtain, and we took care of Nick Bonito. What do all of those guys have in common? They're all homegrown. They're all dudes that they earned a new contract, and the Denver Broncos passed it out without any real contention. I think that can be overrated at times in terms of the impact it has in the big picture, but it certainly does not hurt your reputation league-wide.
Nope, I don't think I agree with you. Listen, anything that's not hurting your reputation, probably helping it a little bit. How much? Well, we will see.
Yeah.
But now all of a sudden you get drafted by here and you go, hey, no, I show out. Guess what they're going to do? They're going to take care of me. So good on them, man. That's good on them. And you know what? I think it's a fair deal. If it had been 37, I'd been worried.
It makes him roughly the 10th highest paid pass rusher in the league. Okay. It's about right? Happy with that? Is everybody good with that?
I'm cool. Yeah. These are literally the numbers that we said, hey, if we could sign Nick Bonito for 26, yeah, let's do it. Let's go.
Get it done.
It just didn't feel like that was going to be the ballpark.
And you know what? If he lives in the top 10 in sacks for the length of his contract, what a great deal.
Well, and listen, from his perspective, did he take less to get paid now? Yeah, he probably did. If he wanted to bet on himself and play out the year, he arguably could have made maybe double the amount of money that he got right here, right? But he gets the security, he gets the $70 million guarantee, and the cool part for him that if you're his agent, you're like, listen, yes, you'll probably take less right now, but we signed this. Dude, is he even going to be 30 years old by the time that this deal is up? I mean,
he'll get another one.
Yeah, exactly.
Congratulations. He was happy. Putting it on the gram, all pumped up.
70 million will make a lot of people happy.
God, can you imagine? I mean, no. I mean, what any of us could imagine, but I mean, it's.
I always laugh at like the Powerball deal going, or what is it, the Powerball or whatever? Is it like $1.7 billion right now? I'm like, everybody gets all excited when it gets over $1 billion. Like, oh, now I got to go buy my Powerball ticket. So $700 million didn't get you excited?
Nah.
$300 million didn't get you excited?
Not worth it.
You had to get over that Billy before you bought a Powerball ticket?
Well, as long as it's a Billy,
Yeah.
Now I'll throw away $3 or whatever you spend on that crap.
Did you guys get invited to the work pot? Because I didn't.
What's the work pot?
I heard Raj talking about it on the way in. Apparently, They put about $200 together from work here. They all bought Powerball tickets. I didn't get an invite to this.
I didn't. No idea it existed.
This must have been the back end office. Raj is like a tweener, right?
Well, he's kind of managed, but but not.
Yeah,
he's got an office.
He is kind of managed.
Why does he have an office?
Because he's got a different job.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That didn't
He's
answer my question.
He's supposed to be head of a digital or something.
He's got a nameplate.
He's a manager, yeah.
He's got an office, he's got a nameplate.
So it's probably just a manager thing.
Well, then we wouldn't be invited.
Yeah. Well,
nope.
Maybe you.
No, sir. Didn't know anything about it.
Like, I'm not surprised you weren't invited.
Right. Not surprised.
DMac?
Very.
Not surprised at all.
Now, can we get into what's really important?
You can, and I got a surprise for you two. I think it's going to lean into it.
Oh, really?
Presents. Go ahead.
Well,
go
I
ahead.
see the box right there. Do I want to
just go into exactly whatever you're going to say?
Do I want to make fun of you before I get
go ahead and we'll lean into
you
it.
didn't buy this present. This is for the guys.
I'll explain it.
So Andy and I do this podcast every Wednesday night. So we're on the podcast, blah, blah, blah. It turns out it's like right when you guys are starting your draft.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who has a draft online that late? Meet somewhere at 7 o'clock and get it done in person, whatever. But whatever. So we're on. And all of a sudden we're going and blah, 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 and all of a sudden we're busting on Vic. Oh, Vic's so excited. My first draft. First pick he auto drafts. I'm like, dude, if
he did?
Oh, yeah. It took the whole minute and a half that you guys.
He didn't realize he had hit draft?
Maybe not. So it took a whole minute. So we're just.
Because his first draft pick was Puka Nakua, who's a good player and all, but kind of an unusual first pick.
The fifth pick in your draft?
It's unusual.
Pretty high.
Yeah.
So, not even. So Coach is next.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Andy, we're sitting with Tom, he goes, wait a minute, I think Coach is auto-drafting too.
Yeah, Coach was that's the worst guy in these auto drafts, the guy who takes the full minute and a half.
He gets Neighbors.
It's like painful.
But
Neighbors.
Because they're auto-drafts, so you get Puka Nakua and Neighbors in like the 6th and 7th or 5th and 6th pick of the draft.
Yeah.
Because they're auto. So we're just killing them.
Yeah, rightfully
just killing them.
Rightfully so.
All of a sudden, DMac's coming up. What number were you? 8, 7, 8?
Was a snake draft. You know what? Does everybody know what a snake draft is?
Yeah.
So I was 4, so it goes up through 14, and then 14 goes twice. I think Andy was 14. Oh, so he gets to go twice.
Yeah.
14, and then he's the first pick of the second round, comes back down. So I was 4, and...
So who was your first pick?
My first pick was Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, who I got in mind.
Yeah.
So it come back around.
I did not pick a quarterback on my second pick.
So was your third?
It was my third.
No, it couldn't have been your third. He wouldn't have lasted.
I can prove it was my third.
I don't think it was your third.
I know it was
I thought
my
it was
third.
your second.
I mean, I don't mean to nerd out here, but I can prove it.
Well,
You want me
anyway,
to.
it comes around. He finally takes a quarterback.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who would you say
well, he's obviously got to take the 4th or 5th best quarterback in the league.
Right,
which is,
if he's still available.
Which is who?
Bo Nix.
Bo Nix.
I mean, he's the gentleman.
4th or 5th best quarterback in the league.
4th pick, 3rd round, fantasy draft. I don't know if...
So Bo Nix is on the board is what you're telling me.
Oh, yeah.
But like everybody was on the board. I mean, I think there were only like 2 or 3 maybe quarterbacks even taken. Period.
Okay.
So it might have been the 4th quarterback overall.
Oh, there you go.
Well, certainly you got to stand by your guy.
And so Bo Nix, right? Because they're going to drop 30 this weekend. So that means probably at least 2 to 3.
Well, how many QBs?
2 or 3 touchdown passes.
Two QBs. On
I mean, I can double check, but I don't.
Andy took
that
Bowers
means
at 14.
that means
not Bowers, but
Burrows.
Burrows, and then Bowers at 15.
Yeah.
That means that Bo would have been the second best quarterback left, right?
Well, probably somewhere.
Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Burrows were gone.
Yeah. So
that
Mahomes
is true.
is still there.
Yeah, Mahomes was still there.
Oh.
Yeah.
And so you take Bo Nix in the 3rd round.
I did not.
What? Really?
That doesn't add up.
I mean,
everything you say on air, is it all just for show?
I'm with you 5 days a week. You got a manifesto. It's like 3 hours. It's like they're going to score 30 this week, which means the quarterback's going to throw at least 2 touchdowns.
That sounds like a hell of a
if not
fantasy
3. I mean, talk about
only a total no-brain fantasy newbie would take Bo Nix in a fantasy draft.
Why?
Well, don't you get for completions?
Is he putting up 30 points or not?
Don't you get extra points for completions and yardage? And
if you believe he's putting up 30 points, that would be a no-brainer.
Didn't you say this is going to be a pew, 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 pew Star Wars game?
It's going to be fantastic. 30-6, Broncos win.
Yeah. So how many touchdown passes will Bo have?
Touchdown passes, probably 2. They're going to run the ball 2. They'll get a couple on the ground. And they'll probably get a defensive 1, too. Oh, that's more. That's 5. That's 35.
Oh, dude.
So
What, change your pick?
I'll go for 2 passing touchdowns, a rushing touchdown, and then a pick 6 or something
He
like
might
that.
rush for a touchdown.
He could. That'd be good.
Dude, you know how many points that would give you?
That'd be good if you had Bo Nix.
You know how many points that would give you? So in your third round, you don't take Bo.
Who was the least experienced person in that fantasy draft last night?
Vic.
Yeah. Guess who took Bo Nix?
Well, yeah, like the 5th or 6th round.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you passed him once, twice.
Multiple times.
So you passed him a number of times.
Could have easily had Bo Nix if I chose.
So if you didn't take Bo, who did you take?
Jaden Daniels.
Oh, so he went with his ASU blood.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Andy and I are on this podcast
You killing
live.
me?
And just
Killing me?
And then all the people that were following
Who's
us
the better
on live-
quarterback right now, Jaden Daniels or Bo Nix?
Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
I mean, what a playoff game in Detroit. I mean, he's a better quarterback than Bo.
So that's only one game better.
Rumor has it that's who Sean would have taken if the Broncos had a top 3 pick, but that wasn't going to happen. It was never in the realm of possibility. We never had a would you rather have Jaden Daniels or Bo Nix. Wasn't in the realm of possibility.
So you're saying
Jaden Daniels is a better quarterback than Bo Nix.
There's your heart and there's your head. And so you drafted last night with your head and not your heart.
Had we been in a position where the Broncos had to make that choice, it would have been interesting. And I probably would have leaned towards Jaden Daniels, frankly.
Well, I would have too.
Because I've just spent literally years watching him. I didn't know a quarterback in the draft ever better than I knew Jaden Daniels. And
so because of that ASU love and watch, you were able to take. So
yeah, and I went right over to LSU and he went over to LSU.
What round did you get Scattaboo?
I did not. I wanted to take Scattaboo. He got snatched up before I could grab him. But he's not a starting running back sort of pick. He's like a backup, but I wanted to get him as a backup.
And I know we're talking.
I did want to get him there.
We said we weren't going to do this, and I
It's
apologize.
your fault. I had nothing to do with this.
But my draft, your draft last night. Are you surprised how high Genty went? I think he was like the 4th pick in your draft or something, like the 4th or 5th.
Yeah, he was a first-round guy. Running backs tend to be. I mean,
But he's a rookie.
Yeah, but
don't matter.
How many great rookies have you seen just blow up in year 1?
It's about the opportunity you're going to have. It's in Vegas. It's going to be ridiculous. His opportunity is going to be off the charts.
Yeah, he could have 1,000 plus.
It's why Bowers isn't really a tight end. By the way, I drafted Evan Ingram specifically because of what Jeff Legwald told us yesterday.
The wide receiver number 2.
Yep. So I took Ingram way ahead of where he was ranked because of what Jeff said yesterday.
And my fear is I saw Ingram. If I were to say who was the one guy that dropped more passes he
dropped a pass
in a game.
One pass.
I'm talking about on all the practices.
He wasn't dropping passes.
Oh, he dropped.
He wasn't.
That's what I'm saying. He dropped more passes for a wide receiver, whatever his title is, tight end, than any of the other guys in practice.
Scott, just say what's in the box.
Hey, what's in your box?
No, but say it like Brad Pitt would say.
You gotta. Never mind.
What's in the box?
There's in the box.
His wife's head.
There's a Richard in the box.
From our guy who was going to fly here to buy the Russell Wilson jersey and send it to us anyways. And you guys could choose because these are triple XLs.
Oh.
But from the Bo Nix store, here are the Bo merch, the Bo Leave shirts, pass it around.
Nice.
And a hat.
Well,
you want to take it out? I mean,
well, you could
take a look at it. This is from the Bo Nix merch shop. Oh, that is huge. That's a little too big for me.
Wow.
Scott, do you believe?
Listen.
I think I'll take the hat. What's that?
What's our guy's name that did this?
What is our guy's name?
Oh wow. Well, our guy that did this, extremely generous. Okay. So this has nothing to do with him. Let me make that very clear. Can I just tell you how freaking heavy this T-shirt is right here? Oh my gosh, feel that one.
Well, they're triple XL.
You couldn't pay me to wear that sucker.
That's a good quality winter T-shirt.
Well, I am wearing that. I sweat too much.
Well,
Which one you want? The other Believe one?
Oh, no. Whatever Scott wants. It doesn't matter.
Oh, he's passing it over. Scott will take the heavier one.
You want the heavy one? You can have the heavy one.
And there's more graphics on the heavy one. There's more bow on the heavy one.
Yeah.
You keep the music going, Dan. That was the best part of that whole bit right there. I'm sorry, what? A Warden 90? Oh, the Warden.
I believe. I even got his autograph on it.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
And thanks. I think Jim is our guy's name. I believe
we got some cool listeners.
Yeah. So
seriously, but you need the Believe.
Well, I got the bow hat.
Oh, you got the Believe hat.
I got the Believe hat.
Except in fantasy draft.
Except in the fantasy draft, because I want to win that.
Now we know DMac's full of. You know what?
It kills you to say that a little bit, doesn't it?
Oh, we have the money in here? Oh, we don't have the money in here. It's just like a gift card thing. Well, we appreciate the gift. So now we're ready for the season. You have your Believe shirt. Tyler, you have your Believe rag. I've got the Believe hat.
His is a Believe shirt. Mine's a Bull Mountain.
Well, I'm joking because I don't know if Tyler will ever put that on, to be quite honest with
That
you.
one's a lot lighter shirt, though.
It is a lot lighter.
Far
yeah.
lighter,
Yeah.
yes. That one you got, that thing, oof.
Well, I told you, it'll be a
99?
You like heavy T-shirts like that?
A Warden 90. No, not necessarily. But like I said, it'll be a Warden 90.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of,
Yeah, that's kind of sexy.
Yeah. Easy.
Yeah, well, Scott's the one that suggested it.
It'll be. I'll just say, hey, Mom, it's time to climb the mountains.
I might have thought it. I didn't say it out loud.
What'd you say? Hey, Mama, what?
It's time to climb the mountains.
That's an appropriate nickname for yourself. It's PhD, and today we believe, not in fantasy, but in general. It's PhD. All right, C-Mac. All right. It's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They got a new joint in Castle Rock. It's spectacular. Seriously, you got to check it out, man. I mean, there's 5 locations, but Castle Rock in particular, revamped, recharged, renewed, just like you'll be at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. For those of you in the southern part of town, check it out. Just over the hill, down there in the Rock. It is awesome. And whether it's low T, you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, when, as Mark Moser puts, your man machine just ain't feeling like it should be, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you. They have, when it comes to ED specifically, they have what it takes for you to get back in the game. When the pills or herbals fail, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there. Success rate's well over 90%. Check them out today. Schedule the consult. You get $99, get you that consult. a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. And again, that office in Castle Rock, spectacular. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, my chest isn't puffed out. I just think this team is further along than when it was 2 years ago. And 2 years ago, quite honestly, we weren't near where we are now. And so this game, in the very beginning, I said, look, our goals obviously start with winning the division, best seed possible, play for a Super Bowl.
How much did Sean Payton hate dealing with Russell Wilson?
About as much as you loved Russell Wilson. At the end.
It comes out, man. Like his 2 years ago thing. It's just, he might as well just be, you realize what I had to do with Russell Wilson. I don't know if I've ever seen a coach well, maybe Elway with Tebow, but I mean he wasn't the coach. He was the GM.
Well, Sean really likes to point out, like, everything I had to overcome. You know? I had to overcome Nathaniel Hackett.
Right.
I had to overcome Russell Wilson, you know? And look at where we are today.
Right. Look what I did. Look what I have created. It's like Tom Hanks on a deserted island with fire. Look what I've done. Oh,
I didn't pick Russell Wilson.
I'm not saying he personally hates Russell Wilson, because who knows?
No, I think he hates him.
I think he's an old school coach that challenges you as hard as he can, and he determines who you are as a person and whether he's going to make you in or get you in or allow you in his circle by how you react to his tough love. And let's be honest, Russell Wilson reacted softly. Bo Nix stepped up and got back at him. And Russell Wilson, I will say this till he retires and is gone, that was his downfall. I think Sean would have, if Russell Wilson would turn around, got back in his face, and MF'd him right back, which is against what Russell seems to be about, I think Russell Wilson might still be here.
I don't think so.
I do.
I really don't. Scott, that was so far down the road. I think you're forgetting how far down the road that was. That
wasn't down the road. It was like the third game of the year.
I don't remember.
I thought it was late in the year, but
no, it was definitely early. Gosh darn it!
Someone help us out. I don't know. Maybe you're right. I had it in my head it was late in the year.
I thought it was. He got benched late in the year.
Yeah,
well, that's true.
I think it was early in the year. I
thought it was right before they basically told him, "Hey, you're gonna have to take a cut in your contract,"
which was at the break at like game 7.
Okay,
I think that was like game 3.
Listen,
3 or 4.
Had he stood up to Sean, maybe it would have helped. But his processing and the way Russell Wilson saw football was not what Sean Payton wanted.
No, I agree with that. But I still think he challenged you and you backed down from it. So why he decided right there he ain't gonna work with it. He ain't gonna try to make it better.
Oh, yeah, it might have been. It probably was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it. He's made so many references to like how terrible things were 2 years ago. I mean, we get it. We get it. You didn't like Russell Wilson. We get it. You liked having a job, though.
It was the Lions game. Lions game, December 16th. So that was late in the year.
It was pretty late.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Good memory.
Who said that?
KJ just pulled it up.
Oh, that ain't right.
He just pulled it up.
Well,
you calling KJ a liar?
What?
No, it was Detroit. The game he got in his face was a home game.
No, it was Detroit.
I disagree.
You disagree.
Well, wait, how? Not
Scott, hold on. I want to hear Scott's reasoning why he disagrees.
Because I honestly thought it was a home game. Well, put that schedule back up.
Well, prove them wrong.
Well,
I'm going to get the video.
Until I see the schedule.
All right, so if it is Detroit, then it's December 16th.
I mean, they got crushed. They weren't even in a game, but I think it was. I thought it was a home game. They had a chance to win, and he just blasted him.
Yeah, I mean, KJ may have screwed up here.
Yeah. I don't think KJ screwed up.
All right, so now this is on KJ.
I mean, Dan also screwed up if KJ did because
no
Dan's
doubt.
already doubled down.
Where's the vetting process? All right, we got the
Don't
good
they wear
uniforms.
Lions? Oh, it's artificial.
Oh, it's definitely on the road.
Oh, it's the Lions game. It says right there.
Oh, it's white jerseys. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, I was wrong then.
Yeah, you were wrong.
Like I said, bridge was burned.
God, look at him just berate
Well,
Russ.
that right there tore it down completely.
Look at that, though. You just sat there and took that. You kidding me?
Now put up the one where he's getting on Bo and look at the difference.
Oh, Bo wasn't taking
Bo did it as a rookie. This is a 10-year vet.
Yeah.
Now I ask you this as a guy who played in the league a long time. You see many 10-year vets that got yelled at like that?
You know, not like that. No, I mean that's different. That's a lack of respect. I mean, I only clap back at a coach 2 or 3 times in my career, and it's funny because not that Bo Nix and Sean Payton ever had a bad relationship, but I think this solidified the relationship, right? And what happened for me in my experience, when I clap back, it changed my relationship for the better every single time.
I think it changed these guys' relationship. I think.
I had a coach call and apologize after I clapped back to him.
Logan tells a story.
Good for Bo, by the way, on that one.
Dan Reeves Dave Logan's last football play in the NFL goes down. They needed 8 or 9 for a first down. He cuts it off at 7 or something like that, whatever it was. First down, catch the boo. He said Dan Reeves came over the sideline and just cussed him out. Dave's a 9-year vet too, right? And it's so bad that Tom Jackson walks over to Logan and go, I'd have told that. I'd have told that. Dave just took it and said, Tuesday, called in the office. See you later.
Yep.
Thanks for 9 years. Bye-bye.
I mean, you can get into some paranoia depending on where you are.
I did clap back to Josh McDaniels one day and got cut the next day.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what you do there. Well,
but I was young. That was just my second year. No, third year.
I think the problem with that whole thing is Russ was wrong. Like, Russell Wilson just didn't read what they were doing the right way. And I think what Bo was pointing out is
I'm right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So Bo was sticking up for himself because Bo was right about what he was upset about, whereas Wilson just got caught.
Which tells you everything you need to know about where the two guys were at. Like Russ is at the end of the season. He does not understand Sean Payton's offense. He does not understand what was expected of him. And so he took it because he knew that he was wrong. It is hard to clap back. When I clap back, I knew I was right. The only times that I ever clap back when I definitively knew, Coach, you're messing up right now. Right? Like you are messing up, not me.
But Russ was wrong there. Because I remember the sequence of plays. You remember it was like 1st and goal in the 10-yard line. And the first play, Russ, threw the ball away. And it was Sean had called a run or something else, something very basic. And then the sequence went on. But Sean Payton wasn't upset about the last play that happened on the field. He was upset about the first play. That's the story there. Bo was just pointing out, man, I'm right here. And that's why Davis Webb got in the mix there. Because Sean was like, well, look at this, Davis. But Bo was insistent.
Well, and here's the funny thing. Davis sitting there when Russell did it, and Davis just sat there with him and didn't take back. Now, if Russell would have clapped back, would have Davis protected his quarterback then?
But again, there was nothing to clap back at because Russ was just wrong.
What were you yelling at him about? Do you remember?
Sean was just pointing out like, hey, bro. I don't know if he said bro, but.
And he was just pointing out, hey, I was just pointing out, bro, that
it was obvious.
That sack's on you.
It was clearly something they had gone over a million times. Listen, you guys tell me, a coach goes over something with not necessarily you guys, but another player a million times, and the player screws it up. How well within his rights is that coach to be upset with the player? When you've gone over something a million times.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good question. I think rookies usually, or young players, get a little bit of benefit of the doubt. But that was also what his first year in that system, in Sean's system too. So it's almost like a young guy. I don't know. I've never seen a coach blast during a game a veteran, and I'll go back. Chuck Daly, legendary coach, one of the greatest coaches ever lived. God rest his soul. Got into it with Vinny Johnson, or said something to Vinny coming on the bench, and Vinny threw a tirade. Vinny was Sean Payton. I mean, he is throwing a tirade on the bench. Chuck just sitting there listening, didn't say nothing, sat down.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the next day at practice at home, boom, 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 we're waiting for a meeting. No Vinny, no coach. Blah, blah, blah. About 20 minutes late, Vinny comes out and says, guys, hey, I just want to apologize. So I asked Chuck one time, he goes, as a head coach, you can never try to show up a player during the game in particular. He says you'll lose that player and you'll lose respect for your teammates. So sometimes you have to eat it and take it and then address it, one-on-one like he did.
Mm-hmm.
That was Chuck Daly. I mean, he's just in the Hall of Fame and pretty good coach. And so I've never seen a coach go off on a dude like that with great coaches. Great coaches, I've never seen done that. And he's done it twice now. We've seen it twice in 3 years.
He's probably done it a million times. Drew Brees said it, you got to stick up for yourself.
I always tell kids I'm coaching at the beginning of the year, listen, the first time I'm going to coach you. I'm going to tell you what to do. You mess it up again. Second time, I'm probably going to get mad. Third time, I probably won't tell you again. I just don't trust you anymore, right? So you get 2 cracks at it. By the third time, Hey, I've already told you twice.
Yeah.
I don't need to tell you a third time. You're just choosing not to listen.
We're going to get to what the Broncos have done this offseason and the Nick Bonito deal here in a little bit and all their other offseason signings. That's going to happen. Adam Schefter, 140 today. That'll be cool to get Adam's take on everything. So in about an hour or so. A quick note on the NBA. All-Star game. Fantastic. 2 USA teams against a world team.
Double the odds of winning.
Yeah, I think it's stupid.
You with us here, Scott?
Yeah, I just said I think it's stupid. I think it's the dumbest idea. You've got a dumb, in my opinion, commissioner who came in strong in his first month or two on the job, and since then it's just been bona fide.
Why is it dumb?
So now you're gonna limit European players to 8.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess so.
And then
I guess so.
And you say, well, what if there's not 8 European players that deserve it? So that means you're going to cut 2 other guys that could have made it to make sure we have European players, or world players that do make it that aren't all-stars.
We got more than 8 European all-stars out there?
Well, you're not hearing what I just said.
All right.
So say they only got 6.
Yeah.
You still got to have 8.
All right, okay.
So you're telling me 2 guys are going to make a quote-unquote all-star team,
right?
That don't deserve to be an all-star.
He's saying Americans might not make it.
Or
whatever.
Who knows? I'm assuming there's going to be 16. Is there going to be 16 Americans? I'm assuming there would be.
I think you're overthinking it. What do you think the level of competition in those games would be?
I think it's stupid.
It's not going to be any different.
They're desperate, dude. They got to do something.
Why is this going to make them play harder?
Yeah,
because you're assuming.
I don't know.
You know what they're assuming? The European team will play hard.
You know what I think would make it
they
interesting?
probably will.
I don't know. I think if you would have done regions of Europe, if there's a way to have multiple teams, that might have created more pride. I don't think that's going to change anything. Just doing Europe versus.
You know what?
Yeah.
You want to do something funny? Do like the hockey did.
That's what they're trying to do.
The United States people bash the Canadian people in the face at the opening faceoff.
How many people turned into a freaking?
It was the greatest hockey game ever.
Yeah, and then how many people watched the finals with USA Canada?
It was freaking awesome. This completely meaningless tournament all of a sudden was the most important thing in the world.
Well, isn't an All-Star game meaningless?
So some fights.
Well, you don't need fights, but you need competition.
Well, I mean,
if it turns into fights,
we took something that was cool and made it super freaking the best awesome.
Yeah,
because of the fist to the face.
Well, if they allow you to fight and then nobody's getting suspended or fined, then great.
All right.
I just don't like it. But now saying that,
what else are they going to do?
I don't like the All-Star game either.
Right, like so.
And you could go back to, I think it was just as far back as 15 years ago. If you go back, remember, and Kobe decided, I'm locking down LeBron James. You're in an All-Star game. Kobe Bryant locked down LeBron James in an All-Star game. You ain't seen nobody do that. So whatever year that was.
Guess what? You're not going to see that this year either.
Yeah.
You know, you're probably right. If you had like Western Europe against Eastern Europe,
right,
that game might,
might
be interesting.
That would create some pride.
Well, and do it like Euro basketball. Have 2, Western Europe, Eastern Europe.
That might be interesting.
West All-Stars, East All-Stars. You got 4
teams. We're going to go Tupac and Biggie.
And here we go. Let's go.
Tupac, Biggie, then Wemby against Luka.
And then what are you going to do when you pick your 8-man team and LeBron decides I don't want to play again? The day of the tournament or the game last year.
Well, that's what's going on. That's the latest and greatest there. By the way, there's a surprise retirement today. That I almost drafted this guy in the fantasy. I know nobody gives a crap about my fantasy team, rightfully so.
We're doing it.
But
we're doing that thing.
But there was a guy who was available last night and now has decided to stop playing football. Details coming up.
Hey, guys, if you need a new vehicle, go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford, the best car dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best inventory, and the best customer service. I've been a customer there since my rookie year in the NFL because relationships matter in life. Don't waste your weekend driving all over. Just go to Phil Long Ford because they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle, you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford. They're going to have the best price. You're going to have a fantastic experience. They're going to get you in, they're going to get you out, and you'll probably become a customer for life, just like I became one the first time I bought my car at Phil Long Ford. Guys, they've also got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
All right, I got some breaking NFL news and then our injury report, which is significant. So hang on. Couple things, though, quick. Josh Allen will have his number retired by Wyoming, which, okay. I guess if you're the greatest player ever at a school, you should probably have your number retired. That probably makes sense.
T-minus 3 seconds till you take a shot. Go ahead.
No, that's it.
T-minus 3 seconds.
That's all.
Yeah, right.
By the way.
Go.
No, that's all I got.
Don't hesitate.
I mean, Allen did have to win an NFL MVP.
Okay.
Wasn't enough just to lose in the Alamo Bowl, but I mean,
Yeah, that is kind of, when you put it in that perspective, that it took him 7 years.
Greatest player ever in the program's history.
Yeah, 7 years past his
7 years past, and won an NFL MVP.
An NFL MVP, and then they finally retire his number.
Yeah,
13-12, losing the Alamo Bowl, and you get it the next.
You guys just wait to see what Shedeur does in the NFL.
Get it
just wait.
Spring semester.
Week 7.
His debut. God, will he even be in a uniform for his NFL debut?
Yes, because the third quarterback can dress.
Okay. He definitely is the third quarterback.
There's only 3 on the roster.
They're not going to promote.
I thought they picked somebody
well,
else.
They could promote Bailey's
practice squad.
Well, you could promote Bailey Zappi.
No, they're not going to do that.
Would that be unbelievable?
That would be unbelievable.
Amari Cooper is hanging it up. Amari Cooper decides to retire the opening day of the NFL. It is pretty funny, and I'm not going to go on about fantasy leagues, but he was available in fantasy league drafts up until, last night. I mean, you want to be we waited till the last second to do the station one, but I'm just laughing at the fact that this dude retires the day of and thinking, and he wouldn't have been a high pick by anybody, but
This does happen every single year, though. I know it's funny, and it's funny because it happened to the Raiders. It's like cool. I hope it screws them over some way, somehow.
Yeah.
But every freaking year, we've got to do the polls this.
It is a riot. You get this far,
listen, man, if I'm going to retire, I'm retiring maybe a week into training camp when I'm like, yeah, I just don't want to do camp. But if I survive training camp, I want to get paid for the rest of the year.
Right?
I'll tell you that much.
Right.
If I'm retiring, it is definitely so I don't have to go through training.
Do you remember the dude on the Broncos, the offensive lineman, who in the bye week just never came back and only had 8 weeks to go?
Yeah, he went to Seattle.
He did. But this guy wasn't even playing, and it was halfway through the season. It's like, dude, you don't just show up for 2 months to barely practice to collect the rest of your paycheck? You hate it that much? Damn, what was that dude's name?
I can't remember. I can picture him.
Yeah, it was week 8, bye week. The guy just...
John Moffitt.
Good memory. You're right.
I
John
remember
Moffitt.
that right
That's
there.
a good pull right there, bro.
Wow.
John Moffitt.
Is he legendary in locker rooms or something?
Well, yes, because he not only did he pull that here, but then he went out to Seattle and he had some problems and he got arrested out there, and yeah, he had one of them careers.
So you say don't pull a Moffitt?
Don't pull a Moffitt.
Well, I mean, who is the pass rusher?
Wisconsin, right? I think he's from Wisconsin.
Oh man, you're killing it. Jarvis Moss was another one. He was he leaves training camp, and had to be. Everybody was like, dude, let them cut you. There's more money for you. You just cannot. You cannot just quit. I mean, get the money.
Oh, yeah, this is a good one on Twitch. Remember when Vontae Davis retired at halftime of an NFL game?
Yeah.
Literally just walked out of the locker room at halftime of an NFL game?
That's right.
Was he with New England? He was playing
in Buffalo. Yeah, I think it's Buffalo.
But weren't they playing in Miami or something? Or was they at home?
I think it was in Buffalo. I think he just left the tunnel.
That's a good one. Not finishing this game. Don't want to do this. I kind of had a dude do that. I had a dude do that. I was rotating with him at right tackle, and he was like an 11-year guy, and he had started his entire career, and he started the game, and then I go in, and then we were doing every 2 series type of thing, right? And then by the time it was time to go back to him, he looks at the coach and goes, "Nah, you want to rotate with Tyler? Play Tyler." It legit refused to go back in the game.
That's
I
wild.
was like, okay, I'll take the opportunity. I mean, I'll absolutely take it. Literally refused to go back in the game.
Well, in his egotistical mind, he's probably saying, if I can't even beat Tyler out, I'm not any good.
For sure.
You got to give crazy Antonio Brown credit, though, for the most epic, I'm out of here moment
Multiple
ever during a game.
meltdowns.
I mean, to take off your entire uniform, wave at the crowd, and then walk off in the middle of the game
It is a hell of a way to go out. I mean, if you are going to go out.
If you're going to go out.
It's better than burn your feet in Vegas type thing.
Very, very true. All right, it's time for our injury update.
Juwan James retired after he signed his contract here.
Bada bing, bada boom. Our injury report is sponsored by Ramos Law, the official law firm partner, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Dre Greenlaw.
Good Lord, man.
What's going on?
Nothing good is going on, I'll tell you that much.
And by the way, he's it. I mean, Nate Atkins is out. All these other guys are bumped up. But it's Dre Greenlaw.
It's one thing to tell us he's going to have limited reps in the game. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Pitch count.
You might be able to sell me on it. It's been a weird training camp. He hasn't actually participated in any preseason games. We're going to kind of put the guy in bubble wrap. Might be able to sell me on that. But the dude flat out isn't practicing. I mean,
did he not practice again today?
Well, I don't think we know yet, but we got problems if he's just flat out not practicing.
Testy Sean yesterday when they asked him about it. That was kind of interesting, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's regular season mode. Now we're in season mode. We don't do injuries.
Okay, but you're right.
DMac, every coach does that.
All right. Well, here's what Sean said about it yesterday.
At this point forward, and I appreciate the question, at this point forward, I'm not going to talk one thing about player injuries. We'll report what we're required to report, but you'll never hear me talk about how I feel it's going or any of that. And then really there's no advantage for me to discuss it.
I didn't think he even sounded testy. That didn't sound testy to me.
That wasn't bad.
That wasn't bad at all. I'm just letting you guys know we're in regular season mode now.
That's the Greg Popovich rule. That every coach should take.
Mike Shanahan used to give us team meetings on this. We would literally have team meetings on how to talk about injuries.
Well, but
say, okay, Tyler, you got an elbow. When they ask you about it, you got an arm. Tyler, you got an ankle. You got a leg. When you talk to the media, you got a leg. That's what you got.
Well, my point is, you go back to when Greg Popovich basically ruined the Kawhi Leonard relationship, where he said, I don't know why he's playing. Our doctors cleared him. Coach don't need to comment on that.
Can I be honest? I actually thought that sounded like polite, Sean.
Oh, hey, good question, all, but shut up.
Yeah.
Good question. I'm glad you asked
I'm not talking about it.
It was a very respectful shut up.
So a guy gets hurt in the game, you say, Coach, we saw so-and-so's leg going the opposite direction. Any diagnosis? I don't talk about it.
I don't talk about injuries. I know the guy's foot was on the other sideline. I'm not going to
tell.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about it. Concern level 1 through 10. 10 being oh my god, 1 being no big deal. Dre Greenlaw.
I wish I knew more, but he's clearly aggravated it because he was making progress during training camp. He was back at practice. He was participating in drills. He was out there in team stuff, and now we're going backwards. Now we're literally not participating in practice.
What's your concern level?
8.
I was going to go 8-7.
Really?
It's not good.
Well, I'll say this. They had a great defense last year.
Are you not concerned hearing?
Well, no, I'll tell you, but I'm going long-winded. They had a great defense last year, but everybody's saying they're going to have one of those special kind of defenses this year, and it's because of Hufanga and Greenlaw. Hufanga's been great. I don't think he's missed a practice, right? They may have held him out for a vet day.
He's a captain.
I mean, he's been phenomenal. Greenlaw didn't play in any snaps, missed a whole bunch of camp. One of your mainstays of why this defense is supposed to go to another level now is not out or is out right now. That's concerning. But here's the thing. If you can't beat your first two opponents without Dre Greenlaw, and Tyler tell you with a quad, it ain't going to get better on 3 days rest. I mean, if you pulled a quad, that means multiple weeks. And if he re-aggravated it last week when he came back to practice, he needs to probably be shut down. You need him for weeks 3 and 4. You don't need him for weeks 1 and 2.
We're going to get into the Bonito deal, how it sets up for the Broncos. Adam Schefter will join us at 1:40. It's PhD on 92.5.
Winston is picked. Intercepted. Bonito. Goodbye. No flags. Touchdown, Denver.
They set up Mitchell. It's going to be a double pass. And that one is intercepted. Oh. It's Bonito. Unbelievable. Bonito had a 71-yard pick six against Cleveland 2 weeks ago. Strikes again for Denver.
Done. Cortland Sutton, done. Zach Allen, done.
You can keep going, man. I mean, you can go
Nick
Quinn
Bonito,
Miners,
done. Quinn Miners, yeah.
All homegrown guys.
Surtain done.
Isn't it funny a lot of guys you mentioned getting done all became captains?
Well, a third of the football team is a captain.
Well, I thought it was an audience member at an Oprah show. You get a captain. You're a captain. You get a captain. I mean, who wasn't a captain?
Think about it. I mean, a lot of those guys that you just mentioned.
Actually, Bonito's not a captain.
I've never seen 8.
He just now got done.
8. That's absurd.
It's kind of ridiculous.
I've seen 7, and that's still absurd. 8, come on.
They had a captain's dinner.
You know what that is? That's the players, if in fact they got a real vote. I know you always question that at times whether that was a real vote. If it was a real vote, that was, well, there was 2 guys on here that I wanted. We had 8 and guys were tied. And so now all of a sudden the coach puts on 2 guys.
It's probably a little bit of both, right? I mean, you always put the quarterback on there. Bo Nix was the captain last year. But I got to assume Hufanga, being a captain, is voted on by the players. I assume that's
from everything we heard in training camp, he came in right away and was like leading that team. Was
DJ Jones
good.
caught me off guard. Like I love DJ.
That's got to be a player vote too.
I have never seen a nose tackle as a captain ever.
Hey, whatever, man. I mean, whatever floats your boat. Quinn Miners admitted he felt bad about being a captain last year. Like, it was hard to handle because he got a new contract. He was named captain. He's a young guy. I mean, McGlinchey's there, Bowles is there, and I'm the captain.
He said that?
Yeah. He said he's more comfortable now this year.
Well, if you get it last year and you're back, don't you have to get it the second year?
No, not necessarily. And that's awkward when it doesn't happen.
Kind of, yeah.
Well, it happened to DT. He was a captain, and then he wasn't a captain.
That's an unusual one.
Yeah.
I mean, once you get voted in, you're pretty much in. It's like being a Pro Bowler.
Guess what else happened to him that year?
Got traded?
Yep.
Oh, isn't that funny?
Not really. I mean, it's...
That right there probably tell you right there that it's all a sham and mirrors and struts and mirrors, smoke and conduits.
I mean, Trevor Siemian was voted a captain. Okay.
Well, you just said quarterbacks are all quarterbacks.
If your quarterback isn't a captain, you probably got a big problem on your team, frankly. So that's like an auto one. The coaches, that'll just happen. I'm sure they lean on some of the player sentiment, but 8 guys? Like, we need a captain of the special teams? Really?
Oh, you always have a special teams captain, though. I've never seen one without a special teams guy.
Well, why don't you take the guy that has two Pro Bowls under his name as your special team guy?
Who's that?
Mims.
Oh.
He's been in Pro Bowl 2 years in a row.
That's a good point. He is not a captain.
Yeah, I didn't see Will Lutz making any Pro Bowl teams, has he?
He's the captain. Sutton's a captain again. He deserves that. He's a great leader.
So it's Sutton, Miners, Nix. It's Hufanga, DJ Jones, Surtain, Will Lutz.
DJ Jones.
Who's the 8th?
D. Jones and Lutz are the ones.
Who am I missing in there?
I don't know.
Wes Welker.
It was a defensive guy.
Wes Welker.
Oh, Nick. No, not Nick.
Bonito's not.
Allen?
Zach.
Yeah, I think
that
it
would
is
make
Zach
sense.
Allen.
That would make sense. He's got to be, right?
Yeah.
No, Singleton.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't really surprise me that Alex is a captain. He's definitely.
Yep, Singleton.
I mean, he's probably the red dot guy.
Green dot guy, but yes. Yeah.
Green dot guy.
Red
well,
dot,
wouldn't you
red dot,
think?
green dot.
There.
Who gives a?
It's a lot of captains. I'm the captain now. No, I'm the captain now. No, I'm the captain now.
We've got a full-on Mighty Ducks Flying V going on here.
Also in that picture, don't think that that's not placed that way on purpose. You see who really is in charge. Bo and Surtain. And then you go from there.
That is kind of funny. Lowest man on the totem pole, in my opinion, would be DJ Jones and Will Lutz. They're the furthest in the back.
Right. So that's your Captain ranking right there.
Yeah.
So the two captains are really Surtain and Nix.
And Cortland. Cortland's
Look,
a fifth-year captain.
Cortland's got the 4 stars in the gold sea.
I gotcha.
Oh, you guys see what the NFL's doing? The Pat Surtain's going to have a gold-plated NFL logo this year.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So, like, all the players of the year, so there's 5 guys.
Mm-hmm.
They've got a gold-plated NFL logo.
Really?
Yeah, that's cool stuff.
Why is that?
Because he was Defensive Player of the Year.
There's 5 players of the year, and he's one of them.
Yeah.
So he gets a gold emblem.
How about the best player in the entire league on defense is not our highest paid player on defense?
How about that? I don't think he's even our second highest paid player. He gets more than Zach Allen?
Fair. I'm not sure.
So when they call a penalty on Surtain, does he sit there and hold the logo up and go, gold?
Gold.
Well, what do we think about Bonito, Matt, boys? Are we pumped about it? We excited about it?
I think it's just good to get off the plate and now play football. I mean, this was we talked about it all the time. It was drama-free all year long, so why now are we even worried about anything?
Yeah, Zach Allen makes more than Pat Surtain.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Third highest. He got more guaranteed, though.
Zach Allen's even got more guaranteed.
Pat got more guaranteed than Zach. Oh, Pat does have the most guaranteed, though.
Well, if he makes it on the team that long.
No, that's what a guarantee is. That you don't have to be on the team.
He's got 77. No, that's fair. I don't know. They're all making a lot of money. It's a good job by everybody involved. The person, listen, good job by
dude. All those deals are pretty amazing. I mean, you got Pat Surtain now as like the 6th highest paid corner in the league, right? Nick Bonito, what'd you say he was? 10?
Yeah,
10
overall. Yeah,
pretty economical deals.
Boy, look at those. Let's go to the starting lineup, offensive line, and I want you to think of your career, and you'd be good money.
Scott,
let's see, McGlinchey this year 17.
I didn't make 1/100th of what these guys.
You trying to make Tyler feel bad?
No, I'm just telling you. McGlinchey 17.5, Garrett Bowles 12.5, Quinn Miners.
Their 1 year salaries are quadruple what I made in 8 years.
$18 million. Ben Powers 12.8.
Yeah, poor guy.
Did you do a new contract in Washington as a free agent?
I did.
Oh dear. As a starter.
Yeah.
Left tackle or right tackle?
Right tackle.
Right tackle.
Yep.
So you got a deal as a free agent, tackle money.
That year was supposed to be pretty decent for me. I don't know if you remember the story on that one, but so
then they say trust you and they'll take care of you the next year or something.
Well, that's true. That is true. So Mike, I had more offered in Jacksonville. Mike, we had a big cap hit penalty. Mike said, I need 1 year and I'm going to pay you like nobody will. And he was true to it. We started our negotiations and we were talking big money, like life-changing money, and Mike gets fired. But even my deal that I signed there, we had escalators built into it that should have made it pretty damn close to what I was going to get in Jacksonville. And I mean, this is no state secrets here. I mean, you could look it up, but I was making $1.5 million that year. And which is good money. Don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining about it for sure. But I had to play in 77% of the snaps that year, and I was going to get like a $1.2 or $1.3 million bonus.
Holy cow.
We had 3 games left. We just got eliminated for the playoffs. My offensive line coach calls me into the office and says, listen, man, I love you too much to BS you. We got told we got to sit you because of the bonus. We're not in the playoffs. We got about 3 guys that we're going to sit because of the bonuses. Owner doesn't want to pay it out. I needed 1/2 of football to get like an extra $1.3 million. 1/2 of football. No joke. I told Trent Williams, I said, dude, I will pay you $200,000 to fake an injury. $200,000. and at the time, he's like, I got you, bro. Get in the game. He couldn't do it. He couldn't.
Meaningless game, right?
Oh, totally meaningless. Yeah, we had no chance of making the playoffs.
Why didn't he do that for you, man?
I get it. I mean, listen. I mean, people got pride. They want to play ball, and it would have been nice.
It would have been nice.
I found out in the after way after it happened. I knew it was going on. We're coming into game 82 my year in Miami, and I had, if I played X number of minutes, X number of minutes. I'd already hit one bonus, but if I played X number of minutes, and I think it turned out to be like 16 or 18 minutes in the last game of the year. If I got to like 16 or 18 minutes, and I was starting by the end of the year, I had a bonus of like a $50,000 bonus because I would have reached whatever number it was. I didn't realize it, and this is another reason I hate Billy Cunningham. He's calling the coach during the game, don't play him, don't play him. I'm starting. Don't play him, don't play him. Gets calls at halftime. Because I don't know if I got in foul trouble or something. But I played like 12 minutes in the first half, and I think I need 16, so I got 4 more minutes. And they're telling him, don't play him, don't play him. 16 minutes, I get $50,000 bonus. We get there in the first half. They take the lead from, I think it was like 6 to 10. The coach, I'm hearing this all after the fact. Look at each other. What are we gonna do? And then somebody hits a 3. With like I'm a minute short of the $50,000 bonus, and whether it was 16 or 18. I'm this close, and somebody hits a 3. Now it's a game. Well, fine, I guess. And Ron Rothstein told me the story. Who was the head coach? And just a couple of years ago, he goes, he looked at the coach and said, "Screw it," because I was playing really good. I ended up with a double. I think that game. I hit a
back in.
I hit a big 3 late in the fourth quarter that tied the game up, and we ended up beating Houston in Houston, which knocked them from a home team in the first round from 4 to 5, and they end up losing in the first round. But he wouldn't play me, so I got my bonus, and I had nothing to do with that. But I was starting. I knew I was going to get 16 minutes. And that's going to be easy. And he told me that story a few years ago, and I went, another reason I think Billy Cunningham was a turd of a person.
Isn't that unbelievable?
Unbelievable.
It's absolutely unbelievable that this stuff could happen.
Yeah.
The freaking owner gives the coaches a list of dudes that he doesn't want to pay the bonuses to, and the coach is just like, okay. And my coach he's like, listen, man, I don't know what to tell you.
And let me ask this: was that coach that made that decision and followed the owner? Was he back in Washington the next year?
No, Mike had already been fired.
I understand that. So now whoever's the head coach now,
I can't even remember who
has got to make that decision and go.
I mean, he's trying to.
Right.
He's trying to be back.
He's trying to be back.
Yeah.
He wasn't back though, so he basically screwed you out of $1 million for.
Yeah.
So do you hate Josh McDaniels more or Dan Snyder?
Oof.
I would hate Dan Snyder more, man. I
That's
know
a lot of money.
You know what I'm saying?
Josh McDaniels cost you a paycheck. He cost you a whole year of salary.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. To your point, DMac, a couple years later, I went to alumni weekend, and I ran in the elevator, like Dan Snyder's right-hand man.
Yeah.
And he's like, Tyler, so great to see you. Hey, we're all heading up to Dan's suite. Come with us.
Yeah.
I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Pass on that.
Yeah.
No, I'd hate him for life. I would never get over that.
Yeah.
One thing of a guy,
and you could understand me for $50,000.
Oh heck, it doesn't matter.
No,
that's a lot of money.
Somebody costs you money, or gets lawyers involved, whatever. Like that's different. That's different than like petty little, this, that, the other things. Somebody costs you $1 million. I could never see that. I could never talk to that person, ever. Oh, what would you do if you ever ran into Dan Snyder? I mean, seriously, what would you do?
Well, I have run into him.
Oh, have you really?
Oh yeah.
And
I mean, just ignore him. I just avoid him.
I have never seen Billy Cunningham since my exit meeting in 1989.
What would you say?
I wouldn't say anything, but if I looked at him, he tried to talk to him, and I'd say, hey, shut up. I think he's the biggest phony who's got a great reputation in basketball. He's a Hall of Famer. I think he's a butthead.
Oh, I never liked him anyway.
I forgive him, but he's a butthead.
All right, we have no dumb questions next.
Hey, what's going on? Tyler here for my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, if you're struggling with a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to have a fantastic experience with Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. So know that when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best of the best in the industry at what they do. And guys, Advanced Hair believes in what they do so much, they're going to go ahead and give you a lifetime guarantee. Your hair is going to grow for life with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. Don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment. You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No dumb question. Why isn't anyone talking about the Kawhi Leonard pay story? I missed a segment. No, you didn't miss a segment. We did talk about it a little yesterday.
Because it turns out it might be a bad information story.
Ugh. I mean, it's kind of like, well, who are you believing here? And what's the context of the whole thing? So, Scott, I don't know if you got an opinion on it one way. Do you believe Bomber was just hoodwinked? Like a lot of, rich people get hoodwinked? Or do you think there was something nefarious going on that Pablo Torre is the greatest investigative reporter of all time?
When I first heard it, Pablo's very good. He's had a rib removed, but he's very good.
Okay.
I thought when I first heard it, though, oh yeah, this seems like something rich person would do. But then, and it's a great scheme. And then they said, oh no, he got duped. And we read it yesterday. We talked about Cuban came up to his defense. So he just got duped. A lot of people got duped. And I'm like, well, how do you establish yourself? And they're smart enough to make $300 billion that somebody dupes you for $56 million.
Right.
That seems, unless somebody else is running your stuff and they
Bomber
got duped.
put in like $300 million.
Well, you know why?
$300 million. So there you go. I mean, a third of $1 billion, and you're that smart to get it, but
I don't know what to say, man. It was a whole scam. I mean, people are definitely going to jail. The whole thing.
It'll be interesting. So Pablo invited Mark Cuban to come onto the podcast, and Mark accepted it. So those two will get on air, and I guess they'll hash it out. We'll get to the bottom of it, but it does feel to me, at the very least, it was a little bit shady. I mean.
Kawhi still got paid, right?
He got paid, but Ballmer did kind of hand him this endorsement deal that is a no-show job worth $28.5 million or whatever it was. There's something a little shady.
I'm a little confused by the no-show thing. Was Kawhi supposed to plant trees or something? Or
well, exactly. It means I don't have to go any corporate events. I don't have to do anything.
So I'm doing an endorsement, but I literally don't have to do a damn thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe we can use your picture for our brochure.
Well, I mean, a no-show would be nothing. Would be just as
if it's an absolute you're doing nothing, then this is a shady deal. Bomber's guilty.
I didn't know there could be like $20+ million no-show jobs. I thought it was like $20 an hour with the.
Well, you know what it could be. It could
site.
be as simple as you could use my image and likeness, but grab a photo off the internet.
Or maybe,
but I'm not flying out there to take a photo.
Or we'll come to media day and get a picture then.
Yeah.
I mean, there were a lot of rich people that got caught up with Fire Festival. I mean,
was there?
Yes.
$300 million worth?
Well, not quite to that degree, but rich people get duped, and I don't know how much Bomber is worth. $300 million sounds like a lot to me, but I suppose everything is relative.
I think he's worth like $190 billion.
Yeah, so I don't know, man.
No.
Rich people do get fooled, and why would Bomber need to circumvent the salary cap that bad? See, it doesn't make any logical sense to me.
He's only worth $153 billion.
Yeah, so $300 million amongst friends.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know, man. To me, it seems weird. Like, do you think he's trying to circumvent the cap for Kawhi?
I think he's such a big enough fan, and if he thought Kawhi was going to leave and they just traded Paul George and they didn't want Kawhi to go, so maybe let's figure a business deal out that we can do. Hey, listen, I used to do this all the time. We get a shell company over here. We'll do this right here. They'll pull something out and give it to you. These other guys will split that to keep it quiet. Bing, 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 boom, bing, bing, boom, and you get something done. I mean, why was this found out?
Christina's on the text line. Shohei Ohtani keeps getting duped somehow. That's sharp there, Christina. I think Shohei is like a little child, and he's got a lot of crooked people around him, and he doesn't even know better. So that's what I think. That's where I think Shohei is. But you're right, Christina. Shohei is surrounded by a bunch of weird people. He definitely has a fall, man. Like the interpreter, really.
But so Ballmer, who's worth $158 billion, has shady people around him?
I don't know.
I don't know. Stop acting like Steve Ballmer is dumb. You're saying he got duped into something that benefits his team.
See, that's that.
I get it.
I'm leaning there. I'm kind of leaning there. And I'm kind of leaning there. I mean, I just don't think you're smart enough to start Microsoft. And then all of a sudden you're dumb enough to go, give you $300 million. What do I get? Oh, nothing. But we'll play Kawhi. Oh, okay.
It is convenient. Well, this is where Pablo Torre is getting all sorts of traction, by the way. This is exactly why. So we'll see where it goes.
Well, we're probably going to find out is...
I mean, is Ballmer, you think Ballmer's crooked or an idiot?
Yes.
And it could be a little bit of both. It could be.
It might be. I'll just say this. If Cuban's defending it so hard, you almost feel like maybe this is a practice. Will this expose... This ain't the first time something like this has been done?
I'm sure it's not.
I'm
sure this is not the first time an owner has figured out a way to get a dude paid outside of the salary cap.
I'll say this because the owner and general manager are now passed, and both of them were great men who I love dearly. But when I got in that fight, now Hastings wants a piece.
Mm-hmm.
I think my fine and my game check was like $4,870. And I was fined $10,000 on top of it. So I got fined $14,870.
Now Hastings wants a piece.
Yeah, for a great punch.
It's legendary.
Yeah, legendary. Lambier, who I was coming to the rescue, was fined, and we both lost a game. And game check and everything else, his was $50,000. He lost $50,000. That summer, I was at home. I think it might have been the summer I got traded. No, because I still won the championship. We won the championship that year. I was still at home. Bing, 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 boom, bing, bing, bing. Camp started. Bing, bing, boom. Get there and talk to Lambert. He goes, dude, how much was your fine? I told him. He goes, yeah, I did a camp for him. I had to come and speak to kids, and they gave me a check for $50,000.
Oh yeah, there you go.
And I'm like, not on no salary cap.
Yep.
But he got a $50,000 check that covered that fine. Funny how his 30-minute speaking engagement was worth exactly what that fine was, and I'm sitting at home twiddling my thumbs.
You know where you are in the world, don't you? You know where you are in the world.
But that's shady, right?
Sure, of course.
You don't think that happens all the time?
I'm sure that's been going on for years and years and years. No doubt. All right, Adam Schefter will join us. Huge news day with Nick Bonito. Adam with us next. Nick Bonito. What a deal. Right before the season starts, and Nick was all pumped up. It was cool. I was happy to see him. I mean, it's just such crazy ass money. And honestly, it's cheaper, Tyler, than I thought, Scott. I thought it would be more. So
I think it fits right in the realm where I think it is responsible. Another win for Pinner Group and the ownership.
Big time.
And, still we're sneezing it like, Bonito got $70 million. But listen, he got $70 million guaranteed on one great year.
That's right. And that's what it really came down to. Look, I was feeling reluctant to give Nick Bonito $35 million a year. I just flat out was. I don't know why I feel a whole lot better about 26.5, but I do. It feels radically different. You've got a guy that got paid a little bit off potential, but he's not getting paid. Like there's a $20 million difference between what he's getting paid and what Micah Parsons is getting paid. It's a good deal, man. The Broncos have they've set a precedent that they're going to take, if you are homegrown talent and you earn it, we're going to take care of you.
You think they can take care of John Franklin Myers?
Maybe. I didn't think so. First off, I didn't even think it was possible to do Cortland Sutton, Zach Allen, and Nick Bonito all in the same year. That felt like too much. Like, how are you going to get all those deals done? Well, they knocked that out of the park, got that done, and they saved about, probably $7 or $8 million of what I thought the Nick Bonito deal was probably going to come in at. So, yeah, you might actually be able to get Jonathan Franklin Myers done.
And you got it done. Both of them are taking a risk, right? They're taking a risk. He can repeat what he's done last year and going forward. And he's, just getting protection right now, right? He should be set for life right now. That's good on them because now if he just becomes a really good edge rusher, would you say he's just 10th or 11th in the
10th, yeah,
in the NFL?
Yeah.
And where will he be at this time next year? 14th, 15th?
He needs to.
We'll see.
Listen, he's still getting paid $26.5 million, okay? So
good money.
He needs to get 14 plus sacks this year. You got to earn it.
There's a lot. Great power comes great responsibility, right? Vaughn used to like to quote Peter Parker.
Or the Bible.
Oh, is that where it comes from?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, Vaughn would always cite Peter Parker. It's a lot on Nick Bonito. Zach Allen's getting paid. Sertan's getting paid. Yeah, John Franklin Myers probably. Just be patient. Just be cool.
Have another good year.
I think I read of the homegrown talent, the new ownership group has already passed out like $400 million.
It's great having these owners, isn't it? Seriously.
Pretty awesome.
I mean, just cash is not an issue. Let's get to it with our guy, Adam Schefter. Thank you to Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Adam, take us behind the scenes here with the Nick Bonito deal.
Well, they've been talking about it for a few weeks, and he predicted to Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com that it would get done before the season. And I think when you get to this spot in the season and you're talking about the money that's involved, there's really no reason to get it done. You're talking about $70 million in guaranteed money, a deal worth up to $120 million, makes him the highest paid non-quarterback in Broncos franchise history. Like, I don't know what the exact number is. We'll see, but there's $70 million guaranteed. I know that. And again, it's hard to pass on that kind of money when the season starts Sunday, right? Like, you might be able to play yourself into a better deal, but you just set yourself up for the rest of your life by signing this deal.
And that is the key. I mean, you get $70 million guaranteed, but I guess I was a little bit surprised by the 26.5, Adam. I thought after the Micah Parsons deal, shoot, if I'm Nick Bonito's camp, I'm probably asking for 30 plus. Does that surprise you at all?
Well, again, that's what, the agent is advertising the deal as, 4 years up to 120. Now, again, I don't know what the real number is. the devil will be in the details when you see the deal. Again, like I said, the flip side to it is, yes, you're right. You could be Elijah Vera Tucker, right? And you're heading to the last year of your contract. You're going to play it out, and then you tear your triceps in practice.
Yeah.
Right? How's that out? So, and that's not his fault. Like, he's doing what he thinks is right. But sometimes it goes your way and sometimes it doesn't.
Hey, when you look at not only this deal, but then you look at the Micah Parsons, and I think a lot of people now love the pick of Green Bay going to the Super Bowl. He's this. Jerry got fleeced again. They got a pretty good player also. But now we're hearing stories, and I'm not sure if you're the one that broke it. He's possibly getting injections in his back, epidurals, before each game to be able to play. Isn't there a little cautionary tale on that? If you got a guy paying a lot of money, a lot more money than Bonito got, you're going to pay him that, and you're going to have to be shot up before every game?
Listen, people heard about the back tightness over the summer. I heard about it like, yeah, okay, he's got contractitis and back spasms, or whatever you want to call it. But obviously, it seems to be a little bit more real than that. And he wants to try to play, and so there's a sprained joint in his back. I look, guy's 26. He knows his body. He's been on some type of steroid medication. He's been undergoing physical therapy. He's been doing what he can to get ready for somebody. And like I said, like, the team gave 2 first-round picks in Kenny Clark. They signed him to a $188 million deal. They're playing their division. You're going to tell me that he's going to say that day that, yeah, my back's so tight, I'm not going to play? Like, they're going to hold him out for one more? I don't think that's going to happen. Like, he'll be out there. Now, we'll see how much he can play, how effective he is. I just think he'll play. I think he'll play a good portion of the game, and I don't think we'll know that his back was bothering him. That's my guess. We'll see.
Why is the beginning of the season such a critical time to get these deals done, Adam? They always do seem to fall, like, right here. And once the season starts, like, all right, timeout on the whole thing. Why is that?
I think that it's the risk of playing a violent, physical, dangerous sport. And again, I'll go back to the Elijah Vera Tucker example. The guy's headed into the last year of his deal. He's going to be a free agent after the year. They don't get a deal done for whatever reason. I don't even know if they talked about one or not. But my point is, he didn't do it. Like, these are the Broncos, Cortland Sutton, Zach Allen, Nick Bonito. They didn't do it last year. Now, maybe something had to do with the fact that Denver was carrying the dead money with Russell Wilson's contract. Maybe they wanted to wait. Maybe Denver wanted. I don't know how that played out. But before you put your body on the line for 17 weeks, if you can lock in a strong, favorable deal, why would you not? Why would you not?
Well, I would. I mean, it's a fair question. I was saying it during training camp. Like, I was saying, why is Nick Bonito even practicing on the field at all? Period. When this is on the verge of happening.
By the way, I can make that argument too. And that's why. But by the way, that's why Micah Parsons partly didn't step on the field. Okay, yes, his back was an issue.
I get it.
But there's enough money involved. When you're talking about $188 million, whatever it's going to be. Like, I wouldn't step on the field, and that's why I was surprised last year when Jamar Chase had as much money at stake that he decided to play. Like, that was a really bold, courageous. I don't know that I would have recommended that or done that.
Right.
It worked out in the end, but and you could say, boy, it worked out great for him, and he became the highest paid receiver and won the yeah. And it's a physical sport. Injuries happen, but damn, you're one missed, like your knee turns wrong. You're one torn ligament away from risking tens of millions of dollars. Like, and then it doesn't look so smart.
That's a good point right there. Hey, talking about this deal and other deals, you just mentioned 2 or 3 that the Broncos have got done. You get dealings with every single NFL team. Where would you rate this ownership group? Still fairly young. Was it 3rd year that they've owned this team?
Yeah.
Going into the 3rd season, they've owned this team. Where you rate just on what they seem to be putting together, how they came out of Russell Wilson stuff? How would you rate this franchise, this ownership group, as far as the job that they're doing, still kind of new at it?
I'm going to say this right now. I believe that this ownership group, led by Greg and Kerry Penner, will become one of the best ownership groups, not just in football, but in all sports.
Yeah.
They will be difference makers for this team. And you've begun to see it pay off already with the deals that have been given out this summer. You see them building their own training facility. I don't know where the new stadium's at, what's going to happen, but they're going to have a new stadium at some point in time. And these people are going to have the best of everything because that's just how they run things.
Yep.
And I think that they are on things. They are thoughtful. They are smart. They are these are the types of people that you want owning your franchise and leading you into the future. I think that they're gonna be difference makers for this franchise for all. Let me say this, Scott. We both knew Pat Bowlen.
Right.
DMac, you know?
I not personally, no. I was around him a bunch of times, but not like you guys. Not
Okay. Tyler, do you know him?
Yeah, I played for him. Yeah.
Okay, so he was there when you were there.
Yep.
He was a great owner. He was a great owner and a great man, but he didn't have the pockets that these owners have.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. And that was always a struggling point, during when all of a sudden the signing bonuses became so big and everything. They lost out on a bunch of players.
Yeah, listen, I can't tell you how many times I heard, when I was covering that team through the years, Broncos have cash issues. They're trying to come up with more money. Like, it seemed to be a recurring storyline. That's not a knock on Pat. He was an enormously successful businessman, one of the greatest owners in NFL history. I love the guy. But I'm just saying these current owners, that's not ever going to be mentioned about this team. Where's the money coming from to go pay these players? Where's the money coming from to go build a brand new training facility? Where's all this money? That's never going to come up as long as they own this team.
Well, I'll tell you what else is true, too. The ego isn't there. I doubt most people, if they ran into Greg Penner on the street, would realize it's Greg Penner, all right? Greg's a very fit, guy. He's an unbelievable athlete, by the way, but he just looks like a normal sort of guy, and he doesn't go around parading himself in front of everybody, Adam. Carrie does probably more because she's involved with more of the charity stuff, but these are two laid-back owners. You understand what I'm talking about? Like, it is not about them. It's about, what they can do not only for the team, but wait till the new stadium comes, Adam. The new stadium's going to be bonkers. And from what I understand, the new stadium was a big, big deal with them buying the Broncos, meaning they wanted to do something on some sort of crazy, larger scale, not to gloss themselves, but to do better for everybody involved. And this is what you get, guys, when you have ownership like this. Adam, frankly, it's mind-blowing. And not only did these deals get done, Adam, but have you noticed how quiet things were as they were getting done? It's unbelievable.
Well, that's not as much ownership as it is probably Sean. Okay, Sean and George Payton, the GM, like that's credit to everybody. It's fine. Like, you hear a little whispers, but yeah, it gets done. It gets done. But I will come back to my initial point. I will stand on that. They will be amongst the best owners in all of sports. They will be, and it goes just beyond the money. It's not just the money thing. It's how, to your point, DMac, they handle themselves, how they carry themselves, how they look out for others, how it's not about that. Like, this team is very fortunate.
I'll tell you this too, real quick. They have 4 kids, and the kids all have a piece of the team now. They didn't in the first year, but they do now. And those kids are all in their young 20s. So it's not just Greg and Carrie, Adam.
This thing could be passed down.
Oh, this could easily go 100 years. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
Don't run them off yet.
Hey, I'm going to ask you a trivia question we looked up yesterday. Do you know what Lamar Hunt bought the Kansas City Chiefs for? First known as the Dallas Texans, by the way. But do you know what he paid for that franchise?
I'm going to guess. Okay. $25,000.
No.
You're really close. Wasn't it?
I thought it was 1.5.
I thought it was like 50.
Phipps bought his, I thought, was 25,000.
Oh, you looked it up. One of those was
Phipps
like 25
paid
or 50.
Yeah. I think Phipps
not you. I meant we did yesterday.
Phipps paid 25,000. I read somewhere, I thought Lamar Hunt paid 1.5 million. But still,
okay.
Yeah. But it goes back to make me think of that because he's talking about generation and kids, and now Lamar's kids are running it, right? And I'm sure Lamar or the Mr. Hunt now's kids will run it after him. Becomes a family generational thing.
Yeah, it's the value of these franchises. And you see, like, the Giants taking 10% off the table and getting back $1 billion. So they still own, the team are still on 90% while they're given $1 billion to split up. Like, Jeffrey Lurie did that summer. I think he got back $800 million. I don't know why the Eagles were valued at only $8 billion, but anyway, he got back, I think, $800 million when his investment in the team was like $250 million. So he gets back the $800 million, still owns 90% of the team. Like, I mean, just bonker numbers, right? Bonker numbers. Like, I'm not a finance guy, but I am intelligent enough to understand that we all should be that fortunate to have our investments make that kind of return.
All right, we got to let you go here in a second. Just quick thought on Belichick in North Carolina.
How's that, DMac?
That was a Schefter special for all you Twitchers.
You know what else? You can quote me on that.
Beautiful quote, Adam.
All right, we'll let you go there, Adam. Enjoy the NFL season. We're here. Here we are.
Thursday
Finally.
tonight.
Enjoy it.
Happy season. Great to be with you guys on another Thursday, and we'll see how the Broncos fare in the opener. I'll say this, I can't even imagine they could lose this game, but
no.
Last year at this time, I couldn't have imagined that New England could go into Cincinnati and win. And again, I said this on Monday, the curse of Jeff Schefter, my father, he's in a survivor pool last year. He's telling me, I'm just telling you, I got a survivor pick, Bengals, he 2 months out. I'm like, that's my survivor. He was telling me for 2 months. And he's been telling me for 2 months he's got a survivor pick, the Broncos. I'm like, okay, I'm in a survivor pool for fun with my Broncos. I refuse to take Denver just because Jeff Schefter's taking them. I will not take them. I'm worried about Denver on Sunday because of the Jeff Schefter curse.
It's the inside information that we all know. Thank you, Adam. We'll talk to you next week. Thanks, Adam.
See you, buddy.
Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. CCU, helping Coloradans achieve their financial goals. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Sports, not sports. Dano.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
Let's talk about Belichick. Because, and I'll get to Bill Burr on Rich Eisen, which was great. But he's not allowing scouts from the Patriots to watch North Carolina practices.
This is one of those stories that pops out that every now and then you're like, we got to check the accuracy of this. Because if this is true, this is literally one of the top 5 dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. You are living in a day and age as a college football coach where it's all about what can you do for them, not what can your athletes do for you. What can you do for the kids that are coming to your university, right? And, hey, boys, come on out to North Carolina. I'll let you go play for 31 out of 32 teams, but there's going to be one team that is not going to be allowed to scout you. I mean, I do kind of believe it because I think that Belichick is that petty at this point. I think that he hates the Patriots that much that it is kind of believable. But, oh, my gosh, is this dumb if true?
I'll say this. In the age of X and Twitter and social media, if the New England people would just say, okay, go ahead. They put out at North Carolina football. There's nobody there to scout anyway. Signed
there you go.
The New England Patriots. But
Well,
I mean,
literally,
would that not be a great go at him a little bit?
Literally yesterday, Robert Kraft said that he's going to build Bill a statue when he's done.
But
like
Bill,
yesterday.
but hold on. But Bill has to be done with football.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's another kind of weird petty move.
No, it's not. Because in theory, he could go back to the NFL, and that's a little bit weird, putting up a statue of a dude that's coaching back in the NFL.
I don't think it would be weird at all. You'd just be coaching outside. There's a statue of me out there. I mean,
but
whatever.
on one hand, that's a tough story for you, isn't it?
What's that?
Well, we'll build a Belichick statue after he's retired from football.
Why is it a tough thing for me?
Because on one hand, you hear the word statue, and you got to be super, super excited.
Well, I like statues, yeah.
Yeah, you're super excited about, finally another statue. And then the terms of it, not until you're done with football, kind of puts you right in the middle, kind of, doesn't it?
I mean, listen, Belichick didn't almost win the Alamo Bowl, but I mean, still, he was pretty good for them.
Yeah, I don't think he'd build a statue for people that are still in service.
What would you do if CU announced they're going to build
a Shadur statue
or a Dion statue?
Well, the Dion statue would actually make sense.
No, it wouldn't.
I would make the argument he's brought them back to life.
Bill McCartney makes sense.
Sure, he makes sense too. I'm a big statue guy. I would do multiple statues. There's plenty of room. I think Travis Hunter should have a statue.
I don't think you get a statue for
slow.
giving a team a pulse.
Is that all that Dion's done?
I mean, in the big picture, am I enjoying it?
That's
Hell
it.
yes.
Wow.
Hold on, DMac.
He just took a bigger shot right there.
No,
13 and 12
no, it's
in
not a
Los
shot.
Alamo Bowl.
It's not a shot. That's reality. Listen, I know what this team was. We were dead. I thought I'd be alumni of a program that would never come back to life, and we've got a pulse, and it's fun, and I'm down for the ride. But what have we done? Nothing.
13 and 13.
Okay.
And you lost the Alamo Bowl.
Okay.
You don't build a statue for a pulse.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Wow. All right.
I'm with you, dog.
All right.
I'm with you.
Bill Burr was on the Rich Eisen show. Burr's from Massachusetts. And it's obvious him and Rich Eisen have had a back and forth about Belichick. And Burr's been very defensive of Belichick. And, he's a pro-Boston sort of guy. So it was with a great deal of snark that Rich Eisen asked this question.
Let's get into what he couldn't even wait until I came out here. Go ahead and ask me.
What'd you think of Bill Belichick's first game as head coach of North Carolina?
What'd you think of Joe Namath on the Rams? What'd you think of Johnny Unitas on the Chargers? What happened to that guy? What do you think of Lewis Hamilton driving a Ford Pinto? Dude, since when is the University of North Carolina even in the conversation of a college football powerhouse?
Not at all.
Exactly.
And still not right now.
Exactly. He's driving a mid-sized car, and he's going to try to he's got some curb finders on it. Can he have more than one game? Oh, look at that! Look at the look. That look on his face. Like, you guys, all this says to me is how much it bothered you that for 20 years you couldn't even enjoy the greatest NFL head coach of all time. Did you see him lose the first game?
No,
That's pretty good.
How much is Belichick going to regret taking this job?
He's getting $12 million.
He can't be having fun. No freaking way he's having fun recruiting kids, playing NIL game, doing all this.
Did he look like he was having fun doing all that TV crap last year? I mean, that was so forced, all that TV stuff. I thought it was cringy from the get-go. I think he'll actually be fine with it because I think his heart's in football. Now, I think he's a lost soul because of what he's doing with his relationship. Like, I think the dude's got issues, but I think I don't think he can live without it like Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones, what do you think? Jerry Jones is ever going to pass that team down to Steven? Are you nuts? You realize he's never going to do it. He will die, literally die before he does that. Well, yes, eventually. It's not just Steven. He's got another brother and a sister, daughter.
And Steven's got a son that played football at Arkansas, too.
Yeah, and it'll stay in the Jones family, but he's never quitting. Bill Belichick's never quitting football.
Well, he's 73. It ain't going to go too much longer.
Like, if Shanny wanted to keep coaching football, I am sure there's a college that would have had Mike Shanahan. But Mike obviously drew a line. I'm good with what I'm doing. I'm supporting Kyle. It didn't finish the way I wanted to, but I'm okay. Belichick's too much of a narcissist. There's no way. There's no way he can live without it. So he probably will have no regrets about it, frankly. He will probably do it until the wheels literally fall off.
I disagree. I think he took a job because he agrees with you. Like internally, I think you're right. But there's something different about dealing with these kids than it is dealing with NFL players, man.
Well, Rance Saban, who's a good friend of his, out of the business, too.
I bet Bill Belichick would go coach Weymouth High School.
Listen, they've we used to make fun of it almost weekly, the Bill Belichick pressers in New England. I mean, it was hilarious theater. And yet I've watched tons of stuff on most on ESPN and the NFL Network where he's either sat down with a panel. One time he was sitting down a panel with Lawrence Taylor and some other guys, and they're just talking football and old games.
And it's great.
And it is phenomenal. I'm like, gosh, Bill Belichick's got a personality.
Because he loves history.
Well, then you know what? Find that venue and someone paying $5 million to do that. Let him sit in a studio with other greats. And I've seen some with him and Peyton, and it was fantastic. I mean, it's good theater.
Do you think North Carolina will fire Bill Belichick?
No, but somebody needs to talk to him, and he needs to step away.
I don't see it happening anytime soon.
And then, the girlfriend runs off with the swimming coach.
I mean, he's gonna take that for whatever it's worth.
At least you weren't too specific.
Well,
all right.
I wasn't even going there. I really wasn't.
It's time for the big story of the day. This might.
Hey, before you get in your
retort-
sports big rhetorical question,
Yeah.
I gotta because we blew over no dumb.
It's the big story of the day, Scott.
We had it.
Well,
We did the
is it?
Kawhi thing.
We did a whole big story one time on the Kelsey marriage or announcement.
That was a big story.
Right?
Yeah.
Did you see who just took the bar examination in California?
Kim Kardashian?
No.
Yeah. Kim Kardashian.
She passed?
But they're waiting for the results now. You take the test, takes a couple weeks.
Good for her. She got a law degree.
Is that surprising?
Oh, I think she's a smart person. She's a self-made billionaire, basically. I mean, what was that family?
DMac going PC over there.
Well, I mean, the dad was
dad
was a nice lawyer.
Robert Kardashian was one of OJ's lawyer. He was okay, but that family, he died when she was young, relatively. They had nothing until they did the Kardashian show.
Yeah, no, I'm going to say there's been nothing about her life that has screamed, I'm going to become a lawyer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm going to go ahead and say what you wanted him to say.
Oh, I think she's I think that's all right. Do you think she's a dummy or something?
No. Well,
but
listen, how many lawyers we know that are kind of stupid? I mean, let's be honest. I mean, and that won't be being dumb doesn't have anything to do with passing a bar exam.
Well, she's taking the bar. She got her law degree. I mean, somewhere, somehow.
Somehow.
Good luck on the bar. I don't know how that's going to go for her. She'll pass, I'm sure.
I just thought that was an interesting.
You were surprised that Kim Kardashian's got a brain?
Well, when I heard that she had taken the bar exam, I'm like, oh my gosh. You know what?
She's come a long ways from Ray J.
I gave her a little props.
Okay.
Yeah.
But your props come with like a dollop of surprise that she's intelligent at all.
Well, is there not a dollop of surprise with you?
I get it. She looks like she's just.
Is that your big rhetorical question? Is that
no?
Does that come with a dollop of surprise?
I've done some digging into the Kardashians a little bit. They're like Paris Hilton's another one. Like they're sneakily smart.
Yeah.
They're Nope, don't believe that one.
Well, she's a billionaire too, brother.
She sits in her new fancy Hilton's rooms and like being on the beach in her Airstream.
I mean, it
you
helps.
think Paris Hilton's ever been in an Airstream?
No.
Yeah.
Although I've never been in an Airstream.
I've seen one.
If I gave you $10 million,
it'd be cool to go camping in one.
If I gave you $10 million, could you turn it into $1 billion?
No.
Okay. Well, that's kind of what they did.
Well, if you gave me that motive, first thing I do is that might be the only thing that would get me to watch Breaking Bad.
Okay. Become a meth dealer. The big question, and I was going to say it's a bit rhetorical, but can you think of a better offseason for the Denver Broncos in light of this Nick Bonito deal? And really
finalize it today.
There's still one big caveat, okay? And I agree with you. It's been phenomenal. We've taken care of everybody we wanted to take care of. There's been no drama, drama-free training camp, all of the above, right? For the most part, everybody stayed healthy during training camp, except for Drake Greenlaw. But here's the one big caveat, and it comes down to a free agency class that's going to be the biggest boom or bust class in the history of this franchise. We got a phenomenal A+ free agency if these dudes could be healthy. Yep. If they can't, well, you signed 3+ dudes with significant injury concerns that you knew everything about it, and you rolled the dice, and you gave them a significant amount of money. And now we've already got Drake Greenlaw, who's missing practice yesterday. I don't know what happened today yet. We'll find out here pretty soon.
We will.
We'll see if Drake Greenlaw was out there today. But if Drake Greenlaw, for example, missed half a season, if Talanoa Hufanga missed half a season, if Evan Ingram missed half a season, well, now you went out, you gambled on some good players with significant injury history, and you'd be like, well, you knew they were hurt, so why'd you do it?
Is it a success if 2 of the 3 stay relatively healthy?
I think so. Would you?
Yeah. I wish Greenlaw would be one of the two.
Ooh. You know what? I don't really care. I'll take 2 out of those 3. I don't even care which one it is.
I just, of all of the 3 signings, I was most excited about Greenlaw. Because it's been a while. I mean, when's the last kind of thumper you've had?
He was, to me, he was like
maybe.
Who?
Maybe Danny Trevathan.
Yeah, maybe. Did he play with you when you won it?
Yeah, and then he left for the Bears the next year.
And played great for the Bears.
Yeah.
For like 2 or 3 years, right?
Yeah.
Trevathan, yeah.
Greenlaw
Al
to me
Wilson.
was the wow. Like, I can't believe they just got that done.
He was like my number 1 target. I mean, I was talking about that dude all free agency. When we were talking about these linebacker targets, he was like number 5 or 6 on most lists. And I'm like, no, Dre Greenlaw is the dude. That's the dude that we want.
And you and I like that healthy linebacker.
Well, listen, I understand what you get in free agency. Unless it's a beef between the player and the club, in general, your free agents come with some damage if they're available. Because why wouldn't they just sign with the team they're with?
Well, and everybody points out, too, don't forget, San Francisco let him reach that level, but they did try to get him at, the 11th hour.
They did. I'm sure they, fear of missing out, right? Like, he's our guy and the whole thing, but Broncos did a good job in sort of negotiating and selling him. But I think we always were aware that there's some damage that may come with Greenlaw. I think all of us are I'm surprised that this has lasted this long. And now we're on a pitch count on Monday, and now we're on it's going to be a game-to-game sort of thing. And I don't know what to expect out of Greenlaw this year.
I'm almost, for Sean Payton's benefit, was glad he answered that question on injury. No longer we'll talk about. Good, because the last 2 or 3 updates you've given us have missed the mark by a million
kind
miles.
of. You're not wrong about that.
So
you're right about that.
Don't give us anything.
Well, Mims came back. He said he was coming back,
Yeah,
but you're right.
He said Bonito would be back, and he missed 2 more days of practice in the game. Greenlaw is going to be full participant.
Yeah, Sean hasn't been great on his medical predictions either.
Yeah, so just stay away from that.
It's fine. I mean, listen, we find out at the end of the practice which guy's on a side field and who's not. I mean, it's not difficult to put together. They have to put out an injury report. Whether Sean wants to clarify things, it becomes painfully. Do you think Greenlaw plays on Sunday?
No.
Oh. Can I wait 20 minutes until I get the injury report?
Of course.
Go out there. Step on the line. What's wrong with being wrong?
I would say yes, and it'll be limited.
I would say that too. I think that will be the case.
I say no, unless something drastically changed in the last 24 hours, and I'm 100% okay with it. And I just told you he was my favorite guy that they signed because, and I repeat myself from the first hour. Week 3 and 4 is way more important to me.
No doubt about it.
Week 1 and 2.
No doubt about it.
Well, to that point, here's to hoping, crossing your fingers, that there was not a re-aggravation of the quad and that this is all just part of the plan. That this is a part of the plan for the last month that, hey, okay, we're going to get through preseason. We're not going to play you. Then we're actually going to treat weeks 1 and 2 kind of like your preseason. So we'll get you your 10 to 20 snaps. And we'll ramp it up, and hopefully it's just all part of that plan to get to what you're talking about, Scott.
Well, we will. Sean Payton doesn't talk today as the coordinators. However, they do bring players up, and I assume Nick Bonito will come up and talk.
Yeah.
So, but we'll find out here shortly if Greenlaw participated, and that might be even coming out right now. Who knows? As practice is more or less about to wrap up for the Broncos. That being said, and you wish for the best with guys being healthy, obviously. But kudos to the Broncos with this Nick Bonito deal, getting it done. Zach Allen, Cortland Sutton.
It doesn't seem to have killed you.
No, and the only guy that's kind of out there is John Franklin Myers. And in all honesty, whatever. I mean, I got nothing against him.
All these deals getting done also, and we've talked about with the Rockies, who, after going after free agent pitching and it bombed, did not fail here. Nagel, Hampton, was the guy that ended up going to Kansas City. He struggled too. They've been reluctant to ever go after a free agent pitcher ever again.
They have. I don't know who would actually come here.
And it's been like 20 years.
Yeah.
these guys, and whether they were pushed into it or not, talking about the ownership group again, they signed off on the deal for Russell Wilson. But guess what? They aren't. They haven't been gun shy. And that's the difference. You want to talk about a big difference between the ownership group with the Rockies and these guys? We made a mistake. Let's get rid of it. Let's get out of this dirt as fast as we can, and let's keep moving forward. And the Rockies just paralyzed themselves for 20 years.
The number one reason you can do all this is because you have faith that Bo Nix is going to be the man, and, of course, his contract is workable. It does make me wonder.
Just not fantasy draft.
But this is why. No, it's a totally different situation. This is why, and this is the best benefit of drafting a rookie quarterback. I do wonder if some coach will boldly say, I'm going to make my team so good, I don't need the first-round quarterback. I'm going to draft that guy in the second or third round, but I'm going to commit to him the same way I would a first-round guy. Because if you were to do that, the amount of money you would have to spend on everything else is actually crazy. But who's going to be that bold? What coach, what organization is really going to take that plunge?
I don't even think that's the scary part. I think that teams have tried to do that, maybe not with the commitment level that you're talking about, but I do think there's plenty of teams that have tried to do it. The scary part is you succeed. So say you do draft a late rounder. Maybe it's a fifth rounder that just popped, right?
Yeah.
And it works. Well, now you're going to be in a position in 4 years where you're like, damn, I can't bail on this dude.
Well, right. But you would have to theoretically if you were going to embrace that philosophy.
Right.
Which would be brutal.
So to answer your question, I literally don't know if that'll ever happen.
But you could do that, and if the guy happens to hit, there's a difference between a really good starting quarterback and a franchise guy. Brady was a, sixth, seventh rounder?
No,
sixth rounder?
but Scott, if you were
but if he becomes a franchise guy, you keep that guy.
No. See, maybe I'm not saying it the right way.
I know what you're trying to say.
Your whole philosophy is spending big money on everybody else. You never spend big money on the quarterback.
You might want to.
I think Pete Carroll kind of has that philosophy.
You might want to eat a nice bologna sandwich, and somebody put some lamb chops up in front of you.
Well, right.
I'm going to change this bologna philosophy. I'm going to check on them lamb chops.
Yep.
So because when a goat walks in, better eat them up. Time out.
Okay. We'll come back with Nick Bonito and let's
I can stick my head up a bull's.
Take a break. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They got a new joint in Castle Rock. It's spectacular. Seriously, you got to check it out, man. I mean, there's 5 locations, but Castle Rock in particular, revamped, recharged, renewed, just like you'll be at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. For those of you in the southern part of town, check it out. Just over the hill, down there in the Rock. It is awesome. And whether it's low T, you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, when, as Mark Moser puts, your man machine just ain't feeling like it should be, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you. They have, when it comes to ED specifically, they have what it takes for you to get back in the game. When the pills or herbals fail, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there. Success rate's well over 90%. Check them out today. Schedule the consult. You get $99, get you that consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. And again, that office in Castle Rock, spectacular. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, thanks to Mountain High Appliance. We appreciate you guys. MountainHighAppliance.com. I'm seeing a couple of texters. Usually our texters are smart, but they just didn't get where we were going. The point was, do you take a quarterback in mid-rounds, and if it gets to the point where you have to pay him, you ditch him, and you go get another mid-round quarterback? That was the question, because if you did that, you'd have enough money. And they point out Brock Purdy and Jalen Hurts. And just for the record, Brock Purdy signed a sweet 5-year, $265 contract with $182 guaranteed, and Jalen Hurts, 5-year, $255 million extension, $179 guaranteed. So nobody really has done it, even though they got there. What team is going to be committed? So these teams have the same issues that any team would have with the guy in the first round, just a few years later. So, anyways, usually our listeners
They
are
still
smart.
got the 4 years and probably even a little less, but not much.
Yeah, so the window for the Broncos, would you agree, Dan? And I'm sorry to hijack this real quick, but Bo is looking at if he really is the guy in
3 years.
2 years. I was going to say, when do you get a new deal done with a guy?
Well, that's why the 5th-year option is stupid, and it's way overvalued. Lamar Jackson's like literally the only true franchise quarterback that has ever played on a 5th-year option. You get it done in the 4th year, to answer your question.
At what point in the 4th year? Like before the season starts, or probably
ideally
right?
before the season begins.
Yeah, so that means
So you've got this year and one more of it before you got to pay.
Right. And it doesn't kick in until after his contract's done. I get that. It's an extension, essentially. But what's that going to be what's Bo going to get in 3 years?
60? If he's that dude,
right?
It's 60 plus.
Well, in 3.5 years, you got to believe the salary cap's over $300 million.
Yeah, in 3.5 years, it's realistically probably like 68.
So this window for the Broncos, it's a little more. It's urgent. Like you gotta get it. This is a rare opportunity that you can do this. And so again, praise for the Broncos to get it done. But it's time to raise the bar in terms of the Broncos and expectations. No doubt about it. Dan, go ahead. Here we go.
All right, fellas. Cam Ward will be making his NFL debut on the road in a hostile environment. And if you remember back to last year, Bo Nix had to do the same thing. He started his NFL career on the road in Seattle. Here is Bo on what he thinks it'll be like for Cam Ward to start his career in a hostile environment on the road.
Well, like I said, I hope it's a really good crowd. I hope it's loud and engaging the whole entire time. It can be tough for a rookie, to go on the road for the first time, but you got to think that they're practicing it and trying to handle it themselves, and so I don't know what it's going to be like for him. But I know that just our stadium's capable of being loud, and it's capable of being a really tough place to play. So, fortunately for me, I'm at home this week and can use my own cadence and don't have to worry about the noise. But it's definitely tough for an opposing quarterback.
So going back to that debut for Bo Nix last year in Seattle, guys, he was 26 of 42. 138 passing yards, no touchdown passes, 2 interceptions. He was sacked twice and had 35 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown. How do you think Cam Ward's stat line will compare to Bo's debut on the road last year?
46 times and how many?
Can you tell me Bo's one more time?
26 of 42 passing.
42 passing.
138 passing yards, no touchdowns,
You're
2
losing.
interceptions.
Yeah.
And he was sacked twice.
That sounds about the game like we would expect from Cam Ward in his rookie debut.
Yeah,
couple interceptions, maybe throw for a little bit less than 200 yards. You probably do have to throw a lot of passes because you're probably going to be trailing.
Right.
So I bet it's similar.
I'll go 17.
I bet Cam gets a touchdown.
Yeah, I don't think 17 for 40 with 2 interceptions. 180 yards, maybe actually a little bit more than 200 because they might pile up some garbage yards at the end. Pretty terrible. In all honesty, probably worse than Bo.
9 for 16, 85 yards.
Is he getting hurt?
1 pick, and he's knocked out of the game.
How many times do you think he gets sacked?
Well, the last one will be the last one.
God, who is the back? Is Will Levis the backup there?
No, Will's out for the year.
He's out. Who's their backup?
You know who it might be? I think, did Trevor sign out there?
Is Trevor Siemian the backup?
Hold on.
I think it's Ryan Tannehill.
Really?
Let me check on that.
Wow, Ryan Tannehill.
Trevor signed somewhere late. Oh, it's not Trevor, but it is a former Denver Bronco.
Ripping.
Nope.
Oh, this is a fun trivia contest.
Yeah.
Is it an Allen? Is it the Brandon Allen?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Brandon Allen.
Be
Your
careful.
guy, Arkansas.
Be careful. He gets in.
Well, be careful where he parks his truck so we can set it afire. Brandon Allen. So you're predicting a Brandon Allen game?
Yeah. What was he 1-1 or 1-0 as a Bronco?
Oh man,
starter?
that's the year the Broncos had 4 different starters at quarterback. That was
And he won their first game. I think he lost the next.
I think you're right about that. We had 4 different starters in 1 year, and he was one of them.
You know who just signed today?
Truck. What?
Matt Prater with the Bills.
Whoa!
But hold on, I'm sorry. I said that inappropriately. He was picked up on their practice squad.
I am so confused. So Matt was out of a job. First of all, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Isn't Sam? Oh no, that's the punter who used to be here. I don't know who the Bills kicker was. So the Bills picked up Matt on the practice squad.
Yeah. So they must have an injury or something.
He's probably going to play this week then. They're probably going to elevate him. This is one of those deals, right?
Yeah. Tyler Bass is their starting kicker.
So something must be going on with Tyler Bass.
Yep.
Look at Matt. What year would this be for Matt? Service
100.
time. That is remarkable.
17, isn't it?
So he must have thought his career was just that might. Well, I'd be curious to hear that story because my guess is he probably was just like, well, I'm done.
Well, I know he's been actively trying to get back. He has not accepted being done because he posts on Instagram every single day all his kicks that he's doing.
Really?
Yeah. No, he definitely does not want to be done.
Well, good for him, man. Wow, how old is Matt? Is he 40?
He's got to be close.
Got to be close. Well, that's really cool, though. I appreciate the hustle for Matt Prater on that.
Yep.
I mean, he's had an unbelievable career.
He sure has. This is his 19th season.
Wow.
Make your kids they want to play football become kickers and punters.
Do you think? I'll give you one better. Long snapper.
Yeah, well, that's the David Ben story, which is great too. So Matt just doesn't want to give it up, man. He just
why would you? I mean, Mason Crosby did the same thing. I mean, these guys. Why would you ever stop kicking?
As a kicker? Why would you? Seriously, why would you? The rest of life is so boring compared to that. You know, you're probably
How
in
many
great
years
shape.
did he get with Denver?
Who? Prater? Prater was going through kind of a rocky time here personally when he was here.
Yeah, but how many seasons do you think he played with?
Not many. 6,
7.
7.
I think that's a lot. That's a lot of years.
Even 6 is a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, he's had a crazy long career though. So
how many years was he in Detroit right after that?
3, maybe. I don't know. 4.
7.
7.
Wow.
Yeah. 7 in Denver.
And then with the
And then
Cardinals,
he was in Arizona for 4 or 5.
He was in Arizona 4.
4.
He's stuck wherever he goes.
I mean, Prater was the man here with Tebow. And he had to make some big kicks that year, and he did. He delivered. And
he hit a 64 that year.
I mean, he had in Chicago, he had like the 58 and the. I mean, he was unbelievable.
He had a 62 and 23 with Arizona, and last year he had a 57.
Hey, good for Matt, man. Good for him. That's really cool news. 20 years in, man, and you're on a practice squad. That's wild. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, did Jeffrey Simmons, defensive tackle for the Titans, give the Broncos some bulletin board material when he said this?
I'm just saying, we know Bo Nick's going to, his first reading out there, he's going to take off running with the football. So we got to make sure we're on the same page. We got to make sure we have a balanced rusher. Not trying to be robots out there, but at the same time, we know that if it's not there, Bo Nick's going to take off running. So it's going to be on us up front to make sure we keep him in the well and keep him in the fight.
Was that a shot at Bo or not?
I don't think he meant it to be, but the way it came across, it was. I mean, I think what he was really trying to say is, hey, we got to be aware this dude can get out of the pocket. So we got to be careful with our rush lanes. We got to keep him inside because the dude can be dangerous with his legs. That's what he meant to say. Instead, he's like, yep, one read and he's out.
Do you think he's right about that?
About the one read?
Yeah.
No. I mean, maybe 2.
Yeah, maybe 2.
I like my Bo Leave hat. I'm gonna wear this.
Yeah, but you don't like.
I'm gonna wear
enough.
this one.
You don't like him enough to pick him in the fantasy.
I do not. I took Jaden Daniels, but nobody gives a crap about my fantasy team or anybody's fantasy team.
No, Andy and I do. we care about yours.
Next, Dan.
Lastly, guys, we'll have some fun with this one. Here are the Chiefs. They're in Brazil for their game tomorrow night, taking on the Chargers. Here is Patrick Mahomes talking at the podium.
We've had a plan for this all summer long, and now we're just ready to play football again.
And Travis, what was last night like at the airport?
Oh man, it was crazy. It was a lot of fun seeing all the fans there. And
he had that one coming for telling everybody I didn't know where Brazil was on the map.
Okay, that's funny.
A little bit of fun there, but serious question, guys. Is this the year that the Chiefs' regression starts? Can you realistically see the Chargers or Broncos taking over the Chiefs and winning the division this year?
The only way that this happens is if the Chargers are damn good at football and the Raiders are damn good at football and the Broncos are damn good at football. You need all 3 of these teams to steal a win from the Chiefs to have any hope of that. Because even if the Broncos are better, if the Chargers aren't, if the Raiders aren't, if they sweep those 2 teams, you got no hope. So you need all 3 of these teams to try to steal a win.
I can't go there.
Didn't they just announce their first-round draft pick is going to be the starting left tackle?
With the Chiefs?
I believe.
Well, he's really good.
I know. I believe I saw that he named
I'm sure
starter.
he is.
And that's been an issue, is hit protection. So they're doing something to try to seal that protection up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I just go back to what we talked about yesterday. 17 out of 20 years, Tom Brady won the AFC. Would it be East?
It was 11
East.
straight years.
Won in 11 straight years. Of the 3 years he missed it, one he was hurt the whole time, and they still won 10 games. And then the other 2 was when Sanchez and the Jets won the division, if you remember.
Yeah, so you're not counting the Chiefs out, is what you're saying?
No,
I'm not either. I'm not either.
I'll ask you, who's the best coach in the AFC West?
Andy Reid.
Who's the best quarterback in the AFC West?
Pat Mahomes.
I mean, you still got that.
I agree. I think they're going to win the AFC West again, but I think the Broncos will be right there. And I think the Broncos, I did see, I think they'll have the highest wild card. I think they'll play Houston, and I think they'll beat Houston in Houston. But then they'll probably lose to the Bills or whoever else,
How many teams make it out of the AFC South?
1.
Jacksonville going to threaten Houston to win that?
We'll see how. We'll see. We'll see how Travis Hunter does as a depth chart #1 receiver, backup cornerback.
I bet he doesn't play corner at all in the first game.
Okay, why? Why wouldn't he?
Slow roll it. Let him focus on wide receiver first. Let's just get our feet wet. Let's go out there and have some success in the NFL playing wide receiver.
Let's get this taste out of his mouth so we can get him back to his position.
Well,
there's too much hype. He'll play a little bit, but he's not going to start. I mean, he's going to get some reps.
Okay,
you can't go through with this whole thing.
I'll call it less than 8.
Okay, I mean, we'll see. Maybe. Is Juju Lewis going to play Saturday against Delaware?
Yes.
Well, it's safe now.
These are other promises made.
It's safe now. I say just make Juju Smith, right?
Juju Lewis.
Juju Lewis.
Who's Juju Smith?
Juju Smith-Schuster.
Juju Smith. That's right.
Yeah.
Juju Lewis, start him, and let's go.
I'd be fine with that. You're playing Delaware. What do you really seriously have to lose? But then again, Salter obviously needs some reps too, and this is a game. It's Saturday at 1:30, and I'm going to guess there are going to be a few tickets available for this one.
I'm not going to this one.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about, because I was thinking, like, this has got to be, you got to be able to cruise right into Folsom for this.
Is it a Saturday
boy.
afternoon or
1:30?
It's 1:30. Yeah, it's nice, and the weather's supposed to be great. Actually, this would be a great one to go to. If you didn't care about a competitive game, theoretically.
Well, why don't you go up, stay the evening on on the balcony there at your son's place?
I could
walk over to the game.
I could get the ping pong games out.
Beer pong.
Beer pong, he's been posting videos. Why do college kids do that, by the way? Why do they post stuff like that?
It's their version of posting a workout video.
Is that it?
We ain't drinking unless we show it. We ain't working out unless we show it.
No.
Self-validation.
Cowboys at the Eagles tonight at 6 o'clock, and then tomorrow it's the Chargers and Chiefs in Brazil. That's all happening right here. We love football. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, the boys, Nate and Andy, are at number 38. Doing their show there. It's going to lead right into the Cowboys at the Eagles. We love football. So join Nate and Andy.
Where can they listen to that, DMac?
Right here.
Right here.
Right here. Don't have to go anywhere. Driving around, you want to hear the Cowboys get their ass kicked by the Eagles? I mean, on paper, that sounds like a good game, but in reality, that's kind of a dog, don't you think, to open up the season?
Well, it's a rivalry game. I think in that division, I think it's always pretty competitive.
Yeah, okay. But you could have had Washington against the Eagles. That would have been a lot more interesting. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what will happen. Then you got a game down in Brazil. Boy, talk about flying under the radar. Did you guys even remember those guys, the Chargers and Chiefs, were even playing in Brazil?
Not until yesterday. Yesterday, I saw there was a game on Friday, and I was like, okay, this is awesome. We got Thursday, we got Friday, we got Sunday, we got Sunday night, we got Monday night. I mean, we got football.
My bad, by the way. Stonies. Stonies for Nate and Andy.
Wow, you gave a free
I know.
plug to somebody
Sorry
else.
about that. Stonies. Love Stonies.
They're going to charge you for that.
Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. Stonies.
By the way, last time Dallas played at Philadelphia, Week 17 last year. You want to guess the score?
Dallas and Philadelphia in Week 17? I don't know.
35-10.
45-12?
41-7.
Oh, man, that was pretty close.
And the game early in the year, Week 10, they lost at home 34-6.
I keep seeing weird picks for the Broncos. Like, I saw this person on NFL Network, and she was like, Vikings beat the Broncos in the Super Bowl. The hype on the Broncos is pretty crazy. And this Nick Bonito thing is a nice little story in the NFL. Does this change? All right, let me just ask you about Bonito. Now that you know the deal is done, does this change anything in terms of your expectations for the Broncos for the year?
No, I mean, he was going to be out there no matter what.
Yeah, no change for me.
Are you surprised?
Other than listen, we already called the most boring training camp in the history of the Broncos that we can remember, recent history.
Yeah.
And this is just another possible distraction that could have carried on into the season that is no longer there.
Yep.
This is a no excuse season. It's an absolute no excuse season for the Broncos. All they got to worry about is playing football.
If this is a no excuse season and the expectations are kind of all over the place, what would you envision for next year, for 2026?
Super Bowl.
Yeah, me too. I think at this time next year.
You really mean that?
Well, yes and no.
I mean, I understand.
I mean, you know what that is with me saying that? You know what that is me saying that? That's me taking Bo Nix in that first round instead of, because that's my heart.
Well, so what that is, that's the average fan's straight linear projection of any player of any team. Bo Nix in year one, well, year two, he's got to be a little bit better. By year three, he's going to be better than that. This team by year three, straight linear projection, we're skyrocketing. We're going to the moon, baby. We're like Bitcoin until Bitcoin crashes. And it inevitably, in any player's career, in any team's overall arc, you're going to have ebbs and flows, right? So that's where I struggle with the straight linear projection by year three.
You'll have, just to go through it, Sean in his fourth year. He won a Super Bowl with the Saints in his fourth year. You'll have Bo in his third year, which will theoretically be.
So you're doing the straight linear deal.
I am, but hold on a second. You also have other deals in place with your offensive line, pass rushers, and secondary that are all stable for next year too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who are we worried about for next year? And all of a sudden you look at it and it's like, wow, you can add you talk about adding some luxury pieces. You can add some significant luxury pieces in the offseason next year.
Yeah, we're supposed to have like $50 million.
But this is
crazy.
also the assumption.
Crazy.
Next year in your straight linear, now you're going there with the assumption that everything works great this year.
Yep.
And this isn't a Houston Texans step back a little bit second year, and then let's see what they're doing.
You have an awesome ownership group. Adam Schefter, if you missed him on with us earlier, said it's going to go down. Maybe
Has Josh Allen been linear? Has Lamar Jackson been linear?
Has
Joe Burrow been linear?
Well, but in their third seasons, both those. Boy, I think Lamar Jackson may have won an MVP in his third season.
What does that mean?
I guess they had been linear.
I
don't know.
I get okay. That's fair about him as a human being. But I'm talking about the franchise. Like I'm talking about they started from scratch with Josh Allen. They started from scratch with Lamar Jackson. Yeah, they've been good teams. Sure. Joe Burrow's had some good teams. He's had some bad teams. Didn't even make the playoffs last year.
Made a Super Bowl though.
Yep.
Didn't make the playoffs last year, but made a Super Bowl in his first contract.
Cool.
I don't know. I mean, you still got Patrick Mahomes in this.
I hope our guys in the category of these guys, but I mean, I'm giving you the best of the best, and they haven't had straight linear progressions.
I would say the odds are the expectations.
That's fair.
Are fair to say the Broncos should be a Super Bowl worthy team in 2026, and this year is going to be really damn interesting. The non-interesting part likely is this game against Carolina, which I think is going to be, frankly, a bit of a snooze. Tennessee. I'm getting it all mixed up today. I feel much better, by the way. Can you tell?
Yeah, you do. You're talking more.
Yeah.
Feel good about you.
Can I give you guys 30 seconds on the Rockies?
Sure.
They have no pitching. They suck. I'm done. Anything else? Oh, real quick. My 30 seconds still going. They got a shot to beat that 8-game losing streak because they'd lost 3 in a row. They got 3 against the Padres, 4 against the Dodgers, 3 against the Padres. They could easily lose 9 games in a row or more coming up here. The worst stretch of the year could be upon us with the Rockies.
If they get to a 12-game losing streak at this time of the year, are you going back and reconsidering they're going to get 3 more?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Once they cap off this 3, 4, 7, 10, 13-game losing streak, we're going to go revisit those. Those next 3 wins are going to be scrappy. The games against the Marlins and the Angels loom large once they complete this 13-game losing streak. Nate and Andy are out at Stoney's, right, boys? Stoney's is where we're at, right, Andy?
That's correct.
How you doing, pal? You all right? You ready for football?
Why do you always bring up the Rockies when it's about time for us to come in? No, I'm not all right. I got a bone to pick with you, and I'm going to pick it clean.
What? Oh, Jaden Daniels?
No. Are you getting me okay? The Rockies. You bring up the Rockies.
No, we can end the Rockies.
Time.
We can end the Rockies. Be done with it.
Can we end the Rockies? You want to sell them? Move the team. Has there ever been a move the team shirt? Instead of sell the team, just move the team.
Done with the Rockies.
Just take the team.
Football talk.
Yeah, we could talk about I just thought, so Scotty and I were on our little podcast last night. And I was like, the heck with it.
Why is it always a little podcast? Why can't it be a big podcast? You're both big people. It's a big podcast.
Well, A, there's no sponsors, so that makes it little. And B, we're hanging out, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do the draft while we do the podcast.
Things you do for free can still be big.
well, I've done worse for free, I'll tell you that. Yeah, so I was like, you know what? I'm 14th pick in this dang draft. I'll just wait. And then I see we go through a couple rounds. First off, I go away from it for a second, and like half the players disappear. And I realize it's nearly my turn, and I go, okay, DMac better take Bo Nix. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to take Brock Bowers to just hack everybody off because you guys took everybody. How the hell did we get 14 people, by the way? But anyway.
Andy, you're all over the place, bro.
Dude, it was killing me. You guys took all the running backs, and then I wait, and DMac, next thing I know, Scotty's like, who's his quarterback? Who's his quarterback? This was the podcast. They go and look, and DMac took Jaden Daniels. What'd you do, second round? Third round?
Third round, Jaden Daniels.
Bo Nix was available.
He was.
Of course he was available.
Who ended up taking him?
Vic, because he's an idiot.
Oh, that's right. Vic took him. I thought, you know what? We thought it'd be you, and then we had Dan tabbed. But Dan didn't do it either, so.
No, I would have only taken Bo Nix if I needed a backup quarterback.
Wait, now hold on.
Nobody in their fantasy right mind would take Bo Nix over Jaden Daniels.
Wow. Okay.
Well, that's true, isn't it?
I thought he was top 4 QB. That's all I knew.
Well, that's what Sean said. I didn't say that. That's what Sean's talking about.
Have you ever drafted a guy just so you could root for him?
I've done it all the time. I've done it all the time.
rather than hate him.
Yes, and if it's a choice, I'll always take that over.
Have
the
you
other
ever
thing.
passed up on? Let's see, you were a Bills
See, but that
guy.
never works because you'll just end up hating him anyway because it's fantasy football.
I know.
Well, that could happen.
My
Yeah, you're right.
quarterback crush Joe Burrow really kind of kicked me in
the conclusion
a
of
couple
every
times last year.
Exactly. The conclusion of every fantasy football season is I hate all of these football players.
No, I just hate.
Well,
I
Nate,
hate it, period.
Nate, did you see Nate try to take I'm smarter than the average bear in the fantasy draft last night?
What did I do?
Rasheed Rice.
Oh, I did take Rasheed Rice.
Early.
Oh, I was going to take the suspended guy, Addison, and then somebody else took him.
Yeah.
Well,
I didn't take him that early. I took him like the 7th, but hey, I'll take Patrick Mahomes' number 1 receiver if he's going to show up in week 7 and help me finish in 8th and miss the playoffs. I'll totally take him.
Oh, that was definitely an IPA smarter than the room pick by Nate Kreckman there. And spring doubled down.
Why? Because I remembered that he was there?
Well, everybody remembered that it was there. Everybody. What do you think? Everybody's not just staring at the next best player available on ESPN.com? I mean, nobody's really doing this on their own, are they? Holy cow.
I do.
Do you really? Okay.
Yeah.
I got stuck with some New York Giants running back. I didn't even know his first name. I was like, I need a running back, and I don't even know who this guy is.
Who is this
it's
guy?
It's like T. Tracy or something. I'm like, well, I guess T. Tracy's mine now.
Nate, hold on. Seriously, do you do an entire draft without any help whatsoever, just on your own notes? Seriously?
No, I would say in the last couple of weeks, I've read a number of different fantasy football columns and things like that. I've collected on some notes. Like, for example, I took Braylon Allen late because I recently saw a Jets beat writer post something about, like, this guy looks better than Breece Hall. I don't know why they're giving Breece Hall carries. And I'm like, well, I don't think that Aaron Glenn is that stupid. Eventually he'll figure that out too, and he'll give the ball to Braylon. Like, those are the kind of things that I've sort of been tracking. You know, just I'm collecting NFL notes, and I'm sure I forgot 80% of them during the draft, and my team will still suck, but I tried to put some of that knowledge to use.
Yeah, it was funny as DMac is now left, just so you know.
Good talk.
Everybody just boy, I'll tell you what.
By the way,
sometimes we crosstalk all the way to 315.
Yeah.
You crosstalk some fantasy. Everybody's done by 258.
By the way, speaking of DMac, I just want to point out.
Can you do the ID? He didn't do that first.
I don't know it. Since the sentence was uttered on this radio station, what if Dick Monfort was right? The Rockies are 2-11. So,
oh my gosh,
I believe the question has reached an answer.
Conclusion.
It's very. By the way, you talked about somebody getting retribution on the Giants last night, and all that Herman Marquez does is serve up just a dong-high fastball to Matt Chapman. Just as juicy as can be right in the second inning, and he hits the thing 450 feet. How was that for retribution?
Yeah, you got even.
There you go.
He got
hit
your guys back.
2 bombs on him last night. It was hysterical.
I believe it's KKZN Denver Boulder.
KKSE HD1 Broomfield Denver.
The zone. Oh, I gave you the zone. I've worked at too many stations. Oh, my God. What was it again, Spring? One more time for
I think it's something like
WKRP.
KKSE HD1 Broomfield Denver.
Okay.
Close enough.
Okay, everybody got that?
I think I got it right.
Are we
this station hasn't existed in a decade.
Are we in compliance?
I think we are.
That's the biggest thing that I need to know.
Yeah, you never tuned into 760 The Zone?
I can't say that I did.
I think that's where I was working when you did your 2-week stint at KOA.
Oh, well, you were on KOA, too.
Yeah.
You used to come in and do the sports updates.
Yeah, I didn't like that. That wasn't fun.
No, it wasn't fun for me either. That's why I was there for 5 weeks.
Oh, all right, fantasy stuff aside.
Yeah.
You excited for tonight? You ready? You feeling it?
Let's do the football.
You got some smelling salts ready to go?
I do. I want to do the football. Absolutely. 6:20 p.m. tonight. We'll jump to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Immediately following the Kreckman and Lindahl show here tonight, we'll get our NFL on. It's the debut of the NFL on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right. You know what? It's kind of funny that we brought up you quitting KOA so quick.
Why's that?
What's the quickest you've decided a job wasn't for you?
Oh, I mean,
because that was 5 weeks. You mentioned that.
Yeah, well, that was also, to be honest,
You got a better offer.
It wouldn't.
You got to go be a talk show host instead of
I'll be
the guy
honest with
running
you.
the board that never gets to talk.
Better offer is a generous term because I probably didn't get any more money.
You found
but it was
a better
just,
fit.
It was an opportunity to do what I actually wanted to do, as opposed to dumping out of Paul Harvey and messing up the traffic reports on KOA
and angering everybody.
That job. I will say this about being a board op at KOA, with all the bells and whistles and everything you have to deal with on that radio station. That job sucked.
Oh, it did.
It was terrible.
You have to know, for people, it's kind of like playing the piano. In
Yeah.
most shows, you got about 2-3 keys you're playing on the piano.
Right.
At KOA during a news, any live event in the drive time,
Hell.
there's about 10 keys. You need both hands.
Oh.
Because people are talking through all these different channels. You got to pot up and down and this and that.
I fancied myself a very good sports radio producer. I had done that job for 2 years. I thought both as a sound guy, as a guest booker, as an ideas guy, I thought I was pretty good, okay? I walked in there thinking I was, the bee's knees over there at KOA, and I very quickly realized, you don't know crap, dude. This is the big leagues.
Yeah, that was
for being a board
op.
op. It didn't pay you a cent more, but it was a much more difficult
I've
job
always
to do.
said, and shout out to Spring, the people that control what it sounds like the most probably need to get paid a little more.
Yeah.
Real quick.
Yes.
So is that the quickest one?
5 weeks on a job?
Yeah.
Probably.
Because Amari Cooper took 24 hours, I'm retiring. I remember all this. I'm out. Was he ever a Vegas Raider? His first stint was an Oakland Raider.
He was an
right?
Oakland Raider when he was a rookie.
Right.
I don't think he was a Vegas Raider. I mean, I guess he was. He was a Vegas Raider, I don't know, for a week. I think he was about a week.
Did he get a weekend?
Yeah, roughly. Because I saw Adam Hill had tweeted earlier today. I think I retweeted it of a week ago. He said, I still got a lot of juice left in the tank.
Oh, I saw the tweet.
He emptied that juice.
See, I saw Adam's tweet, and then I saw your response. I didn't realize it meant that the juice was gone.
It's
you
all
like
gone.
the juice? The juice is good.
No,
yeah.
he doesn't.
No,
he does
no,
not.
it isn't.
He does not care for the juice. He doesn't like the juice. He's out. So it happened that quickly, by the way, for him to hang it up. Which he got one look at that team, and he was just like, peace. And maybe it was just he took one look around, and it was they're going to throw the ball to Brock Bowers 18 times a game, and I'm not going to see the football. What am I running these routes for?
Dude, not only that, you got to block, because guess who your prize rookie is? His name's Ashton Genty. Heard of him?
Exactly.
They're going to be running the football plenty.
Yeah, that's kind of a big thing right there that you got to deal with. So, yeah, it's I think older players, when they find themselves in situations, they realize, I'm not
into this.
I'm not into this. I'm not in their plans. I'm a warm body. It happened to Jerry Rice. He came to Denver, and Mike Shanahan went to him and said, you're the number 4 receiver behind Charlie Adams. I know you're the great Jerry Rice, but I'll be honest with you about where you stand in my pecking order because, you're 97 years old, but I respect the hell out of you. I coached you back when, you were setting all kinds of
Super
records
Bowl together
with San Francisco. You're my guy, but we gotta be honest with you like this. And I think he just looked at it and said, all right, this ain't for me. Amari Cooper is used to a life of targets and getting the football in his hands and production, and I bet he looked around and he said, this isn't all that great. And the proposition of being a Las Vegas Raider and dealing with everything that goes into that and having Mark Davis and his haircut walking around the place, that wasn't enough to convince him I should stay at this job.
Well, a guy we'd like to get to do his job just got an update on Dre Greenlaw. Side field yet again today.
Yet again.
That just got tweeted by Mike Kliss. He was on the side field again today. He said Sternad would likely be next man up. But that's 2 days in a row, side field work for Dre Greenlaw. And I know they're slow playing this sucker, but does that feel to you like this is a guy that's going to play on Sunday?
I tell you what, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Because let's.
You think he could be a Friday-only guy, first game of the year?
He might be. He might be. It could be happening that quickly of get him out there, get him through a walkthrough, and let's get 25, 30 snaps out of him on Sunday. I could easily see that being the case. Absolutely. Yeah, I think it might be happening that quick. And really, like, I think they should be careful with him because
you said don't play him till the Charger game.
All he's been since he showed up is hobbled. That's all he's been so far. So I will tell you this, like, is inside linebacker like the area of concern on this defense? Of course it is. Of course it is. But also, you weren't great at inside linebacker last year, and your defense was number one in the NFL by EPA per play. Absolutely. So, yeah, I would be as careful as I possibly can be with the guy. If he doesn't play in week 1, it's okay. You know what? I think you're going to beat the Tennessee Titans and Cam Ward in week 1 without Dre Greenlaw. I'll go out on that limb and say I think you can do that, so why not use extreme caution?
Okay, I'm with you.
There's also, Andy, to be fair.
I don't like this starting the year.
Exactly.
I'll just say that.
To be fair to, and this is where, you know what, I will validate Nervous Nelly Andy Lindahl here for just a moment. There's also a world where that guy's having surgery in 2 weeks. I don't know.
Oh, yeah,
you
don't want that.
When you're talking about a guy that has had this many soft tissue injuries on top of each other, like, you know the expression like, we're stacking good days. Well, he's stacking soft tissue injuries. It's very possible there's nothing good happening at all, because that week where they closed camp to the public, like, I went down and I watched one of those practices, but, you know, I'm reading Cosmiter and Leggy and Parker Gabriel every single day, and there's like Dre Greenlaw flying around making plays. Well, he's not flying around right now. He's doing light work on the side, so I think it's fair to be a little bit worried about that.
By the way, the Nick Bonito contract, officially official.
Paid.
The Broncos did just send that out. So
Paid
everybody
big.
must have signed their contract and on and on and on.
4 years, $106 million, and he can rise up to $120 million. I always love this. He's the highest paid non-quarterback in franchise history. You're always a non-quarterback when you get a lot of money these days.
Who did he just take that from? Surtain was that. Did Zach Allen hit that?
Good question. I don't remember.
Who was the third extension this year?
I'll be honest. I don't track the non-quarterback franchise altering contracts all that closely. Yeah, it could have. It was one of them, or maybe it was Cortland Sutton.
Oh, it was Cortland
there.
Yeah, I was like, I know they did
too.
3 contracts this year. Cortland did not become the all-time. That has to be one he took from Surtain. Then.
Yeah.
All right, you know what?
Also, does Russell Wilson's contract count as a non-quarterback contract?
Wow.
He didn't play that much quarterback for you, did he?
Wow.
Is that a fair question?
He's played about as much as Chris Bryant's played for you. Anyway, how's that 15-day IL going?
Chris Bryant is definitely
started back
non-quarterback.
in what, April? Listen, man, I like this. I gotta praise the Broncos because this is how things. You kind of tweeted it out earlier where you talked about it's just good to see draft picks getting second and third contracts in some cases. What I like is you got ahead of the market. I'm glad that he's still making half. I think I saw that Micah Parsons is making. You got him at a good number. He's happy. You're happy. Everybody's in this 4-year window. Funny enough, that's about the time that if Bo Nix does pop all the way that you want him to, you're going to be giving him a big fat contract, and then you won't have these necessarily in the way, or at least these guys, at least when it comes to Surtain and Bonito, have been paid.
Yeah.
So maybe it's their turn to take a little second seat because the quarterback needs to get his. I just think this is the kind of operating that we had not seen the back half, unfortunately, of John Elway's tenure here.
$26.5 million average annual value. That puts him number 10, Andy. So he's below Brian Burns and above Montez Sweat. It's we were using the Trey Hendrickson 29 number as a barometer, but also remember, like, that's a 1-year deal. Bonito gets the security of $70 million guaranteed, which is considerably more than what was pulled down by Trey Hendrickson there in Cincinnati. So that kind of sets him up. Now, he can, and if he is a second-team All-Pro again, or maybe a first-team All-Pro, or maybe a guy that leads the NFL in sacks, or maybe a guy who wins a Defensive Player of the Year award, well, then, he has the opportunity to go T.J. Watt and fight for a new contract, and, that's later's problem. For right now, I mean, getting him at $26.5 million and getting this sewed up, you paid Zach Allen, you paid Cortland Sutton, you got Nick Bonito done. Like the big 3, I'm sure John Franklin Myers is over there, searching for his bag right now.
Well,
But sorry,
You have
guy,
to
you
keep searching.
Can't pay everybody. You're an excellent football player, but you can't pay everybody. But I just the Broncos getting this done. It really does go to show you, like, this is a new day of Bronco football. And as much as we used to point out just they don't keep their guys, they don't give second contracts. Who was the guy you wanted to give a second contract
That
to?
was the problem.
That's
you really didn't have a lot of guys worth paying again.
Exactly. It's just like, well, I don't really want to pay Jerry Jeudy right
They
now.
don't want to play Bradley Chubb.
Yeah, I don't really want to have to do that. I'll move that and get a draft pick in return. I think early on, and George Payton, he's always going to take heat for the Russ contract, okay? He's always going to take heat for the Randy Gregory contract, okay? And I do think early on, in a weird leadership void over there at Dove Valley, I think that he was trying to
do too much,
find Band-Aids where he could. And in many ways, really, Andy, like a Randy Gregory signing was for a guy that had never had more than 7 sacks in a season, and I think still doesn't. But you're hoping that, okay, this guy's history is not great, but it could work out excellent here if this guy finds his footing. And in a lot of ways, the Broncos are kind of doing that with Greenlaw and Hufanga. A little bit of like, okay, injury-prone guys who you're sort of betting big on. Right now, Greenlaw, big question mark. Right now, Hufanga, that looks good. Looks good so far, right?
Yep.
And if you hit on Hufanga and Evan Engram, and you miss on Dre Greenlaw, if you're batting 660 in free agency, that's pretty good.
I would say this. I do believe, and we've got a couple more updates I've got to read you. One I absolutely hate, but we'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
I would say this about George Payton's role. Remember, there was the year where they knew that the team had been sold to the Waltons. So what would that have been, 21, as we waited for 22 when they took over and Russ arrived and the Hackett was here and all that other stuff, right? I feel like because Payton knew he was going to be here because of his contract, or at least had the most likely scenario to be here because of his contract. I just think a whole bunch of stuff was thrown on him, and he's trying to run this team. Like, I think he showed up to do what he's doing now.
Yeah.
Let me be the GM. Let me be the guy that finds you the players. I don't want to do a bunch of press conferences. I don't want to have to talk to the media all the time. I just want to be in there and kind of do my, player nerd thing and get the stats right and do the analytics and all that stuff. And I think now that he's returned to that role that he's comfortable in, you're seeing the fruits of the results because he's a good football guy. All right, so
he's in a good place. He has stacked good draft classes on top of them. Remember, Nick Bonito was the highest pick in the draft where he was taken. That was the 21 draft?
Yes, because they'd given up the Russ picks.
He was the highest pick that they took in that draft. It was the 22 draft, excuse me. And they didn't have a first-round pick. And he was, the last pick of the second round?
Yeah.
A virtual
But then they trade up to do that even.
third
So,
rounder.
yes.
And so you land that football player and you project forward, and he comes out his rookie season and 1.5 sacks I think he had in his rookie year, and he was small and he got shoved around against the run a whole lot, and he generally looked like a guy of like, man, you're really projecting something here, George Payton. He comes back in his second year with the team. His pressure rate was one of the best in the NFL. And I think it was the sack total got up to 8 that year. And it was like, okay, there's a football player there. Quite frankly, if you're an 8-sack-a-year player and you were the last pick of the second round, that's fine. That's fine. That's a good place to find 8 sacks at the end of the second round. That's not too bad, right? But there was a whole other level with Nick Bonito, and he put in the work. He worked on his body. I think he worked on his game. I think he took it very seriously, and he turned into a second-team All-Pro last year, and now he's getting rewarded here in Denver. Like, these are the kind of contracts that this team was missing out on. Not just like, I got a good football player and I'll keep him around, but also like, here's a good culture guy. Here's a dude that showed up here, did everything right, did everything that was asked for him, made himself into an all-pro type of football player, and now we reward him, okay? That's the kind of thing that, culture is the buzzword. Culture, the buzzword in sports, okay? All football players care about is making money.
Well,
and that's the culture that you want to build of, if you do right by us, we will give you generational wealth. That's how you win in the NFL.
Well, and I'll try to think of some examples as we go throughout the show, but there have been times where guys didn't think they get paid here, and they kind of found that out. By the way, one other quick injury note. Malcolm Roach left the field and entered the locker room during individual drills, as reported by Nick Kosmider. And I got another note for you. But we'll talk about it after we get back here.
Note me.
Because I hate this.
When we come back.
But oh well.
You have a note that you hate. I cannot wait to hear this.
In the grand scheme of things, is it disastrous? It isn't. But this just went from weird to weirder, is all I'm going to say.
He hates it. By the way, that was a look
me.
at the Broncos injury report, sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Tonight, Cowboys, Eagles, right here on the home for the NFL and Westwood One, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, live at Stoney's today, 11th and Lincoln. So if you want to watch NFL kickoff Thursday, this is the place to do it. And if you want to listen to it, this is also the place to do it, right there on the hat, 92.5 FM.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about it. Let's get into the uncomfortable topic maybe in your life, and that's erectile dysfunction. If you're dealing with this, I'm sure it's not something you seek out discussing with people, but there are people you should discuss it with, and that's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. No need to be embarrassed, because they've got solutions for you. The fall's coming up, and that can be a time to find that new romance. And if you're avoiding it because of this problem, certainly don't do that. Go and find a solution. Don't put it off any longer. Chances are you put it off long enough. You can get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, have a conversation with you, or have a conversation with them about what they can do for you and the treatments that they have that work. They do have treatments that'll work. If you've tried the pills and the herbals and they haven't done it for you, they've got other solutions for you, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So schedule your consult today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's real easy. Your initial visit's $99. Will include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, if you're not feeling it in the office, then your appointment is free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you can be ready for action the very next day. They do have 5 locations throughout Colorado. Castle Rock, though, is under new management, new and improved, so get on up there and see the good folks at Castle Rock. This is one that's a great location for you. They also have them in North and Central Denver and Fort Collins in the spring as well. 720-440-7900, the number, or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, buddy's getting a night out tonight right here at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln. Stop by and get yourself all set for the NFL because we have got Cowboys-Eagles. Philly is an 8-point favorite, 6:20 kick. Of course, listen to that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And thanks to all of our friends at Tullamore Dew for having us out here to Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln. Make sure you get in here, get a table because this place is, if there's a big game on, Stoney's is packed and it's great. And, we say packed. The place is huge. The wait staff is phenomenal here. We were here watching Game 7, Nuggets Thunder. My guy Sandman, Mike Sanford, joins us right now from his.
Oh, I thought you were pointing at the table you guys sat at.
Now from his
Instead,
prison
you're pointing
cell.
at him on Zoom.
He joins us from his he's in solitary right now over there at Valor Christian High School. But actually, we were sitting right over there. We were watching Game 7, Nuggets Thunder. It was an awful time. The company was good, but the game was absolute crap. But wait staff, phenomenal. They were all over it. I never found myself wanting for another beverage as I was getting set to host a post-game show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Sandman, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing great. How you fellas doing, man? Are you having a do and a brew? Are we in?
No, man, we ain't getting 3 hots in a cot like you. You got 3 hots in a cot in that place. My God. Where are you?
I gotta do something with this place, man. I gotta
really do.
Put
a picture up or something.
Yeah, would it kill you just to make the place look a little homey?
Get just one flower.
Or is that like the football coach thing of just like you want your players to be miserable, and then when you scream at them in their office, it just bounces off the weird cinder block walls in there?
I love that it just encaptures all of the sound as my voice reverberates around cinder block walls. And yes, I do plan on adding a picture here at some point, but I consider this my penance for excommunication from college football. I'm going to be in a cinder block environment.
Will you put up a picture of me and Andy? If
I would love to.
One. Okay. All right. We'll take quite frankly, we've already got a stepbrother style photo.
We do. We have a very bothersome one.
Yeah, that was on the billboard.
We ought to get you that.
Yeah,
I'm not sure the school will find it funny. We'll get it to you. What if Nate gave you the Boxers Costanza one too? Would you put that up?
Oh, yes. I would love that.
I think if he put up that picture, like somebody from school security would come by and be like, "Is that because we need to be warned to keep them off school property?"
No, he'd be an ex-high school coach. Hey, let me throw you a note here, Sandman. Let's see if this bothers you as much as it bothers me. We have a number change, only one that's been reported. Your guy R.J. Harvey decided 37.8 for me. Nope, I'm not doing 37, and he's changed his number to 12.
Wait,
12.
That was Jahdae Barron's number in camp, and then Barron switched to 23.
Did he?
And then RJ was at 37 because we talked about this. We talked about the not proud history
of 12?
Number 37.
No,
that's
37.
Right, of
37.
We did a whole segment on the show, and it was my argument was, hey, while it's a weird number, it's an opportunity to make it your own.
But 12?
Now he's just 12.
Now he's trying to remember who it was. Who was Caldwell? Andre Caldwell.
Bubba
was
Caldwell.
12. Was it Patrick Willis 12?
Famous running backs to have worn number 12. ChatGPT, let's roll. Anything?
None. Who's 12? 12 was like a backup quarterback number and like the last receiver on the depth chart.
Paxton Lynch was 12.
Yeah.
According to Pro Football Reference, the greatest number 12 in Broncos history was quarterback Charlie Johnson. Old Chuck Johnson, Andy, who quarterbacked the Denver Broncos proudly from 1972 to 1975, compiling a record of 20-18-3 as a starting quarterback. Greatest 12 in Broncos history, Charlie Johnson.
If you give a running back the number 12, are you planning on using him in your game plan there, Mike?
Yes.
Really?
The number game has changed dramatically at all levels, and complete pandemonium ensued after the number 0 was utilized across the landscape. And you have 6'2", 335-pound nose tackles wearing number 0. All of a sudden, it just went haywire. I would blame the year 2020 on the numbers not meaning what they used to. Because right now I'm going through NFL.com's greatest 12s of all time.
Greatest 12s, okay.
Jim Kelly's in there, isn't he?
Yep, number 1, Aaron Rodgers. I would disagree with that, at least in his current form. Roger Staubach, number 2.
A 4-time
Number
MVP.
3.
That's not bad.
Yeah, number 3, Terry Bradshaw. 4, Jim Kelly. 5, Randall Cunningham. 6, Joe Namath. 7, Doug
Tom
Williams.
Brady, number 12?
No, he was 16.
He was?
No, he was 12.
TB 12,
Yeah,
you're right.
Tom
Hold on.
Brady was number 12.
Montana was 16.
I would think that they're all, like, all the good 12s were quarterbacks, though.
So according to NFL.com, at the time of whenever this was, Tom Brady was the 11th best number 12 in the history of pro football.
You know
at the
who
time
was-
of publishing.
You know who was a very cool number 12? And Sandman, I need to know if you know this guy. Eagles legend, Eagles, by the way, right here tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Randall Cunningham was a number 12. Sandman, as somebody that spent a lot of time around the UNLV football program, do you have any history with Randall Cunningham?
I do. My dad and Randall became good friends. Randall Cunningham was involved in a church ministry that my dad also was involved in. Randall Cunningham is one of the great athletes and great throwers of the football in the combination, maybe in the history of the game. Guy had an absolute howitzer on him. I mean, we're talking 75-plus yard throws down the field, and he ran about a 4.3, 4.40, and he was lanky and athletic. Randall Cunningham was a dude.
You know what else he was? He was an elite punter.
Very good punter.
Dude could blast the ball.
Pooch punt with him.
Didn't he have a 90-yard punt?
He might have.
Yeah. He's one of the, again, like, you're right about that. Like, one of the all-time great freak athletes, which really, like, think back on it now, was Randall Cunningham, was he ahead of his time?
Yeah. What would Randall have been today, Mike? I mean, Randall played in a time when they still, NFL offensive coordinators were like, you're going to learn my system. I'm not going to switch up your, you know what I mean? What would he have been done today, do you think, had he played in a time when the NFL is starting to adapt more to the player rather than make you fit in their box?
Randall Cunningham would have been the perfect quarterback in the era of second play is as good at times as the first play, right?
Yeah.
Faster than Jaden Daniels.
Call an
Similar
RPO
arm
with
talent.
Randall Cunningham, yeah.
I mean, I would say maybe similar arm talent to just in terms of arm strength to Joe Milton, who can't control it. And then I'm looking here. Did you realize that Randall Cunningham punted? Not only was he a first-team All-American in 1983 at UNLV, where he averaged 45.6 yards per punt for Harvey Hyde of the UNLV Running Rebels.
Unreal.
But he punted 20 times in the National Football League. I don't know if you knew that.
You know, John Elway did that a few times,
44.7 yard average.
Yeah.
I don't think John's averages are like that, but Reeves, if they had a 4th and long, he tried to get him to jump, and then he'd have John just punt the ball away.
Hey, Sandman, I want to dive into, and I want to get a little granular on some quarterback stuff right here. Let's really lean into your area of expertise right here. Kosmider had some great stuff on Bo Nix and his challenges in year one in dealing with pressure. You know, pointing out that among 49 NFL quarterbacks last year with at least 10 pass attempts, only Dorian Thompson-Robinson
DTR
had a lower EPA per dropback under pressure than Bo Nix did. Only DTR and Mac Jones had a worse passer rating under pressure last year than Nix's 32.8, and his completion rate below expected, minus 9.9% when pressure. That was the lowest mark among starting quarterbacks, okay? Like, Bo Nix was bad with pressure in his face. But let's add the context here. Most rookie quarterbacks suck when they're under pressure. Even Jaden Daniels' numbers last year were really bad under pressure. Mac Jones, when he was a good rookie, had bad numbers under pressure. Like, this is across the board, typically with young quarterbacks. Sandman, what has to happen for a young quarterback from year one to year two for them to get better having to operate in that phone book and having to operate with little room to breathe back there?
Yeah, you got to find a way to get more comfortable being you got to be more comfortable in the uncomfortable.
It's a feel thing.
Yeah, because what I found with Bo Nix, and I saw, what is it, the Ringer that does the quarterback rankings, and everybody gets mad at it, and they had Bo Nix at like 31 at the end of the season. But, these are advanced analytics, and this is the original Solak crew that just didn't love some of the EPA and completion percentage over expected piece of Bo Nix, especially that he had top 5 TTT, which is time to throw on average, and that's why he had a good rookie year. That's part of the reason. What I would say is that this article that just came out that I believe had Bo again in the mid-20s as quarterback rankings, I don't agree with that. I think he's better than a mid-20s quarterback in the National Football League right now. But it did point out that while under duress, Bo just didn't trust the pocket for that extra 1 or maybe 1.5 seconds and then make that throw knowing full well that he's going to get blasted inside of the pocket. Just gets a little bit antsy. His feet start moving a little too much, almost a little quick to start the second throw or the second play and maybe throw off platform too quickly. I want to see Bo Nix hang in there and get his lips ripped off and deliver a strike, because in my opinion, there is no greater feeling as a quarterback than being on your back and hearing thunderous applause at home without being able to see the result of the play. Or on the road, go from a thunderous noise on a third down, I'm on my back, and all of a sudden it is a pin drop. And that's where I think Bo Nix can take that next right step.
How much can pre-snap stuff also help with that challenge?
Well, it can help a lot. Identifying the tells. I always think that each side of the field has some semblance of a coverage triangle. And that triangle is typically between the modern nickel position, the safety to the adjacent receiver side, and then the corner. And you can read, is it a obtuse angle? What kind of is it isosceles triangle? Is it I say that the contour of those triangles ends up telling you, is this a too high shell coverage? Is it most likely going to end up being a single high, or potentially is it cover 0 where they're blitzing you? And you can get that information to give you just a little bit of a tell. And you know what position tells you the most information now pre-snap? It's the nickel position. It used to be the safety position. Corners have always been notorious pre-snap liars. Safeties used to give you all the information you need, and they became pretty good liars. But the nickel position has to be in alignment, because that nickel position is asked to fit the run game.
Yeah.
They have to be accountable to the box.
Were those Yale and Stanford quarterbacks really good on identifying the type of triangle that they were dealing with? Could they pick out an isosceles the moment that they saw it in their pre-snap read?
I mean, the bottom line is, if you see a beautiful isosceles triangle, you know it's cover 2. It's got to be cover 2. That's just so easy to see.
Well, then you better hope someone doesn't cheat outside your little triangle. Also, it's a rectangle now. It's an octagon. What are we going to do? All right, Coach, Dre Greenlaw on the side field again. Now, Nate said he wouldn't be surprised if he decides to go through what's walked through on Fridays. We all know that. And then maybe he plays. I mean, look, man, it's the first week of the season. The guy was kind of in and out of practice the whole training camp. He never really got involved when it came time to do the physical stuff. Now, look, I know this guy. I know he knows how to do his job. I know he's a heat-seeking missile when it comes to running backs coming through the hole. We saw that kind of with the dust-up with J.K. Dobbins that one day where he headbutted him. But you got to be – is it fair to be a little concerned with your coach's background that this guy's on the side field the second day of the first week?
Right now it's very fair to be concerned because I feel like since that glorious, what was it, July 29th Wednesday practice – that we all talked about, it feels like that's the last time that Dre Greenlaw really, really competed. It's a long time ago, man. That is a very, very long absence of just inconsistent practice and in and out. Might we start worrying about his absence and all of a sudden now the depth at inside linebacker being tested right out the gates? I like Justin Strnad as a special teams player. Do I really trust him against the best teams in the National Football League at inside linebacker?
We saw him win last year, Coach.
Is
We have evidence of it a year ago.
Buffalo Bills game. Watch it. It was you were porous in between the tackles because you were dealing with subpar linebacker play against the best of the best.
Could we see a Lavelle Bailey elevation? Would he be a good fit if Greenlaw ultimately is ruled out?
Yeah, I think we're going to see, what is it? It's not Karen. It's Karene.
Karene
Reed.
Karene.
Yeah, it's I would hope it's Lavelle Bailey. I wonder if they like the Karene Reed, the stout nature of him. He's a little bit more sawed off, less athletic. There might be some redundancy between Strnad and Lavelle Bailey in terms of they're a little bit lighter in the pants than maybe a Karene Reed. I don't. You need Dre Greenlaw to do the things that I think this team is capable of doing. What I saw with Dre Greenlaw was when he was around, man, he gave an extra oomph. He was the straw that stirred the drink, and he is the ultimate physical and emotional presence that I think can turn this defense from good to great, great to elite. I just don't know if you're going to see him anytime in the near future.
Mike, he's the intimidator.
He's the intimidator.
He's the intimidator of that defense. So
he's also an excellent coverage guy.
Yeah.
Like that's the other part of it is like he is such a thumper, and I know that Sean used the Mike Tyson thing on him, but like he's freaking elite as a coverage guy. Like Bielema saw it back at Arkansas, and that's what he's turned into in the NFL. He's an excellent player. Like yes, the physicality, but like that guy. He's a do-everything linebacker. Ideally, you would never take him off the field, and yet we don't even know if he can get on the field.
He's one of those low body fat percentage, almost like wound tight, be so explosive, so dynamic. And as a coach, you sometimes worry about those players. You see them and you're like, man, you just look like one of your soft tissue areas of your body's going to explode at any given time because you are so muscled up.
It's like you're
That's kind of what he looks
tight.
like a muscle hamster.
Too tight and too whatever. Because you know what? Usually it's the receiver I've seen do this. The slot receiver guy that's just too yoked up. Who was it? David Boston. Remember David Boston towards the end of his career? Constantly couldn't stay on the field because he always had something pulling. Now, he was an intimidating dude. I don't think that guy was fun to tackle, but.
Yeah. Mike Sanford, everybody. Faith Lutheran High School of Las Vegas, Nevada, coming up on Friday.
Are you in Vegas?
No, I go Saturday. We leave tomorrow, and we play Saturday against my dad's old team that he was the head coach at for the last 5 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Is there maybe some
Sanford,
some spice in
Sanford
this game?
on Sanford action coming up here this week. I guess, even though senior is technically retired. How is your dad doing, by the way? Is he just loving retirement right now?
Yeah, he retired so long that he got a job within about 7 weeks of retiring. So
what's he doing?
He's now working for Fellowship of Christian Athletes as the state director in Nevada. So he is staying very busy as a very retired individual. We are all sickos, Nate. We are all sickos. We coaches cannot help ourselves.
A gainfully employed, retired guy. But I'm sure he'll be out
You know
there.
what? He's going to end up with a Pop Warner team. You watch.
All right, well, Sandman, you got a big game coming up this week. Go get them 2-0. The Valor Christian Eagles off to a wonderful start to the campaign. By the way, your dude Titus Heward going viral for that pop. Woo! That thing was violent. That was good stuff, man.
2.5 million views on an interception that was attempted to be returned, and Titus Heward said, no, sir.
As a coach, you can't even get mad at him for throwing that pick.
Well, unfortunately, the depth of the route was 7 yards off, so that's why the pick was there, and that's why he was so upset too.
Okay. Yeah, see, that's spoken like a true quarterback. Never could be their fault. Mike Sanford, everybody. Sandman, good stuff, buddy. We appreciate it. Go Boise State.
Oh, it's ugly. It's ugly in Boise land.
Yeah. Oh, it's never good when those guys lose an opener. That is not good. All right, Mike Sanford, head coach at Valley Christian. We're out here at right now at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln, brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew. Have a dew and a brew out here today at Stoney's because this place is the best. Thursday night football, Cowboys Eagles. Heard of him? 6:20. You'll listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your home for Westwood One's coverage of the NFL. You get it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, we do love football. We love football. We want to hold and caress football. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 has Cowboys Eagles tonight, 6:20. Is it possible? Okay. Because look, I don't believe at any point the Cowboys are going to be redeemed for trading Micah Parsons. I don't think you get redeemed for trading future Hall of Famers. But I'm not going to say that they're absolutely dead and buried. Like, I'm not going to say they're just finished in that way. First off, did you realize it's been over 20 years since a team has repeated as the champs of the NFC East?
Really?
Yeah. So the Eagles are not going to win that division this year.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
We've got one division in the AFC East where all the Patriots do is dominate it for 17 to 20 years.
And now it's all Buffalo.
Now the Chiefs have been doing it.
In the AFC West,
In the
sure.
AFC West,
Yep.
and you haven't had a repeat champion in the East for 20 years?
In the NFC East for over 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah, I was.
So that's back to, did you say the Eagles did it? Is that going back to the days of like McNabb and Andy Reid and all those guys?
I don't even know if it was the Eagles. I don't know. It was probably
Terrell Owens.
The Eli Manning Giants, maybe?
Yeah, I guess that could be right.
I guess.
But remember, they were winning divisions when they went and won. They were wild card teams.
Yeah.
Because they were like 9-7 or whatever
Right.
when they went and would beat the Patriots.
Right. Yeah, there was absolutely nothing special going on right there. Let's see. The last repeat champ would have been, let me scale back. It was the Eagles 03-04. Over 20 years since we've had a repeat champion of that division. 03 and 04. That was the last time. So that's the Donovan McNabb, Terrell Owens team you mentioned right there. Wild. Okay, but what about a world where, because last time this guy was healthy, he was second in the MVP. What if Dak Prescott can put these Cowboys on his back this season? I know we have such short memories in the NFL because he was hurt last year and he wasn't great, and offensively it was kind of rough. But like last time he was healthy, finished second in the MVP. Second team All-Pro quarterback.
Okay, do you believe in Brian Schottenheimer as a coach?
I don't know.
I don't.
I have no idea. That's just it. Like, he's such an unknown. I have no clue. I saw some of his comments earlier this week. I thought it was kind of refreshing. I thought that he was self-deprecating. It seemed like he had a humility about him, you know. But like, was he the hottest coach they could? He wasn't Ben Johnson, you know. It wasn't like adding Aaron Glenn, or wasn't even like adding Pete Carroll. That was the hire that went down last year, and you're like, huh? But those guys have worked out before. Nobody knew who Sean McVay was before he got hired. Nick Sirianni, we were trying to fire before last season. He goes out and wins the Super Bowl. I mean, that guy, he sounded like a complete dope the first time that he talked to the media. Coaching is an inexact science. I can tell you that. I don't know on Shotty Shots. His dad was a good head coach.
Okay, but he's had a million jobs too. There's been plenty of where dad was. Nathaniel Hackett's dad was a pretty good head coach. You want to go off that bar? Huh?
Well,
that's also one of the last unknowns that we had hired to see how it was going to go.
Was he that good of a head coach? I think he was a head coach. I don't think he was that good of a head coach. He couldn't have been if he had that for a son.
How many?
Now
I'm trying to remember how many championships I guess Schottenheimer went to. He went all three with Cleveland, Denver in their trilogy from the 80s I guess all three were in the 80s.
Yeah.
Although technically the last one was in 90 for the 89 season.
Like, I don't know if the Cowboys have any run game to speak of because Javonte Williams is their number one
That's
back.
just it, man. That stupid fantasy draft last night, ESPN kept trying to force Javonte Williams on me. I was like, nope, not doing it.
I'm not
taking it.
I don't care if he is
went
their number one
undrafted
back.
in a Denver league. What a shock.
I don't care if he is their number one back.
Yeah.
I'm not taking Javonte
I don't
Williams.
care if he's the only starter on the board. I don't trust any of it.
I had him in my queue a couple of different times, and every time I was like, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Can't do it.
Nope.
Won't do it.
I can't draft a running back that I can run faster than. I'm not doing that.
That's when you went Singletary. Can't win with him.
I just cannot do that. But it's like George Pickens works, and CeeDee Lamb is he's a star. Ferguson's a good tight end. They always invest on their offensive line. They always draft well in the trenches. I don't think their defense is going to be particularly good because I don't think you get rid of Micah Parsons and get better. But The last time Dak Prescott was healthy, that was you could hang your hat on that being a 30-point a game team.
Yeah, but were the Commanders and Eagles as good?
I mean, this is just it on the Manders.
Because you said 2 years ago he was healthy. Remember, the Eagles were down.
Yep.
This is what's crazy. 2 years ago, the Eagles were talking about we got to get rid of Jalen Hurts and maybe fix something, and Nick Sirianni's getting fired. Now they're all about to slide on their Super Bowl rings here tonight and raise a banner.
It's wild. It's absolutely wild. It is an odd-numbered year, so the Eagles probably won't be good. They're sports new San Francisco Giants, so that would suggest they won't be particularly good this season. That's what's so fun about this entire exercise. All of these conversations that we've had, all the dark horses, all the favorites, these guys guaranteed to be good. And crazy crap is going to happen because it always does in the NFL.
Someone's going to get hurt. Someone is going to get hurt this weekend, unfortunately. And you know what it's going to do? It's going to change the whole season and how we look at it.
Yep.
Because it happens every year.
Right. There's going to be a massive injury that is going to happen in week 1 of the NFL season, and you're going to go, ooh, that team is screwed. Good luck with all that right now. I mean, some teams have already suffered such injuries. You know, you think of the Chargers and Slater. The Buccaneers have injuries on their offensive line. Like those kind of things are like already happening to teams around the NFL. Hopefully, Dre Greenlaw doesn't actually go onto that list right now for the Broncos. But this stuff, it's an annual occurrence. Crazy crap is going to happen. Somebody is going to massively overachieve, and there is going to be one of those teams that's down there in like the 5.5, 6.5 wins kind of conversation. The New York Giants, the New England Patriots of the world, like one of those teams is going to be a really good team this year. One of them will. I don't know exactly which team it is. Is it going to be the Raiders? I have no idea. That's what's so fun about this entire exercise. Like I got my dark horse picks. You have yours as well, but. We just don't know. I love it. You listen to it right here. Thursday Night Football on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Cowboys and Philly. Eagles 8-point favorites. 48.5 is the total. By the way, the Eagles they're living the no Kellen Moore life right now. How are they going to make that adjustment?
Yeah, we really haven't talked too much about that.
Yeah.
I mean, again, we just talked about the scenario that was 2 years ago.
Ooh.
Kellen Moore seemed to kind of get him worked out a little bit.
Sure did. By the way, yesterday we did Know Your Defensive Coordinators. Andy, know your OCs. Do you know who the Eagles' new OC is?
No.
Kevin Petullo.
Who?
Petullo. I don't know.
Who ended up taking over in Tampa Bay?
He was the passing game coordinator.
Once Liam Cohen
last year.
Liam Cohen left? I don't know who that is. Yeah, that's right.
Was he your favorite Cohen brother?
Could have been.
Tell you what, I'll look this up in the break. I tell you what, we'll take a quick break, and when you come back, okay? This Broncos thing is on a really good path. And the Nick Bonito contract that was handed out earlier today, 4 years, $106 million, $70 million guarantee. The Broncos inking and signing their number one pass rusher. This thing is on a really, really good path right now. But I had a good feeling about the path of this organization, and it happened before Sean Payton even showed up here. I'll tell you the moment that I started to believe in the Penner family when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Huge news today from the Broncos as they get set for Tennessee coming up here in week 1. Pass rusher Nick Bonito, the second-team All-Pro from a season ago. The news coming down this morning. We had, been hearing rumblings. We talked to Cosmiter about it yesterday that this thing was close, and we knew the Broncos wanted to get it done. Bonito had said early on in training camp that talks are happening, and I'm just letting that happen right now. Well, it gets done. And the Micah Parsons thing comes and goes, and it sort of settles everything down. And the Broncos give Nick Bonito 4 years, $106 million. By average annual value, Andy, $26.5 million per year, which slots him in at number 10 amongst pass rushers. For a guy with a single double-digit sack season with the security of $70 million guaranteed, I think the Broncos got a deal done that works pretty damn well for both sides. They didn't pay him in the Max Crosby neighborhood. They paid him very well, but they gave him a big guarantee. If he can finish out the deal, he will make 9 figures. He's right below Brian Burns with the Giants. He's right above Montez Sweat with the Bears. And you know what? If he goes out and he puts up 30-plus sacks over the next 2 seasons, well, then he's going to fight for more money, and as is his right as an NFL player, and that's something the Broncos will have to deal with down the road. But for getting this deal done right now, I think the Broncos did a great job of getting this slotted into a great place where Nick Bonito now has generational wealth. So you have that going for you. You also have a team that makes a savvy free agent signing in Zach Allen, and you give him $102 million. You give a third contract to Cortland Sutton. Let's be honest, Sutton's going to be a Bronco for 2 more years. Maybe he plays a third season, but not at the same productivity level because receivers get older. But this, to me, Andy, is the result of an ownership group that walked through the door and kind of settled things down from how disheveled it all was on the tail end of the Elway / Bolin family era / Joe Ellis and the Trust. It was a gigantic friggin' mess, okay? And the Penner Walton group comes in, richest owners in the NFL. They plunk down all that money, $4.5 billion, and they buy the team. And look, Andy, you never know how an ownership group is going to work out. And look, is the full story of an ownership group told in the first 3 years? No. But you have no idea. The biggest thing that you want is, as a football fan, are my owners giving me an entertaining football product to watch every single Sunday that hopefully wins a lot of games? Which I think they're well on their way to doing that. I think they kind of already have done that. But the moment that I knew, okay, I think the Broncos are in pretty good hands right now, was after the debacle against the Rams on Christmas Day when they told Nathaniel Hackett to beat it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're right. You know what? Because that was the big announcement that said we have a standard here, whether you're used to it or not, and their standard's going to be met.
Yeah.
And unlike the last group, and I'm not trying to take a shot at the Bolins, the reality is they were not the richest owners in the NFL.
Not at all.
But you know what that first statement said? Here's one of the reasons why I totally agree with that. That statement said when you got rid of Nathaniel Hackett, it said we have the money to do whatever we need, and there isn't a contract out there that if you're not producing, we're not worried about.
Yeah.
And so, that's different order and different way of doing business than they had done before.
There's a lot of NFL teams that keep a crappy coach 1 year longer than they need to. Sometimes multiple years longer than they need to.
Let's pause there.
Yeah.
How many owners would have had the money to do the Russ thing?
Exactly. To simply say, you know what, this is a mistake. We don't need to throw good money after bad. Get him out of here, okay? We'll use the post-June 1st designation, and we'll split this money up. But I think Greg Penner spent enough time watching Nathaniel Hackett walk around that building with his head lodged completely up his rectum and figured out, I shouldn't be letting this guy run my football organization. This is a bad look for me. And you know what he did? He went out and they engaged in a coaching search, and they, first off, and this is the thing, I don't want history to retell it because I think Sean Payton is doing an excellent job with the Broncos. He was the third choice.
He was.
But also, who were the first two choices? Jim Harbaugh and DeMeco Ryans. Those guys good football coaches?
All playoff coaches.
Pretty good. Pretty good. If you won a bronze medal with Super Bowl champion Sean Payton, that's pretty damn good. That tells you that you're aiming high. That tells you you're not bringing in Matt Eberflus or something like that for an interview. You know, like you're looking at the cream of the crop in the profession, and that was what they did. And you talked about this before. It took George Payton, who was miscast as a CEO level general manager, and it put him back into the position of go be scout guy, okay? Go be draft guy. Go do what you're good at right now. We don't need you out here making as many big-time personnel calls as you are. You go find good football players. And that's really what he does. That's kind of what his bag is right now. He's got an excellent cap department. And, again, like you look at Surtain's contract. You look at Bonito's contract. You look at Cortland Sutton's contract. I mean, I brought up Surtain. Quite frankly, he's a bargain. But I would say these guys, you know what they're getting paid? Probably exactly what they should be paid. How often does that happen in the NFL?
Well, and you're engaging in talks in the right time, like we talked about with Bonito. You know the reason why you're not taking a risk that Bonito goes full all-pro this year or is the NFL defensive MVP?
Right.
Or something like that, because you have the money right now. This is the street we haven't lived on. They have the money right now to give him the guaranteed money.
Yep.
He liked the guaranteed money. They had no problem handing it out. Seriously, the previous ownership, and I would say other teams around the league, after handing out what they gave to Zach Allen, Cortland Sutton, how many of the owners would go, we need to take a pause.
Right.
I need to get next year's ticket revenue before we start handing out some more guaranteed money or have to throw something in escrow or something like that.
Right.
Jeff talks about it all the time. The checkbook is where the Broncos have the greatest advantage of anybody in the league, and it's showing up with deals because guess what? Now you're not going to have a Micah Parsons situation. You're not going to have a guy. You're not waiting till he's set the market type of money. I'd be fascinated to see what might have happened with Von Miller had they owned the team back then.
Right.
And they would have just told Elway, hey, just give him what he deserves and let's get on with things.
Exactly. We this doesn't need to be stupid. And it got so stupid. Whether it was fighting with Von Miller, whether it was fighting with Demaryius Thomas, it was just creating ill feelings all over the building. And instead, first off, you have a head coach who is standing at the podium, and he did it this year during training camp, speaking the language of the player of my job is to help these guys get paid. Okay? Again, that's all these guys care about. All right? Is how do I maximize the amount of dollars that I'm making while my body is getting broken? And guess what? If you pay those guys, they're going to be happy, and they're going to produce, and you're going to have a good football team, and they will fight through injury, and they will do all those little things. They will put in the extra time, come in early, leave the facility late, all those little things that have to get checked off along the way to actually building a good winning football team. If you compensate guys and don't nickel and dime them, pull a Cincinnati Bengals with all this nonsense, or Pittsburgh Steelers, or whatever other team you want to bring up right now, and just say, we're going to take care of our guys right now.
All right. All that is good.
It is good.
Now, here's what I think this gets interesting this year.
Okay.
Sean Payton has told the world, as we know, he's yelled it from the mountaintops, I think we're a Super Bowl team. I think we're a Super Bowl team.
Sure.
If it falls short, and there's a few reasons why it could.
Of course.
Chief of mind, the actual the annual AFC Championship participant is in your division, right? It will be curious to see the reaction of Greg Penner because, again, I don't think he minds spending a dime. But I think Russell Wilson and Nathaniel Hackett shows you, if I'm not getting what I thought I paid for, you can take a walk. I think the pressure is real with this guy. I think Greg Penner is not afraid to give anybody what they ask, but I also think he's going to expect plenty in return. I think he speaks also the language of return on investment.
Oh, I absolutely think that he does, but also, like, this is where, as an NFL owner, you need to not be a dope. And too many of them are, right? Too many of them are Woody Johnson evaluating players based on Madden rankings and their fantasy football value.
And maybe not paying. Look, Jerry Jones, I think, fell into this one. You know why he didn't pay Micah Parsons? I think in part because he didn't feel like he got his money worth for CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott.
Yeah,
he's still upset that they're not making playoffs or going any farther, and he paid those two. At least when he paid Aikman or he paid Emmitt Smith or he paid Michael Irvin, they were off winning Super Bowls.
But my point here being is that as an NFL owner, I get where this would be hard because you're a rich guy, you're shelling out dough, you're ultra competitive, you want to win the thing. You go to these owners' meetings and, just side-eye every other owner in the room. Yeah, you guys can band together on those TV deals, but, like, they all want to beat each other.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
There's not a lot of friends.
Exactly.
We just saw it in the tush-push thing.
Exactly.
People were yelling, and they had to take a timeout. And
It's reading some of the stuff about Jim Irsay and like, what he was like in those meetings and everything upon his, untimely passing, like – these guys are ultra competitive, but like as an owner, do you have the ability to step back for a moment and say, okay, like we underperformed, why? All right? Did we underperform because we gave up bad contracts? Did we underperform because of bad evaluation? Or did we underperform because of circumstances A through X in the sport of professional football that can end up working against you? And do you have the wherewithal to say, I see where this is good or has the potential to be good, even if the win-loss record isn't exactly what I want? And that, to me, is the difference between good owner and bad owner. Because bad owner fires his coach.
Yep.
Right? Like bad owner says, cut that guy, get him off the books. Okay, like bad owner makes rash decisions that leads to a bunch of turnover, that leads to a team that can't find their way, which is what the Broncos were for the better part of a decade, right? Good owner recognizes those goofy things in pro football that can just be out of your control sometimes, and that to me is going to be the biggest tell, is like, okay, what kind of decisions do they make when things go against them? And when their fans or their media or the radio hosts in town are screaming, fire these guys, get them the hell out of here, can you actually make a wise decision right there? Like, you know what? They made the right call on Hackett, 100%. I firmly believe that with the trust running things, Hackett would have gotten a second year.
Oh, yeah. They weren't going to pay that contract out.
I have no doubt that he would have gotten a second year out of that gig. Quite frankly, I don't think VJ should have gotten a second year. I don't think Vic Fangio should have gotten a third year. But that was how that they were doing business at that time. That's just it. Is like, there will be a weird season where you're just going to lose or you're going to underperform, underachieve, whatever it is. What do you do with it then? That's what I want to see out of this ownership group. That's because if you own an NFL team long enough that you don't get to opt out of that stuff. That's what I want to see out of this group. Got a good owner going tonight. Jeffrey Lurie's Philadelphia Eagles playing host to the Dallas Cowboys, and Jerry Jones. That's... what about the
I've eaten a
logos?
lot of raccoon.
What about the graphics on NBC? They just put the two owners up there.
Yeah, that's
right. You know what? Quite frankly, with the Cowboys, they should. Just put Jerry up there.
Well, that's what he wants.
You can have Jalen Hurts or Jalen Carter on the other side, or Saquon Barkley, whoever you want, but put Jerry Jones on the other side. Put an old guy in a suit looking mad. That's what it should be, handing his glasses to his son-in-law to get cleaned.
You know what he would do? He would love to put his little grinning face on the side of the helmet and replace the star. We're the Dallas Jerrys.
Could they do that for an alternate
uniform?
uniform?
They do whatever the hell they want.
I might buy that hat with his creepy old head on it. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, 6:20 tonight. Listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, we gotta make official picks. It's day one of the NFL season. Who's going to win an MVP? Who's going to win the AFC West? Who's going to, I don't know, play in the Super Bowl? We're going to tell you exactly who it's going to be, and there's no chance we get it wrong at all. That's all coming up next. Live at Stoney's, brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew. Have a dew and a brew here at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln. Yeah, come on down here to Stoney's. I have an IPA and a Tullamore Dew. We call it a dew and a brew. And let me tell you all about our friends at Roller Auction. Roller.bid/altitude. Write that down right now, or make a mental note or a voice note, whatever you need to do. Roller.bid/altitude. Go there right now. Sign up to be able to bid at Roller Auction. That's right, you can win yourself Avalanche tickets if you sign up right now at roller.bid/altitude. Plus, you will get on that email list. You will find out all the great auctions at Roller Auction as soon as they are available for you to be able to bid, including right now the City of Loveland Vehicles and Equipment Auction, which is open and is open until next Wednesday. For nearly 50 years, Roller Auction has been the place to get well-maintained city and county vehicles. And right now, I'm looking at this City of Loveland auction. I'm looking at this 2015 Ford F450 Super Duty XL 4-wheel drive, crew cab, utility truck. You've got all of that, and that's right now available to bid for less than $3,500. Go to Roller Auction right now. Get in on this City of Loveland vehicles and equipment auction, and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Night number 1 of the NFL season. Cowboys, Eagles. Listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, man, we got a good week of football coming up right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Andy, we've got Thursday night football. We have got Sunday night football. Not a bad opener, by the way, on Sunday night. A little Buffalo and Baltimore up there at Highmark Stadium. Monday night, we'll have Vikings-Bears, and we'll have it all for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your home for Westwood One's coverage of the NFL. So anytime you're looking for a big-time NFL game all year long, it's going to be right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Quite a few college games as well.
That as well. Absolutely.
We love football, Nate.
We do.
We like to canoodle football.
We spoon football.
That's right.
Both big and little right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And you should come out here to Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln and have a Tullamore Dew. Get a Dew and a brew right here at Stoney's. All right, Andy. It's that time. It's that day. It's 4/28 on day number 1 of the NFL season. Therefore, we officially cannot wait any longer. We have to make official proclamations of how this season is going to go. Prediction time here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Andy, let's start MVP. Who will be the NFL's most valuable player here in the 2025 season?
You know, there's a few candidates and some people. If you listen to the national media, when I say some people, if you listen to the Kyle Brandts of the world or the Peter Schraegers sometimes, or even Louis Riddick, there's some folks out there that think maybe some new kids at the big table.
Ooh,
showing up at the big table. Baker Mayfield has been bantied about by some looking for the dark horse candidate.
New
but
blood.
me, you know me, I like to worry.
Yeah.
And I like to keep it safe.
Okay.
This is actually going to play into a lot of my predictions. My trick knee's telling me Lamar Jackson's set to do some special things this year. I'm going to go with Lamar Jackson. Now, Josh won it last year, right?
Sure did.
The funny thing is, like, Josh and Lamar keep trading the award, and then Mahomes goes and wins the Super Bowl. But I think it's Lamar's turn. But I think he's going to have some other hardware in the case.
Okay, you're saying Lamar Jackson, who last year...
How am I saying it?
First team, Lamar!
There we go. Come on, you need some more Cuthbert in your life.
First team All-Pro last year, but he did not win the MVP. Josh Allen won the MVP. By the way, last 3 MVPs, we went Mahomes, Lamar, and Josh Allen. You're taking Lamar this year to get it done. Whew, that's a safe pick, Andy. I can't get too mad at it because that Lamar Jackson, he's pretty good. But I'm going to say we will have our first repeat winner since Aaron Rodgers in 2020 and 2021. Again, what are the criteria? You got to win 13 games. You got to be a 1 or 2 seed. I'm going to take Josh Allen to repeat as the MVP this season. Boring? Lame? Yes, it is all of those things, but also I just don't think that there is an individual in the NFL that does more for their franchise and then goes out and wins more games than Josh Allen does up there in Buffalo. So I will take Josh Allen to win the MVP award this season.
Yeah, we're really
we're
really
out there.
giving you some of those dark
spicy,
horse bets,
aren't we?
Who would, if you had to give one under the radar candidate, who would it be? We might as well do that since we kind of went chalk.
The dark horse MVP pick.
You got your $5 coffee money. You know what? Today I'm going to throw it down on my favorite book and just see if it can't grow it a little bit. Who you picking?
I hate this pick, but it really is the one that makes the most sense to me. It's Brock Purdy.
Really?
It's Brock Purdy at plus 3,000 at 30-1. It's a healthy 49ers offense this season. And the last time that they were healthy, Brock Purdy was one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, statistically speaking, and they went to the Super Bowl, and he has been compensated by Kyle Shanahan. He got a lot of street cred by having done that. I think if the Niners stay healthy, that team, especially with the schedule that they have, they play both the NFC and AFC South this year. They're going to rack up victories. I think Brock Purdy would be my dark horse MVP pick. I don't like it any more than you do.
See, if on that team, I would say if everybody stays healthy, does Christian McCaffrey return to the discussion of MVP?
No, it's quarterback award. Nope.
What does Bijan Robinson got to do to really – because he was – you know what's funny? Bijan Robinson was like everybody's I felt like every list I looked at, he was the number one pick in fantasy because they think he's going to do big years. Now, we all know that fantasy and real-life football don't a lot of times correlate with each other. But
hey, production's production, you know?
But would that make Penix the MVP instead of him? Is Penix – see, I think Bijan could take it from his QB because he's kind of the more known name right now.
I do not think we will see if Saquon Barkley couldn't win it last year, I don't think we're ever going to see another non-quarterback win that award.
Okay.
I can't see it. I can't foresee it. Offensive Player of the Year. I'm taking the guy that I took in the first round in our fantasy draft last night with the number 3 overall pick. I'm going to say Jahmyr Gibbs of the Detroit Lions. With what he is able to do and the amount of times he's going to touch the football in that offense playing with Jared Goff, I'm going to say Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be the Offensive Player of the Year this year. I'm saying that's the guy that puts up Saquon Barkley-style productivity this season. That's my Offensive Player of the Year. Who do you got?
Okay, what do we have the criteria for your Offensive Player of the Year?
Really, really good offensive player.
But are we still talking about a team that wins 12 or 13 games? Like we do with MVP, is there a win ledge you need to get to?
There always is. Look at this. I got a spider on my notebook.
That's better than a mouse. How about that? How big was the spider?
It was a daddy long legs.
Big old, big one. You're all right.
Why are they daddy?
I don't know.
Why do we got to get so sexy with it?
Whoa. Mommy long legs sounds better to you? Is that the route, or would you like to just get rid of the parent vernacular at all?
I don't know. Just sounds like he's leather-clad.
Leather-clad?
Why is he daddy long
A member
legs?
of the Village People all of a sudden?
Right.
All right.
Offensive Player of the Year, Andy. Who you got?
Offensive Player of the Year?
Yeah.
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals.
Earns his contract, shows everybody I should have been paid. This was the right move.
It's not a bad pick because the guy gets about 180 targets a year. So
even with T. Higgins, Joey loves him some Jamar.
Who is the Defensive Player of the Year, Andy?
The DPOY.
Depoy.
Boy, Nick Bonito.
You want to do it?
Nick Bonito, why
Okay.
not? Hey, listen, we think this is going to be the best defense in the NFL, if not that top 3 best. I think he's going to lead the team in sacks. I think it could be a high sack total.
Okay.
He gets a beautiful contract extension. See, what I'm fighting is if Micah Parsons were to go off and the Packers were going to be good, that's going to be a tough one to stop. But I'm going to go with Nick Bonito. Man, I already hate my pick because it's unlikely they're going to hand it to 2 Broncos 2 years in a row.
Nick Bonito, 35.
Probably should be going Micah Parsons, but I'm going Nick Bonito.
I think you're barking up the right tree because you're going pass rusher. A corner's not going to win it 2 years in a row, right? It's again, this is mostly a pass rusher award. You're safest going there. I was thinking in the same way, just I'm thinking of the other team with a great pass rush and a great defense. That's why I got Will Anderson of the Houston Texans winning the Defensive Player of the Year. I think that's the other best pass rush in football.
Does Micah's back injury scare you off wanting to pick him or throw a couple dollars down in the book?
It probably does.
Because that feels like something where, man,
how
much do you manage that?
It's probably leaking into my subconscious right now, and I think he's going to be on a pitch count early on in the season, and I say that, and he could go out in the opener and have 3 sacks. And we could all look like idiots because guess what? These guys are numbed up on goo gobs of whatever chemicals they're getting into their body every single week anyway, so what's the difference? Yeah, he could go out and destroy things in week number 1 against Jared Goff and Jahmyr Gibbs and Detroit. But I will go Will Anderson. Who is your coach of the year? I'll tell you mine right off the jump. I'm just doing it. Sean Payton is going to be the NFL coach of the year. Sean Payton, the guy with Bo Nix in year number 2. Sean Payton, the guy who made the bold proclamations. Sean Payton, the guy who's going to win the AFC West. Sean Payton is going to be the NFL Coach of the Year this season.
Interesting.
Yep. And you know what, Andy? I'll tell you the biggest reason why. He always has the media machine behind him. He knows how to hype that thing up. If he wins Coach of the Year and wins the AFC West and they can win a couple of playoff games again, that sends Sean Payton directly into Greg Penner's office to say, I don't like the fact that Andy Reid makes more money than I do. I don't care for that. Do you like having that in your own division? I know I don't. Give me more money. Sean Payton.
I think Matt LaFleur is going to lead his Packers to a great season. And I do think that's going to lead to him being the coach of the year because I think his record could now – they're in a pretty tough division. Although we'll see how tough Chicago ultimately ends up being. Will they improve? I could see that. I think they'll be a tougher team to play against. I don't know that they'll be vastly improved than what they've been in the past. Detroit, it's Detroit and Green Bay in my mind. Mainly now, Minnesota's there too.
They won
Minnesota's
14 games last year.
Yeah, but see, I just don't know about the J.J. McCarthy thing.
Did you know about Sam Darnold last year?
I didn't.
They won 14 games.
That's fair enough. But
Yeah.
remember, Sam Darnold had gone a year of Kyle Shanahan rehab. Now, a lot of people believe Kevin O'Connell ought to be the guy that I'm picking for Coach of the Year because they think that he's the best play caller and the best quarterback developer.
Yep.
If you go by some of the rankings out there in the preseason, I'm going to say Matt LaFleur now that they've added it. I think they're going to have a fantastic season, and I think that's going to put him over the top of your guy, Dan Campbell.
He has double-digit victories in 4 out of 6 seasons as the head coach of the Packers. Guy can coach. AFC West, I'm already on record with Denver. You've got Kansas City.
Unfortunately.
Andy, who plays at Levis Stadium in Santa Clara in February? Who is in the Super Bowl?
Who's in the Super Bowl?
Ooh, did I stump you on that
Baltimore
one? Okay.
and the Green Bay Packers.
Baltimore and Green Bay.
And Lamar Jackson
There.
not only gets his flowers as the MVP, he gets a big fat bouquet, the kind of one you want to toss at a wedding when he brings home the Super Bowl trophy and finally gets all the critics off his back.
I have got the Buffalo Bills to take on Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco 49ers.
Ooh.
Home game in the Super Bowl. But the Bills are going to go in and beat those guys. Buffalo gets over the hump. Josh Allen gets his
Here's what
Lombardi.
I need you to do. Now, this is going to
Josh
steal a little
Allen?
thunder from the Jamie Erdahl sound that Mark Springer sent us. But if you're going to go that route, then I need it to be Buffalo, Minnesota, and someone finally breaks the drought of Super Bowls. 2 franchises that have both lost too many Super Bowls for their liking, and they finally joined the club of winners. And the other one is relegated to loser of all time.
Nobody wants to take, like, Jacksonville in this
That's
conversation.
not spicy. That doesn't make you feel good for some long, tortured fan base. They don't even have a football team half the time in Jacksonville. They were going to be the London Jaguars, and then I guess someone's decided that's not going to be it anymore.
Nah, they got uniforms and everything. So that's your Super Bowl picks. Andy's got Baltimore and Green Bay. I've got Buffalo and San Francisco. We're both a couple of pansies. Neither of us picked the Broncos. We're live at Stoney's, taking you up to Thursday Night Football, NFL kickoff, Dallas and Philadelphia, 6:20 kickoff. Listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, we had a great story yesterday in the High Five. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, coming up at 5 o'clock, in which Robert Kraft was asked by a Boston radio station if Bill Belichick would be getting a statue in Foxborough. We played this audio yesterday. I want to bring it back right now because, oh my.
There's been an update.
There is quite an addendum to this story, but this is what Kraft had to say. Does Belichick get a statue?
It's always, when that great 20-year era ended, it was always my intention to commission a statue for both Tommy and Bill when their respective careers were over, playing and coaching. And when Bill's coaching career ends, we look forward to sitting down with him and having a statue made to be right next to Tommy.
They're going to make a statue of Bill to put next to Tommy. Oh, but will they?
Yeah, maybe not so fast, my friend.
Our friend Kalen Kaler with the report today at ESPN. Listen to this. North Carolina and first-year head coach Bill Belichick have banned the New England Patriots staff from accessing the Tar Heels program, sources tell ESPN. When reached by ESPN, North Carolina football general manager Michael Lombardi said, quote, "Good luck," and then hung up the phone. UNC, this being the university, has also declined comment. Michael Lombardi and Tar Heels pro liaison Francie Jourdain, that's a great name, by the way, Francie Jourdain, informed the Patriots that they would be banned from UNC the day before one of their scouts was scheduled to visit in August, a source with direct knowledge told ESPN. 2 other NFL scouts tell ESPN that North Carolina, under Belichick's leadership, offers limited access to all NFL personnel. Clubs are allowed to speak only with Jourdain, Francie Jourdain, and UNC's college relations website says that, quote, "Scouts will have zero access to coaches or other personnel people," close quote, according to the scouts. The term zero access appears 3 times on UNC's college relations website, a page accessible only to NFL personnel. One scout said NFL personnel are only able to watch 3 periods of practice at UNC. Each college program varies in access to NFL personnel, but the scout said many programs allow scouts to watch full practices. Can't think of another school with a statement of zero access, one scout told ESPN. 3 and outs John Middlecoff first reported the news. That's right.
Why would you do that?
The Patriots are banned. They don't even get the 3 periods of practice. Just nope.
You get nothing. No soup for you.
Wow.
He went soup Nazi on him.
He sure did. No practice for you.
None at all. You took too long to place your order. Look, man.
They employed the guy for 20 years.
Yeah, well, you know
what? And he hates Kraft enough that he's not letting their scouts come in and see his guys.
You know what's amazing? Kraft got rid of Brady for the guy.
He did.
Bill's the one that stayed there longer.
And then he got rid of Bill.
Well, did you see the record? I understand.
It was going south quick.
It was time.
It sure was.
Judging by your opener, I don't think I'd be kicking anyone out of your bed there, Bill.
Woo! I don't know if he's getting that statue, Andy. That doesn't feel real promising.
How much does good statue run you these days?
Can't be cheap.
It's got to be a $50,000 investment minimum, right?
It's got to be more than that. Anymore. Inflation's out of control, Andy.
That's right. Where are you getting these precious metals for this statue?
That goes to a fine sculptor as well. It's tough times for everyone.
You know what I give him just to really anger him? You get a hologram. You get a hologram next to Tom Brady.
You can use AI to make him do whatever
AI
you want.
that sucker. I'm sure it's cheap. The parts are readily available.
Here's Belichick picking
his
nose.
I'm going to put an iPhone down and just hit play. Little Belichick standing next to Brady.
He banned the Patriots staff.
Dude, if you're one of his players, aren't you like, hey, Coach, I'd like anybody in the league to see me if you don't mind.
If you don't mind, I don't know if you know this or not, but access is getting limited based on what we did in the opener.
You know what would be really funny? Who's their first road game? North Carolina's?
Let me pull it up. I'll find out for you.
If that school just said, like, invited the entire Patriots scouting department to have just, like, front row seats
they're
for
on the road
game
this
or
week.
something.
They're at Charlotte this week.
Yeah, you know what you need to do? You need to fill that thing with Patriot people.
The mighty 49ers of Charlotte on the road this week. I would have thought that would have been a home game. Charlotte-Richmond, by the way. Those are the next two games for UNC. I'm thinking Bill's going to win one of those games at the very least. But, yeah, Bill Belichick, I mean, Andy, like, certified Patriots legend, but also, like, certified complete and total J-off, and that guy has decided, because of his hatred for Kraft and his bitterness at how it ended, that he's not even letting the organization come and be around his program.
Should he be careful? Could Kraft finally just go, oh, what's this I found? It's
Right.
the Spygate documents. Well,
Hey, look at the personnel file that was laying
Yeah.
around right here.
Well,
yeah,
I wonder.
Yeah, it's Remember Dan Snyder leaking all of Bruce Allen's emails so
Yeah.
John Gruden's life would get
Yep.
ruined? What kind of? I mean, good God, what kind of stuff? I mean, we've already seen what Jordan Hudson's been emailing around for Bill. What kind of stuff was he writing in the emails low over the years? Yeah, that's how petty do you want to get around here? This is good. This is woo. This is an all-timer right here, Andy.
Why does it always go south? If people only knew how some of these things, tension between Elway and Shanny, tension between Shanny and Bolin.
Yep.
Favre and Holmgren.
Sure. Oh,
it always ends up in like a bad spot. I don't know why. You guys have the greatest success millions dream about.
I know.
And you end up hating each other over it.
I read Keith Richards' autobiography.
Oh, that's a good point. We could go to the music world.
Tore Mick apart.
Yeah.
The Eagles, they can't even tour on the same bus. Those guys all hate each other. Yeah, it happens eventually. Does that mean a day is going to arrive, Andy, where you and I, we stop being on speaking terms altogether?
I can only hope. You're not answering the pre-show call anymore. Look, guy, I'm only talking to you for the contracted 3 hours. That is it. Not even in break.
And then we're done.
I'm not even going to talk to you. Hey, everybody will know there's a problem on this show when we quit looking at each other in break.
Just go full Mike and the Mad Dog.
Yeah, just turn.
Don't even speak to one another.
What Greenberg and Golick, Mike and Mike?
Yeah, they got.
When that had the ugly end, like, wouldn't Golick not talk to him at all other than literally airtime?
Yeah, that got bad at the end,
It
too.
really did.
Uh-huh, yeah.
I can only hope we're on long enough that happens.
We need to.
Because I'm old enough, I may just die after it's done.
That's how you know you made it, if you could stick around long enough to totally hate each other's guts.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There's got to be some Irvin Joe stories. Now I got to know. The dirt.
If anybody, I don't know, call up Mike Evans. Let's get some good producer stories right now. What's Dan Jacobs doing right now? Call into the show. We need Irvin Joe dirt all over the place. I don't know. I feel like
nobody could get mad at Irv.
Although
I feel like Joe could get mad at everybody. So I don't know how Joe might be mad right now. You shut up, you young punks.
The funny part about it is, off air, he is as pleasant a
I
person
know,
as
he's
you'll
fun.
ever talk to.
I couldn't believe it. I remember the first time I met him, like, oh, he's a cool guy. Oh, my God, who's the guy on the radio? What just happened?
Man.
Meanwhile, one time Joe calls me looking for Logan in the office, and he goes, Andy, where'd you go to school? What'd you play? You must have played something. Give me a height weight. Come on. I'm going to shout you out on the radio. I go, I think that'll get you in trouble. He goes, I don't get in trouble, kid. That's all right. Tell me who you are.
It was your JV coach.
And someone told me he shouted me out on the competing stage.
Oh, that's awesome.
He was like, Joe didn't care. Joe's like, I run this business, pal.
That's a big get for you right there.
Or Irv, I should say.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Joe might have shouted me out, too. I don't know.
The Hitman. Shout out to the legends, Irv and Joe. Oh,
I just told you at break. I don't know if we get to go as long as they do. Do we get to do old guys sports? I hope so.
I want to. I don't know. Some days we already are. Let's be
Kevin's
honest.
already got all these young guys running around the office. We're in trouble.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here on a Thursday afternoon. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Oh, my God. Belichick telling the Patriots to go get bent.
You can't come to the new house.
What a tale. My God, this I'm here for it, Andy, all day long.
You love it. You love good angst.
I love a crumbling dynasty. This is too good. Kreckman and Lindahl live at Stoney's, 11th in Lincoln. Stop by. Have a Tullamore do while you're watching Thursday Night Football tonight. A do and a brew. By the way, we have multiple fantasy football drafts taking place right now here at Stoney's.
It feels like
when you've got multiple giant tables filled with people with laptops, that's when you know fantasy football season is here. We did the draft last night at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That was a good time.
It would have been better if we were all in the same room.
It's we only do that when we're contractually obligated to do that.
That's right. I kept wanting to make fun of your picks, and everything kept happening so fast. And I'm trying to do this podcast. Scotty's like, why don't you pay attention to this?
By the way, I noticed you went quarterback in the first round.
Well, I figured everybody would make fun of me.
Yeah, you went.
Well, dude, I didn't know. The running backs, I think I was down to like Samaje Perine by the time I picked 14th.
I do love that you did go.
I went Brock Bowers. I was going to own it. Look,
you went Joe Burrow, Brock, but you went with your two favorite football players in the world.
I went with a couple of my guys.
Right off the jump.
I'd have drafted Pat Surtain first if I could have. He wasn't available.
He's not a write-in candidate. We got football news next. Yeah, we're live at Stoney's today. Thursday Night Football NFL kickoff. Cowboys and Eagles. By the way, Andy, the report is from Philly. Wind is picking up. Rain is expected in the first half. The under 24 in the first half still very much in play right now in Philadelphia, Dallas, and Philly. 6:20 tonight. Listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's get you all set for that game, and let's get you the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL right now. We call it the High Five. Back in the shop in beautiful Lone Tree, Colorado. Mark Springer. What up, Spring?
Just one single tree, as Berto says.
Just a tree.
Hey, Nick Bonito and the what's that team name?
The Broncos!
Reached an agreement today on a 4-year, $106 million extension, $70 million guaranteed. The deal can be worth up to $120 million if Bonito reaches incentives in the contract, as writes Jeff Legwald on ESPN.com. Nick Bonito talked to the media today. Here were his opening comments.
I want to start off by thanking Greg and Kerry Penner, Coach Sean, George, my teammates, my parents, everybody that was involved just on this journey helping me get here. There's no amount of gratitude I can show that can show just how appreciative I am of everybody involved. So.
Andy, you're talking about a guy redshirted his first year at Oklahoma, and really since that time has only seen his football career and his football life gone this steady upward trajectory to the point where the guy is named second-team All-Pro a year ago, 13.5 sacks, 2 touchdowns scored last year, one of the most impactful playmaking defensive players in the entire league, and today, $70 million guaranteed. It's cool that this has happened for Nick Bonito, and what I really like about his story is, Micah Parsons – coming out of college, it was this guy's got stardom written all over him, and he became that player. Bonito was a dude that was the last pick of the second round, He wasn't exactly Myles Garrett, the number 1 overall pick, or anything else like that. He wasn't Nick Bosa or anything else like that. This was a guy that had to grow into it, had to improve, had to get bigger, had to get stronger, had to put in the work to realize his God-given ability, and he did, and now he's rewarded by this franchise who did a great job drafting him, but also has done an excellent job, especially Vance Joseph, over the last couple of years in helping develop him into this player.
Yeah, I see. That's why I always like it. And I know some people are asking, why pay him now? He's only had the 1 good season, so on and so forth. But kind of to your point that you laid out the path right there, I love it when a guy starts to become what we saw in the scouting report.
Yeah.
I love it when a guy turns into what the high ceiling was, what he could be when we read all the crap around the draft. And again, this is something where you get rewarded for developing a player. We don't do this often enough with quarterbacks. Let's be honest about it, Nate. They get a year to kind of figure it out.
Yep.
If it doesn't work out, they just kick him to the curb. Bonito is showing everything they said he could turn into. When we read the scouting reports at him in Oklahoma about his quick step, about that great bend, the whole deal, I love seeing it. And like you said, look, good on the Penners for rewarding him earlier.
And to answer the question, why pay him now? Well, you had the season that was. It's pretty telling the way a guy comes back from a season like that, right? And Bonito very clearly showed up, motivated, ready. You and I watched camp. He dominated. He played basically 2 series of the preseason, and he absolutely dominated. He looked phenomenal. I don't think the Broncos had any reason for pause. I don't think Sean Payton or Vance Joseph saw anything out of Nick Bonito in the preseason that didn't tell them, no, that's exactly who that football player is now. That's what this guy is. Let's get him paid, and let's get this done. We absolutely have to have this guy. And now you bookend with Bonito and Cooper, and you got a really good pass rush to couple with an excellent secondary. You have one of the best defenses in the entire NFL. Keep everybody happy. This is exactly what you're supposed to do. But, as for the question of, you don't know if he's going to be that player again, here's the thing. I don't know what he's going to produce this year, but you clearly saw enough of him this offseason to tell you this guy is a focused and consummate professional that's going to keep doing the things that he's doing. So it makes all the sense in the world to pay him right now if you see it in the building and you know. Andy, there's been plenty of times where teams have seen things out of guys and they've just been like, nope, we know what direction this is going. And I don't think Nick Bonito gave the Broncos any reason to believe that could be a possibility. Spring.
High five.
All right, Broncos inside linebacker Dre Greenlaw missed a second straight day of practice with a quad injury. Defensive coordinator Vance Joseph talking to the media after practice. He was asked about the depth behind Dre Greenlaw, whether it's Justin Sternad, rookie linebacker Karene Reed, or Lavelle Bailey down there on the practice squad. How much can they rely on that depth should Dre Greenlaw not play?
I think you're always prepared, Mike, for your guys to step up and play, any position, linebacker, safety, corner. It's early in the week, but every single week, every guy on our roster, practice squad included, has to be ready to play, so no worries there. Dre's working hard, and we'll see what happens on Sunday, but we have guys who are capable.
Broncos Injury Report, sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Andy, let's dig into that injury situation right now for Denver. Yes, as they just talked about, Dre Greenlaw missed a second practice this week. We know Nate Atkins is going to be out. Dondre Tillman, the outside linebacker, limited in practice today with a hamstring. Malcolm Roach, defensive lineman, limited in practice today with a calf. Nick Bonito, Marvin Mims, Alex Singleton, all full participants in practice today, and no concerns as to what's going on right there. Latest from Tennessee, their starting left tackle, Dan Moore, did return to practice today. He was a full participant after not practicing yesterday. Star corner L'Jarius Sneed was limited today in practice for the second consecutive day, as was safety Kevin Winston Jr. But, yeah, a couple of new injuries popping up today in Tillman and Roach on the injury report.
Yeah, not great. Malcolm Roach really bothers me. I mean, Tillman is another guy that's more of a rotational dude, but, I mean, we talked about it.
5 sacks last year. Good
player.
player.
There's been a lot of guys that have stayed healthy. This team's had phenomenal health, and we praise the team for it, but this is not the exact kind of start you want to the year. Hopefully this is all just minor stuff. Everybody will be a go. They're being cautious. It was a hot day today. Maybe that played a little something to it. But don't love it, Bob. Don't love it.
Sean Payton, let's hear from Sean, Spring.
High five.
Yeah, first let's hear from Jeffrey Simmons,
yes.
the Titans defensive tackle. Sean's going to respond to these comments. Jeffrey Simmons was asked about Bo Nix.
I'm just saying, we know Bo Nix his first reading out there, he's going to take off running with the football. So we got to make sure we're on the same page. We got to make sure we have a balanced rusher. Not trying to be robots out there, but at the same time, we know that if it's not there, Bo Nix is going to take off running. So it's going to be on us up front to make sure we keep him in the well and keep him in the pocket.
Bo Nix, a first read guy.
First read and go kind of dude, which, I mean, to be fair to Jeffrey Simmons, he was that an awful lot last year.
He was.
They need him to get a lot better at that part of the game.
But we have a Sean response.
Yeah, Sean Payton is clapping back. What do we got here, Sean?
I hear the discussion a lot relative to now that they've had a I don't know. I think when you get to week 10 and week 11, you've had everything, and so some of the things happen spontaneously. I would disagree that he's just a first read. I know for a fact that that's not the case. Now, is he confident in his movement skills? Yeah. And we'll get a chance to see him on Sunday.
Yeah, Sean's attitude is, well, yeah, I need him to be a second and third read guy, which, again, Andy, is there shade in it, and do people need to get their hackles up when things like this get said? Of course, because that's how NFL discourse has to go. But also, Sean Payton, a big part of his coaching of Bo Nix in this past offseason and going into this training camp and throughout it was he does need to hit the second read. He does need to be able to scramble and make plays with his legs behind the line of scrimmage. This is an area with Bo Nix where he does need to take a step forward, and the Broncos do need him to be more judicious running the football. I don't think anyone needs to get their feelings hurt over all this. There's a lot of truth in what Simmons said.
Yeah, and you know what? It was kind of funny because Tyler heard it too. I was listening to Tyler on the drive down, and I thought he had a good take on it too. he felt like what Simmons probably was trying to say was,
we got to worry about his
mobility. We got to know
mobility.
he's going to run out of the pocket. He's another one of those, you got to do the mush rush and all that other kind of stuff that you hear about other quarterbacks. Now, again, I understand why Sean Payton would clap back because
that's his guy.
Well, it's his guy. And
it reflects
also,
on his coaching.
It does sound like, the guy only knows how to make his first read, then he's got to run, which we all know that's, I wouldn't say, I'm not sure Bo's a third or fourth read guy necessarily, but I don't think
exactly
he's a one read. He's not Tim Tebow running out of there after one look.
Well,
you know what I mean?
To be fair, Tebow was a no read guy.
Okay. Just all I'm trying to say is I think Tyler had a great read on it where Simmons was simply trying to make the point we have to be aware this guy runs.
Yep. And you do need to be aware of that because Bo's pretty damn good.
And you know what?
If
they get a win, then maybe he'll say more stuff after, and we'll find out that's exactly what he meant. I don't know.
There you go. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, just 9 days after veteran wide receiver Amari Cooper signed with the Las Vegas Raiders, he has announced his retirement. He announced that today. Raiders offensive coordinator Chip Kelly commented on Amari Cooper retiring.
Well, I feel because he's he's a talented player now, but he called Pete this morning, had a good conversation with Pete, and I think he's just done playing. But you could still see the talent was there. But we still have today, Thursday, Friday, Saturday's practice session before we have to finalize who was up and who was down, and we hadn't made any final decisions on was he going to play in the first game or not in the first game. He was training with us and got reps and all those other things, but it was a matter of usually I think for everybody you're not making your final 46-man roster or 48-man roster until Saturday anyway, so we hadn't had any discussions. We said we were going to go through Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then we determine who was up and who was down. So it's unfortunate because I think the world of him. I think he's a heck of a football player. He's had a heck of an NFL career, but he knows in his heart what he wants to do. So I wish him the best. I've always been a big fan of his.
All right, Andy. I always love this game. Career earnings, Amari Cooper. Take a stab.
Over $100 million.
Oh, yeah.
Like well north of $100 million?
136.7.
Wow. Good for him.
Yep.
Listen, he got a nice contract with the Browns. He got a nice contract with the Cowboys.
Yep.
Wasn't that why the Raiders traded him? They traded him and Khalil Mack at the same time, right?
Yep.
Because they were still trying to figure out the stadium stuff, and the kind of quiet word was Davis didn't really have the guaranteed money to pay up anyway.
Yep.
So he had to get rid of both guys. So, yeah, Cooper, gosh, I did not realize he made that much money, though.
Takes his $137 million and goes home. Yeah, He's made enough money to go,
I don't need this.
This hurts. I don't want to do it anymore.
Well, and again, does he really want to go block for Ashton Genty?
Right.
Is that the writing on the wall?
Like no matter what, Genty's getting more touches. Brock Bowers is getting way more touches. Jacoby Myers is getting more touches than you are. You're at that age. You're 31 years of age, where as a wide receiver, the decline is coming for you. You see the writing on the wall, and you're just like, everything hurts. I don't want to do this anymore, and he walks away from football.
He was with Buffalo last year, right? That was his last stop before becoming a free agent.
He wasn't that great.
Yeah, it was a weird fit.
He didn't do much.
It really was just kind of a weird fit. I really thought he might be a good player for them, and not to be. Hey, you got the money you don't need anymore? Good on you.
Maybe he saw his own writing on the wall. I mean, that does happen to guys where they're just like, I can't get open anymore. That happens. Like, obviously, there's a lot of dudes that don't make $137 million that are just like, well, I'm going to try and carve out that life as much as I possibly can anyway. Again, I think Cooper's done well enough. You don't got to worry about it.
Yeah, maybe Gino airmailed a couple. He just said, I'm not getting my ribs broke for this.
Exactly. Again, it's just like, I'll go home and sleep on my giant pile of money. I don't,
He's going to Scrooge McDuck. Is that what's going on?
I don't need to wake up in agony every single night. I'm
good.
Get
a sleep number bed. Make a few more bucks. What are you doing?
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
And finally, the Seahawks have their season and home opener on Sunday against the 49ers, and they
love this story.
Announced today that they will have undercover police officers dressed as opposing fans in an attempt to prevent supporters from breaking the team's code of conduct at home games. Officers will be looking for behavior that is unruly, disruptive, or illegal in nature, over intoxication, offensive language, or obscene gestures, verbal or physical harassment of other fans, and unauthorized entry into restricted areas, among other things.
So the Seahawks are busting out entrapment on their own fans. They'll all be walking around in 49ers jerseys or whatever, telling their fans they're a bunch of jerks, and then hoping to provoke them so they can kick them out of their own stadium? What is going on here? This is wild. I mean, I get wanting to actually enforce good behavior inside a stadium. That I think is actually commendable. I think that's a good thing to do because people can behave like complete creeps when they go out to football games. The part where they're putting them in opposing fan gear, that to me is absolutely wild.
Yeah, I'm trying to imagine all the scenarios now. Like, what do they do to try to stir it up? Does one guy just start the trash talk to see if something goes down, or are you just walking around hoping the abuse begins?
Are the narcs in opposing jerseys? Are they walking around going, would anybody like to sell me some illegal narcotics right now, perhaps, in our section, please? Would anybody think about throwing something onto the field right now? Like, how is this going to work? This is absolutely wild. By the way, I want to throw something out there really quickly.
Throw it. Underhand or
that I saw? Well, this is a good sidearmer, I would say. Okay.
Tush push.
Speaking of fans and unruly behavior, last Saturday we were out with the family, and we stopped for a couple of beers after a bike ride, and a guy came and sat down at the table next to us, and he was wearing a Georgia Tech hat. So I asked him, I was like, "Oh, did you go to the game last night at Folsom?" And got to talking with this guy, super nice guy. He actually runs a Georgia Tech message board. So he's like an intense Georgia Tech fan. You know, he went over and saw him in Ireland. He said he goes to one road game every single year. And, you know, he circled Boulder, Colorado, and that was the place that he wanted to go. And I was like, so where'd you sit? And he said, I was sitting near the Colorado student section. Like, he was like, I wasn't worried about sitting with Georgia Tech fans. I went and sat over on the Colorado side.
There are a ton of Georgia Tech fans, by the way. Impressive showing for them.
Yeah, they certainly did show out. But he said to me, it was one of the best experiences I ever had at a visiting stadium. He said the people couldn't have possibly been nicer, more cordial, more fun. He raved about what a great experience he had. He talked about, other ACC and SEC places that he has been where it's just like you get treated like absolute trash and people are complete and total jerks. And it was funny, of all people, my wife overhears all this and, after the conversation, she just goes, you know what? I'm glad we live in a place where people can go to a football game and everybody can just be nice to each other and just be civilized. Like, we should feel pride that we're not the kind of jerks that make it miserable for people to go to a football game.
P1 Abby, I love you. I really do. I think it helps that it was Georgia Tech. I don't think the Nebraska fans or the I'm trying to think. Not all fans would be so well received.
Exactly.
Right?
Like if it's a CSU game or a Nebraska game, absolutely. But also, like, there are just those people, and it always comes down. We paint with these broad brushes. It always comes down to just people that decide that they're going to be a-holes about the whole thing. But it really does. It just speaks to, like, you know what? These people can say, I had a great experience going to watch a football game.
Well,
there.
It was nice. And look,
that's awesome.
I'll add on to it. What was interesting
That's how it should be.
Normally there's that visiting section down by where the team comes out and Ralphie finishes her run when she's there.
Yeah.
There were so many Georgia Tech fans that were sprinkled into that middle part of the stadium that's usually where the Buff contingent picks up.
Sure.
So I was impressed by how many of them showed up. They all seemed like pretty nice people.
Yeah.
I mean, I had to run through that side of the stadium to go up and down, get to each different end zone, and they were always polite and getting out of the way.
It's just good to hear that Colorado fans are people with perspective in life and realize, you know what? We live in a gorgeous place. What do we need to be creeps about? It's nice. I think it's a nice story.
I'm glad you got a nice story. The text line is filling with those that don't think that it was an accurate story, but it was a nice story.
Again, this is I'm just going the anecdotal evidence of the
I
one
like it.
gentleman that I spoke to who is a massive Georgia Tech fan who goes to road games every year that had a great experience. And I say to Colorado fans that were at Folsom Field on Friday night, braving the elements and braving the lack of any run defense whatsoever, good on you.
Yes.
I like hearing stories like that.
And, of course, coming from up north, the text simply reads, Colorado fans are trash. I'm sure they feel the same about you.
Yeah.
970 CSU guy. We don't need the two area codes going after each other now. We got it.
Yeah, we
Hey, I've been to some wild games. I could have taken Abby to some interesting scenes where you're like, yeah, I'm not going out that way. That seems intense. They seem to be heated out there.
Yes.
Hey, you want to know the worst stadium experience I dealt with?
Let's have it.
Josh McDaniels' last game against the Rams, they get smoked. And we remember the famous bathroom story I've told you?
Yeah.
Well, that's the tunnel that's like the quickest tunnel to the locker room in the middle. It's in the middle of the bench for Bronco fans.
Yeah.
That home bench.
Yeah.
And I would head that way after the player interview, and I end up behind McDaniels. We're both heading towards the same bench, and I saw fire in the eyes. I saw items in hand, and I said, I'm going the long way today. I'm not following that guy I'm not going through that tunnel.
I think it's all situational,
Yeah.
Andy.
Yeah.
And when it comes to Josh McDaniels, those people were broken.
Yes.
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I was mad, too, but I wasn't going to throw anything at the guy.
You just crop dusted him one time real good. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl
God.
show.
You just read the text line in the break. Just have a good laugh. Some are being polite, some are not. Now the spelling jokes are out. It's all in full fire. Thank you, Abby Kreckman.
Absolutely. In the meantime, good on you, CU fans. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Yeah, we'll get you to coverage of Dallas and Philly coming up at 6 o'clock here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Eagles 8-point favorites, 48.5 the total. As Dallas and Philadelphia get the NFL season started, and then we're in Brazil tomorrow, Andy. Yes, nice and hairless for Kansas City and the Chargers at 6 o'clock. Broncos will open up against the Tennessee Titans coming up here on Sunday afternoon. Denver currently an 8.5-point favorite, all the way up to 8.5, according to the fine folks at ESPN Bet. Broncos got some injury updates today. Just saw this, Andy, on Twitter via Luca Evans, and that is that Malcolm Roach has a calf strain.
Again, not what you're looking for. These are the little muscle things we kept praising him for avoiding. It's looking like some of that luck has run out a little bit.
A calf strain. He was added to the injury report today as limited with a calf, but he left practice during the viewing period.
Mike Kliss had tweeted out he went in with trainers.
Yeah, not ideal with a critical rotational defensive lineman. Basically, defensive lineman number 4 on this team, really, Andy, is Malcolm Roach after Zach Allen and DJ Jones and JFM. So a guy that you need to rely on. Plus, Dondre Tillman has a hamstring, did we say?
Hamstring they were talking about.
Okay.
So we'll see, man. And again, this is kind of – that defense can't be perfect without all the guys necessarily. So,
by the way, got a critical update today. Red Zone has responded to the report that they're adding commercials. According to Awful Announcing, NFL Red Zone will have just 4 15-second ads in Week 1. 4 15-second ads, Andy.
In Week 1.
In Week 1.
You know why? They haven't been selling it quite yet.
4 15-second ads.
Here's what it could sound. Hey, Spring, can you pull up the tweet I sent you earlier? Somebody, of course, on the internet, on Twitter/X, they can always find a way to give you a preview of what's going to happen in this game. Spring, I'll send it again so it's the top of mind to you real easy. But someone's already put together what we could be expecting out of Red Zone a little bit later this year, which I hope it doesn't happen.
But by the way, Front Office Sports pointed out that Scott Hansen still could accurately say we have 6 hours and 59 minutes of commercial-free, uninterrupted football coming up for you here today on Red Zone.
How so?
He wouldn't be wrong. 6 hours and 59 minutes.
Oh, I see what you did there.
There you go.
Okay. So that's 4 15-second commercials.
That's a minute.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Spring, can you play what the future could sound like on Red Zone for us?
The targets to Shakir, completed. This is behind Cooper, who brought it in, pitched it back to Allen.
Whopper, junior, double, triple, Whopper.
So for those that are obviously listening, and we love you all, that was a famous Josh Allen play where, funny enough, Amari Cooper, who retired today, threw it back to Josh.
That was his receiving touchdown.
Right when the hand was about to stretch for the cone, you got the BK commercial right there.
Well, listen to remember the Caleb Williams Hail Mary, Jaden Daniels Hail Mary.
Against the Bears, yeah.
Into it. Here comes the Hail Mary with the game on the line.
Burger King has a deal for all.
And you know it'll be Burger King. They'll be the ones that find their way in there somehow. They'll deal with the hate, and you'll be angry.
You know what I say about 4 15-second ads, Andy? That's 4 15-second ads too many in my Red Zone coverage. What are you doing to me, NFL? And you're absolutely right about this. You know what this is? This is a gateway drug.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? This is the 8th grader that can't stop sniffing the magic markers. Suddenly that kid is going to be doing dope and going to the planetarium to see Pink Floyd laser shows, Andy.
Let me give you a clove. Oh,
yeah.
You like those cigarettes, do you? How about a clove? You had a clove? Yeah, try this.
The next thing you know, they're doing the dope.
Now, you know what this is? This is going to be, in September, here's your 15-second commercials. Oh, in October, okay, now it's 5.
Yep. We know what you're up to.
But you know what? Now it's December, and guess what? Your fantasy championship's on the line, which is half the reason why you're watching this. Or or you've got too much money going in one of your apps, and now here's 4 1 minute each.
Speaking
every
of
hour.
Your fantasy championship, Andy, did you take any Broncos in the fantasy draft?
Oh, you didn't see?
I didn't.
I Broncoed it up.
I paid no
As far
attention
as I know.
Broncos! To anybody else's roster. Actually, no, that's not true. I did pay attention to Moser's roster when he took like a kicker in the 4th round or whatever the hell he was doing.
I
think Moser was sniffing white out last night.
Wait a minute, I lied. I had 2 of them. No, not in this league. I didn't, I guess.
You have no Broncos.
No. There's one time where I thought I drafted a guy, and apparently I just took him off cue because I was trying to talk to Hastings and do this, and then I ended up with too many tight ends.
Wait a minute. You do have a Bronco on your roster. I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, it's Will Lutz.
Yeah, you took the kicker.
No, and my other one with my lacrosse guys.
Yeah.
I ended up with Cortland Sutton, Evan Ingram, and the Denver defense.
That's bold.
Bold.
Will Lutz.
I feel like I got Bo Nix's top 2 targets.
Is on your squad.
Yeah, this one I went Will Lutz. Dude, 14 teams. Have you ever been last pick in a 14-team draft?
Picking gets slim.
It really sucks.
Yeah, picking gets a little bit slim back there.
It feels so far. It's like that rest stop. I mean, I was taking guys because I felt like there's not a rest stop for another 200 miles.
Yep.
I better fill up on gas.
Yeah, Moser took a kicker really early.
Did he?
I don't know why.
Was it Crawshaw?
Well, he's a punter.
I know. Did he go Jason Elam 3rd round?
Chase McLaughlin, the Buccaneers kicker.
Why would he do that?
He took the Buccaneers
Moses waited. Moses just texted in.
Moses telling us how good his team is with
calling
his
us names.
Punter that he took in the 2nd round. What are you doing, Moses?
Now here's the best thing. Moses also decided he can't figure out why he's on his way to Burger King for a Whopper. So here's Moses' team. I'll just read it because people have been asking on Twitter.
Okay.
He's got Josh Allen, Derrick Henry.
Heard of him.
Josh Allen.
He's got Swift, Worthy, McLaurin, Pearsall, Jay Smith, the tight end from Pittsburgh. McLaughlin, his kicker, who was drafted real early, and the Steelers' defense.
I went last night with one of my tried and true fantasy football rules.
Okay.
I will only take white guys as my tight end or my kicker.
Okay.
That's,
I see that.
It's one of my rules. And so based on that, Moshe got Ricky Pearsall, so I think he's screwed.
He took him before Travis Kelce went?
Hey.
Dude, Travis Kelce sat there a long time. I think a lot of us were thinking a lot of wedding planning going on with that guy.
Still going to be a lot of targets going his way. The problem is he going to have any yak this season? That's what I don't know.
Yeah, I
Can
ended
he
up
move?
with Tyrone Tracy, who I didn't even know his first name.
Tyrone Tracy. Is that the Giants running back?
That is.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But I got some DK Metcalf, Travion Henderson, got my guy Joey Burrow.
I did
got
go
Brock Bowers.
Here's another thing with my team, and I have no idea why I did this. I was really tired last night. I went with for some reason with an Urban Meyer themed team name.
See, I think this is great.
And logo.
What's the name?
So the name of my squad is the Kickers.
Yeah, because he kicked the kicker.
He kicked Lambo.
Yep.
And then for my logo, I thought about going with the pic of him in the bar.
Yeah, with the young lady.
Yeah, with the
sidled up to him
with the sorority girl.
Whoa. Yeah.
I thought about going with that, but I went a little bit of a deeper cut. This is a K&L deep cut. I went with the picture of Urban Meyer's coffee table, which has approximately 75 different framed photos on it with nary a square inch to place a beverage. It is a serial killer's coffee table. I have no idea why Urban Meyer and or his wife designed his house in this way, but I find it absolutely bizarre. Quite frankly, it's arguably the most troubling thing about Urban Meyer to me, and yet if I was a Colorado State athletic director, I'd be calling him up right now and going, what coach should I hire? Because that's how they got Adazio.
I don't know, man. Coaching's coaching.
Oh, man, you know what? Coaching's coaching.
Is that what he said in the interview? Hey, how do you want to motivate the young guys?
And CSU was like, hire that man right there. Yeah, so fantasy football draft last night. Good times had by all. And again, I have no idea why Mose took a kicker in the first round.
Well, you know what was funny? I literally was saying everything. I told Hastings, I go, let's see if anybody's listening to this podcast by chance. And I started announcing everybody I was thinking about picking. And none of them got swiped, which could also be I wasn't planning on picking great guys at the time that I got them. That factors in, but also none of you decided to usurp me on any of my dudes.
Got to be honest, I was not tuned in.
I figured you wouldn't be. I knew you were like 9 spreadsheets deep with 3 computers open, trying to look at the history and results of what happened to you a week ago. It's funny, Dane writes in and goes, Andy's team is buns. Yeah, Dane, even I, halfway through the draft, when I was waiting for that 14th slot to come up again, I was like, this sucks. I'm bored.
Here was my problem, was every pick that I made, I was like, ooh, that's a good one. Ooh, that's another good one. And then I got done and I looked at my roster and I was like, this team sucks.
We're all the guys.
I hate this team.
I want to wave half my guys.
Right.
Well, I was like, you know what? When I took Bowers and Burrow, I was like, I'll just wait for the next time to grab the running backs. The run should be over.
Ooh.
And literally, it's like Javonte Williams. It's like, oh hell no! What do you mean Javonte Williams?
That's a rough place. You did get Travion Henderson. That's a good pick.
I don't know, man. Rookies make me nervous. You never know what they're going to do.
You do have Tyrone Tracy
Dude,
Jr.
he was literally the only starter left. They kept trying to force a few other. Who was it? I think Charbonneau's on my team.
Yeah, you got Zach Charbonnet.
I was like, who's this Chardonnay guy?
You have a one-eyed running back in Najee Harris.
Yeah. Well, I was like, I at least know who he is. These other names. Man, it was like college free agents out there. I took Adam Thielen, for God's sake.
Got old Cyclops Najee Harris back there.
And then Darren Waller's sitting there at the end, and I was like, what the hell? What do I got to lose now? Sure, give me some Darren Waller.
I got to be honest with you. I forgot Darren Waller was still in the league.
So was I, until it was like, I went top offensive players available. There's Darren Waller. I was like, all right. Hey, there's no money in this thing.
Jimmy Graham wasn't available? Anyway.
Everybody. I went top offensive players available, and I had to go through 15 quarterbacks before I even found a position player. They were trying to push Jimmy Garoppolo on me.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
And then, of course, Kevin had like 9 bench guys. I was like, what, are we filling out like an actual NFL bench?
Dude,
there'll be no waiver wires guys left. They were all drafted last night.
It was absurd how deep the benches are.
I was like, how long is this draft going to last? I got to go to work tomorrow.
Kreckman and Lindahl live at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln. Multiple fantasy drafts still taking place right now at Stoney's. Crowd getting ready to take on this Cowboys and Eagles game to their eyeballs. Plus, you should have a Tullamore Dew and a cold beer out here at Stoney's tonight. We call it a Dew and a Brew. Enjoy it. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nick Bonito paid. R.J. Harvey switches to number 12. Malcolm Roach pops on the injury report. That's what's going on with the Broncos. Obviously, Dallas and Philadelphia coming up here momentarily on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Plus, you should watch the game right here at Stoney's. Thanks to our friends at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey for having us out here. Have a Tullamore Dew and a cold beer, a Dew and a Brew right here at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln. But, Andy, I have got yet another piece of NFL news to give you.
Yep.
This one just popping on the injury report. Cam Inman out in the Bay Area reporting. Christian McCaffrey limited by a calf issue.
So already that whole the 49ers are going to be healthier, not helping you or I.
As he adds, he initially warmed up today as normal, adding, but we thought a year ago he was fine for week 1, and then he missed 2 months with Achilles tendonitis. So that's what's going on with Christian McCaffrey right now. Maybe it's something, maybe it's nothing. But for those of you that took Christian McCaffrey in the first round in your fantasy draft this week, yeah, that's too bad. Niners, by the way, open up with Seattle. So, again, Seahawks fans, just be leery of everybody wearing San Francisco 49ers gear. Be very leery of everything that is going on right there. Andy, who you got tonight? Eagles laying the 8. What do you like?
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
Gosh, I just don't know what to believe about the Cowboys. You know, did they get a nice quiet summer to get their stuff together? They're going to come out, they're going to shock everybody. The Eagles have no idea what this offense is going to look like. I'm going to go with the Eagles.
Okay. You like the
I
favorite
forgot we had to
tonight.
be quick. I was going to give you the big build-up. I got the Eagles. I don't trust the Cowboys for anything.
All right, so you like the Eagles to cover. I got Dallas and the points tonight. I think Dak Prescott goes out and throws a couple of touchdown passes in this one. You want to listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're back tomorrow for a big-time football Friday, and we can't wait to be getting you all set for Broncos-Titans tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you. Good night.